26 Main Street by Ron Ripley. Why did I agree to this? Dylan Kessel asked himself. The answer came immediately. Because I need a damn job. Dylan nodded and glanced around. Main Street, Anger, New Hampshire, seemed to be abandoned. The street itself wasn't particularly long or impressive, and only a few buildings stood out. Town Hall being one of them, and Dylan's destination, the Odd Fellows building, being the other. Standing at the corner of Main and Elm, Dylan felt as though eyes were watching him, despite the fact that all the businesses were closed and the parking spaces empty. In the early morning light, the street lamps flickered and went out one by one as the sun rose higher over the horizon. Dylan took his phone out of his pocket, opened his email, and read the invitation again. Dear Mr. Kessel, we hope this letter finds you well. We are pleased to inform you that we have received your portfolio. Your designs and illustrations would serve us quite well, and we would like to meet with you in order to discuss salary, benefits, etc. If this is agreeable to you, please arrive at 26 Main Street, Anger, New Hampshire, promptly at 6:30 a.m. We, here in the Odd Fellows building, start work bright and early. We regret to say that the only parking currently available is in the community lot, which is located behind the Anger Library. Sincerely, Jonathan M. Hurst, President, Anthropophagi, LLC. Dylan had never heard of Mr. Hurst or of Anthropophagi, LLC, but it didn't matter. His landlord wanted money, as did various utilities and insurance, not to mention his body's constant demands for food. So, he thought, let's go negotiate a salary. For the first time since the receipt of the email, Dylan felt excited. Work had been sporadic, and a point of contention with Deborah, his last girlfriend. She had sacrificed her own love of art to take a job with Fidelity in Merrimack, New Hampshire. Deborah had wanted him to do the same. Their art, she assured him, could take place after hours. Dylan had disagreed, and his vehemence in defending his position had cost him the relationship. Whatever, Deb, he thought, feeling a bittersweet pang with possible victory a short distance away. I've got my job, and I didn't have to quit on a dream. Dylan adjusted the strap of his satchel and looked ahead to where the Odd Fellows building dominated the corner of Main Street and Pine. Okay, he thought, time to do this. Dylan strode down the sidewalk until he stood in front of the building's entrance. There was a small sign in the glass of the door which read, "Pardon our appearance, we're going through a makeover." Dylan grinned. Refurbishment was always a good sign. Years ago, when Dylan was starting work as a junior in high school, his father had given him several excellent tips. "Couple of things to look for, kid," his father had drawled around a cigarette. "First, when you're out chasing tail with your buddies at night, drive by the factories. See what companies are running second and third shifts. They're always hiring. Same thing on the weekend. Look at the parking lots. If they've got a Saturday and a Sunday shift, they need bodies. Second, look for companies that are adding on to their buildings, or putting on roofs, or getting carpeting done. Means they're making money. Successful, even if for only a little bit. And last, when you land an interview, and you will, you show up at least 15 minutes early. That way, they know you want the job." Dylan smiled as he thought of his father. The man had been rough and heavy with the discipline, but he had always supported Dylan in everything he tried to do. "Don't worry, Dad. he thought. "I'll stop by the cemetery and let you know how the salary conversation went." Taking a deep breath, Dylan pushed the door open and stepped into the lobby. The first thing he noticed was the strong, pleasant odor of pipe tobacco in the air, as though someone had just finished smoking a pipe before he had entered. Then, as his eyes adjusted to the dim light, Dylan saw new carpeting and beautiful dark wood paneling, most of which was finished. Brass fixtures hung from the ceilings and were evenly placed along the completed panels. Marble columns rose up to and reflected the soft light thrown by the hanging lights. Dylan shook his head at the beauty of what was finished and the potential of what waited. His eyes wandered to the end of the lobby, where a pair of beautiful silver filigree doors to an elevator stood. A matching half-circle of silver and bakelite was mounted above the center of the elevator's entrance. The half-circle consisted of 4 angled chambers, each bearing a Roman numeral, 1 through 4. Dylan looked around for some sort of directory and found it by the front door. Anthropophagi, LLC, was listed as the sole occupant of the 4th floor. Not taking the stairs and sweating before an interview, Dylan thought. So, on to the elevator I go. He walked down to the elevator, pressed the up button, and stepped back, surprised as the doors opened faster than he had expected. When he entered the car, Dylan pressed the button for the 4th floor and examined the exquisite Art Deco work there. It consisted primarily of a repeating image of a monstrous entity devouring an entire village of people. Each detail was disturbingly clear. Even the horror on the miniature faces was plainly visible, and it left Dylan shaken as the elevator came to a gentle stop and the doors hissed open. Putting his hand on his satchel for comfort, Dylan was surprised to find himself in a small lobby. There were several large leather chairs placed on either side of a frosted glass door, upon which was stenciled Anthropophagi, LLC, in beautiful gold letters. What Dylan found strange as he looked at the glass was that the business didn't place either its phone number or email address on it. Maybe it's part of their whole revitalization project, he thought, crossing the room to knock on the door. An old speaker mounted above the frame and to the left squawked, and a gentleman asked, "Yes, may I help you?" Dylan resisted the urge to look around for the camera the man must have been using, and answered, "Hello, I'm Dylan Kessel. I'm supposed to meet with Mr. Hurst this morning at 6:30. "Mr. Kessel," the unseen gentleman said in a tone of excitement. "How wonderful. You're early. My goodness, a full 20 minutes early. You know, I was telling my business partner, Jonathan, that I thought you would be excellent for this position. Oh my, I'm leaving you in the lobby. Come in, come in." There was a click, and the door to the company opened. Chuckling, Dylan hurried forward and pushed the door open, closing it softly behind him. He found himself in a beautiful room with tall bookcases, all carved from the same dark wood as the paneling in the main lobby. The shelves were packed with books, and it was only as Dylan was admiring them that he realized the room was round. In the center of it was a large, ornately carved desk. Behind the desk was an equally ornate and disturbingly large chair. In it was a man. He didn't know if he was looking at Mr. Hurst or the gentleman's partner, but Dylan knew without a doubt that the person in front of him was the oldest human being he had ever laid his eyes on. The stranger's face was sunken, the cheekbones standing out with all the gentleness of a hatchet. His eyes were hidden in shadows, and his sparse white hair was combed back, away from his forehead. He wore a black suit that accentuated his thinness, and his long, narrow fingers were pressed tip to tip. The stranger leaned forward and smiled, his thin lips pulling back to reveal long teeth. "Good morning, Mr. Kessel," the stranger said. "My name is Jonathan Hurst. Won't you sit down?" Dillon had a strange and instant dislike for Mr. Hurst, but he shook it off as he found a chair to sit down in. "Is that your portfolio?" Mr. Hurst asked, his voice polite and tinged with curiosity. "It is, sir," Dillon replied. He took it from his shoulder, leaned across the desk, and handed it to the old man. Mr. Hurst let out a long, pleasant sigh, his fingers almost caressing the leather. Then, with movements far quicker than Dillon would have expected, the old man opened the satchel. He removed the paintings and spread them out over his desk, moving them about gently, arranging them in a way Dillon grudgingly admired. He knows colors, Dillon thought, and how they should go, naturally. "You've a remarkable talent with oil," Mr. Hurst stated, after a moment, smiling his cold, strange smile up at Dillon. "Your brush strokes are impeccable." "Thank you," Dillon smiled. How the hell can he see that? The photos aren't that high resolution. "Yes," Mr. Hurst murmured. "Oh, yes. These are stunning. Your talent. Well, it's not quite recognized, is it?" Dillon felt the same way, but he didn't want to seem immodest, so he refrained from responding. Mr. Hurst chuckled and straightened up. "Well, let me bring my partner in. I believe you were speaking with him via the speaker system, were you not?" "I believe I was, sir," Dillon confirmed. "Excellent. Yes. Hold on." Mr. Hurst picked up his phone, an old rotary, and dialed a single number. "Ah, Mr. Sanborn. Yes, he is ready for your input in the matter of salary, etc. If you would be so kind as to join us." "Excellent. We will see you shortly." Mr. Hurst hung up the phone and smiled again at Dillon. It was a smile that set Dillon's teeth on edge. He managed to not squirm in his seat as he waited for Mr. Sanborn. Time ticked by, and Dillon kept still. Finally, the familiar squawk of a speaker coming to life interrupted Dillon's thoughts. "Mr. Kessel," Mr. Sanborn's voice came from the speaker. "How are you? I am so very excited to have you here. I cannot, in all honesty, express how excited I was when Mr. Hurst showed your paintings and illustrations to me. There, I told him, is the work of a true artist. Did I not say that, Jonathan?" "You did indeed, Robert," Mr. Hurst replied. "Thank you, sir," Dillon responded. Is he going to interview me from another room? "Now," Mr. Sanborn continued, "I suppose you're wondering why I'm not in the room with you." "The thought had crossed my mind, sir," Dillon admitted. "Of course it had," Mr. Sanborn said, and the two chuckled over some private joke. "Well," Mr. Sanborn continued, "let's end end this little charade and get down to brass tacks, shall we? Yes, Dillon agreed, feeling his heart begin to race. We are happy to offer you immortality, Mr. Sanborn stated. Dillon waited a moment to see if they were joking, but Mr. Sanborn's silence and the intensity of the expression on Mr. Hurst's face told him otherwise. I see that you doubt the sincerity of our statement, Mr. Sanborn stated over the intercom. Well, sir, Dillon replied, keeping his voice calm, I was under the impression that I was coming here for a job, with a salary and a benefits package, which you stated in your email to me. You are exactly correct, Mr. Hurst agreed. In addition to monetary compensation and the benefits required to live a successful life, we are offering you immortality. Here at Anthropophagy, we are able to provide a unique benefit, and that is, quite literally, immortality. Although, to be honest, it is not quite in the way most people understand the definition. I agree, Jonathan, Mr. Sanborn said. You see, Mr. Castle, the structure you are in, it is an entity unto itself. You would be working for it, and for no other. Dillon sighed and shook his head, his face burning bright red as he stood up. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I think you've mistaken me for a fool. Mr. Hurst, if I could have my paintings and illustrations back, please? Mr. Hurst smiled at him. No. The response caused Dillon's heart to skip a beat. I'm sorry? No, Mr. Hurst repeated. You may certainly not have them back. They belong to us now, as do you. I don't think you understand your position, Mr. Kessel. You are part of Anthropophagy now. This is not up for discussion. The hell it isn't, Dillon snapped. Give me back my damned art. Your art has certainly damned you, Mr. Sanborn said, sympathetically. What? Dillon asked, glaring at the speaker. If you weren't quite so good, Mr. Sanborn continued, we never would have asked you to come here. So, in all actuality, you're the one to blame. You are simply too talented to let go, Mr. Kessel. Therefore, Mr. Hurst added, we have no intention of letting you go. Furious, Dillon jerked his cell phone out of his pocket, turned it on, and was horrified to see he had no service. Ah, a curious fact about this building, Mr. Hurst said. There is no internet connection here, nor is there any sort of wireless service. I was required to go to the library and email you. We knew you were the right one, you know, Mr. Sanborn stated. You see, you were the very, very first person to respond to our email, and with such exquisite art. I'll call the police when I get out of here, Dillon decided, his mind racing. Gentlemen, Dillon's voice trembled as he spoke. I am going to leave now. I'm sorry there's been so much confusion. You can't leave. Mr. Sanborn's voice was cool and determined. We already informed you of that." Dillon stood and looked from the intercom to Mr. Hurst. Is Sanborn as old as Hurst? He sounds it. I can get out of here without any real trouble. Forcing himself to smile, Dillon said, "As I said, I'm sorry, but I am leaving." "Mr. Kessel." Dillon turned and looked at Mr. Hurst, who was smiling at him with long, wicked teeth. "You're not leaving, my good man. No one ever does." "Sure," Dillon muttered. He went to the door and let himself out. It clicked shut behind him, and Dillon's body shook as he hurried to the elevator. But the elevator was gone. As the realization dawned on him that only a blank wall stood where the elevator doors had let him out, the entire building quivered. The motion threw Dillon off balance, and he stumbled forward, catching himself on the wall. He let out a horrified yell and jerked his hands back. The wall had been unnaturally warm, and for the split second there was contact, Dillon was certain he had felt an obscene pulse. He looked over his shoulder, afraid that someone would be coming out of the door for him, and he nearly fainted. The doorway he had just exited was easily 100 feet away. "The whole damned building isn't 100 feet long," Dillon thought, his heart racing. He twisted to either side of him, looking for windows or doors, any way in which he might exit. But there was nothing, only the dark wood paneling and the brass fixtures, identical to those in the lobby on the first floor. "Mr. Kessel!" Mr. Sanborn's voice came from everywhere at once. No longer was it tinged with imagined infirmities and age. Instead, it was a thriving, powerful voice, and fear spiked through Dillon's heart. "Mr. Kessel," Mr. Sanborn repeated, "I want you to know that if you run, well, it will only make the end much more difficult to bear. It is extremely hard, I might add, to distill such talent as yours from a brain flooded with emotions. Fear, while it has been known to motivate some artists, doesn't seem to be a primary ingredient to your art. Therefore, Mr. Hurst and I humbly request that you calm yourself. Perhaps a drink or two?" With the question, there was a soft groan and hiss. As Dillon watched, a portion of the wall on his left bulged, sank, expanded again, and then separated along a seam. From the opening, a shelf appeared, pushed forward from a darkness he couldn't see. The shelf widened, grew in depth, and then split open like the hinged top of a box. A light flickered into life, and from where he stood, Dillon could see a decanter of deep amber liquor and a tumbler. "I can assure you," Mr. Sanborn stated, "that this bourbon is the finest on the eastern seaboard." "Indeed," came Mr. Hurst's voice from above. "In 1893, we acquired a gentleman who was a prodigy in regards to distilling. This is a product of his exceptional mind." "What the hell is this place?" Dillon whispered, fear building within him. "This is a studio," Mr. Sanborn declared proudly. "The finest place for artists to work," Mr. Hurst added. "Yes," Mr. Sanborn continued, "we've been gathering artists of all sorts for centuries. This building, we found, suits all of our needs. Oh, if you only knew the engineers and architects who came together to form this for us. To join us to this building, Mr. Hurst said. We are as much a part of this building as the artists are. More, I would think, Jonathan, Mr. Sanborn chuckled. My goodness, to think of the different forms we confiscated before this magnificent structure. The two unseen creatures laughed, and Dillon fought the urge to scream. Perhaps, Mr. Hurst mused after they had grown silent, you would prefer some music, Mr. Kessel. Oh, yes, Mr. Sanborn cried. We have a wonderful cellist. She was to have sat first chair for the Boston Symphony Orchestra. However, other issues came up, and she answered our ad, perhaps 15 years ago. Yes, I think that's right, Mr. Hurst agreed. Anyway, Mr. Sanborn said, listen to this. Dillon forced the sound of their voices out of his head. Think. Psychedelics in the air, something that makes all this seem real. Anything. The strains of Danse Macabre filled the air as if he was sitting in the studio with a cellist, and a horrific thought leaped forward. What if it's true? His eyes darted around the room. What if everything they're saying is true? Sweat beaded on the back of his neck, and his palms became clammy. He shook his head and looked from where the elevator had been to the door to Mr. Hurst's office. With a terrified scream, Dillon broke into a run. The music ended abruptly, and voices shouted at him. Dillon slammed into the door and then wrenched it open. It was no longer Mr. Hurst's office, but the elevator. Screaming triumphantly, Dillon slammed the door closed behind him and fumbled with the locks he found there. The elevator was dark, except for the lights on the buttons and that light that filtered in through the frosted glass. Dillon's hands shook as he reached out and pressed the first floor button. Nothing happened. He pushed it again, and Mr. Hurst's voice filled the elevator. Mr. Kessel? Mr. Hurst began. Well, Dillon. May I call you Dillon? Dillon didn't respond. My dear boy, Mr. Hurst said, you simply cannot go home. It isn't possible. You're not even going to make it to the first floor lobby. Don't you understand that? Dillon's response was to slam his hand against the button. Now, Mr. Sanborn murmured, you needn't be so violent. We do feel, in case you didn't know. You wouldn't like it if we stomped around your innards, would you? Let me go! Dillon screamed, slapping all of the buttons. Let me out of here! The two creatures chuckled. Come now, Mr. Hurst laughed. You're a big lad. Why are you carrying on like this? Dillon closed his mouth and shook his head. You don't want to go to the lobby, Mr. Sanborn said. I promise you that, Dillon. I want to go home, Dillon whispered. We're trying to tell you, Mr. Hurst sighed. You are home. Dillon threw himself at the door and slammed his fists into it, but they only bounced off of the glass. It was as though the composition of the window had changed. When he finally finished and sagged to the floor, he heard the two creatures murmuring. After several minutes, one of them muttered, "Suppose that's it, then?" "It seems like it," Mr. Hurst grumbled. Without another word, the elevator shook and shuddered. Dillon stared at the numbers above the door in amazement. He watched as the numbers descended from 4 to 1. A sense of joy filled him, and when the elevator came to a stop, his hands fumbled at the locks. When the last one was undone, he threw open the door and stepped out into the half-finished lobby. Dillon's entire body shook with relief as he staggered forward. Halfway to the exit, his foot snagged on something. Dillon caught himself before he fell, and he was able to look down and see what had caused it. Fibers from the carpet were wrapped around his Oxford dress shoe. As he watched, the strands curled up and over, interlocking and securing his shoe to the floor. For another 30 seconds, Dillon watched the carpet encase his shoe. And then he realized, belatedly, what was happening. He tried to take off his shoe, but the fibers were already stitching themselves into his sock. His entire foot was held in place, and a second later, Dillon understood the same was happening to his other foot. Screaming, he clawed at the carpet, but to no avail. Nothing he did stopped it. Raising his fist to try and smash the carpeting with sheer force, Dillon called out in terror as something looped around his hand. Peering up, he saw wires snaking down from the ceiling. One had looped around his wrist and pulled it taut toward the flaking paint above him. Dillon reached up with his free hand and tried to pry the wire off, but one of the strands broke free and bound both of his hands together. The wiring shifted in the ceiling, and soon his hands were held directly above his head. Dillon shook himself, trying to free his body by ripping the wiring down with his own weight. Nothing happened. "I do so hate it when they get this upset," Mr. Sanborn declared from behind Dillon. "I agree," Mr. Hurst said. "However, we always agreed we would offer them the opportunity to go willingly." "True, Mr. Sanborn acknowledged. "He's trying to get a look at us," Mr. Hurst chuckled. "Of course," Mr. Sanborn said. "He's an artist. He wants to know what's happening." "He thinks he wants to know," Mr. Hurst corrected. "I disagree." As do I, Mr. Sanborn said. "Well, what do you think? In through the back or in through the front?" "I would start with the back," Mr. Hurst decided, after a moment of silent contemplation. "He might well go into cardiac arrest, and really, we don't want him to become like poor John Wukovitz, do we?" "Oh, the sculptor!" Mr. Sanborn sighed. "Alas, no. That poor man. All the work we put into recruiting him, and he drove himself mad. Did we ever catch him? I can't remember." "No," Mr. Hurst said. "Occasionally I catch sight of some of his work. He left a darling sculpture of a squirrel in the attic. Oh, I don't know. 5 years ago? Maybe 6? "Definitely 6, Mr. Sanborn said. "Well, enough reminiscing. We can do that when we introduce Mr. Kessel to the other artists." "True," Mr. Hurst chuckled. "Oh, well, I would ask you, Dillon, if you're ready, but I can assure you that you are not." "Not at all," Mr. Sanborn murmured. "A pity, too." Dillon tried to beg, but his pleas transformed into shrieks as something sharp and thin slipped into his spine. A Peculiar Song by Bronson Carey. Life used to be simple. I lived in a small Midwestern town, miles away from anywhere else. Our own little slice of paradise. At least that's what my father called it. He always wanted me to inherit the cattle farm, and part of me liked the idea. Not too many people get a reliable backup plan they can fall to, as well as a free farmhouse complete with 60 acres of land. Though I don't think anyone would dare touch that land anymore. Life used to be simple, but not easy. Day after day passed tending to the cows or running supplies to and from the big city. When I was old enough, I pleaded for my brother Daniel to take me with him on those jobs. I'd take any chance to get out of that backwater. I knew my dreams rested in the city, in its civilization and fields of pavement, instead of corn. I wanted to make something of myself, so that people would know my name, and, in the end, I suppose I got my wish. It happened when I was 12. Back in those days, my father kept me working the fields in the morning. Simple work, nothing I couldn't handle. But I hated it all the same. I hated the beating sun, the hay that lined my nostrils, and the dust that collected in my eyes. Luckily, fall was setting in, and the summer work was almost done. That meant he'd let me go into town and read at the library, or play with my only friend, Thomas. Growing up in a small town, everyone knew each other, and most of the kids stuck together. But I didn't quite fit in with most crowds. Some wanted to one day buy their own land around town. Some wanted to start up repair shops or work at diners. But only a select few wanted to leave permanently. Thomas and I shared that dream. Even after all these years, I still remember the exact date it started. October 24th, a week before Halloween, though the irony didn't set in until much later. I finally finished the morning chores that carried well into the afternoon. Dripping with sweat and resentment, I changed out of my work clothes and escaped to town before my father could stack on any extra jobs. I often debated whether he worked me for my own good or because he didn't feel like doing it himself. That very question bounced around my head as I wandered down the main street, the one that led to the town hall. People waved to each other as they passed, devoting a little bit of their daily lives to lift someone else's. I never noticed how kind the people there really were, how thoughtful and polite, though I didn't care to pay attention to it back then. Instead, I debated with myself exactly how I'd get out of that town, how I'd get into a big university and never look back. Thomas interrupted my thoughts with a well-placed pebble slung between my eyes. "Crap! Sorry!" He rushed to my side with his slingshot in his hand as I stared blankly into the blue sky. For a moment, I thought that I'd been shot, but when it became apparent that I hadn't, the pain finally set in. "Ah! What the hell, man?" I exclaimed, rubbing the bridge of my nose. "I'm sorry! I'm sorry!" he repeated over and over. "You could have taken my eye out. I was trying to make it zip past you, to get your attention. It was gonna be cool, like in those Western shows." he defended. Well, you've got my attention now. I tried to focus my vision on his dirty blonde hair and freckles, as well as the hazy blue eyes staring a little too intensely between mine. Get off! I demanded while shoving him away. Just making sure it's not still in there. You know, there was one guy who got shot and a bullet stayed lodged in his brain for like 50 years. That's very interesting. Thanks for that, Tommy, I bitterly remarked. Just try saying hi next time instead of shooting me. Yeah, sure thing. Hi, Billy. So, are you okay? Before I could answer, a deep sound filled the air and steadily got louder. It started as a low hum, somewhere between the roar of an engine and a soft rock vocalist. Everyone stopped in their tracks to try to pinpoint its source, but the noise seemed to come from everywhere at once. Doors and windows vibrated, and I felt the ground itself shaking beneath my feet. Thomas covered his ears and tried saying something, but the hum soon drowned him out, along with everything else. People began panicking. They grabbed their kids and drove home like a twister was forming. But there wasn't a speck of gray in the sky. Still, leading by example, I grabbed Thomas and sprinted down the street. I wanted to get away from wherever the sound came from, because if the adults were panicking, surely that meant I should too. Yet, no matter how far we ran, the noise never let up. It encompassed the entire town in its dreadful tone. I didn't know what else to do, so I took Thomas back to his home. His parents offered to shelter me while everyone tried to figure out what was going on, and I saw it as a better alternative than returning to my father. The sound persisted through the rest of the day, without any sign of letting up. It left people cowering in their homes, waiting for their inevitable doom, or a sign that the danger had passed. Interesting how everyone instinctively knew it was dangerous. They faced something they didn't understand, and locked themselves away so it couldn't hurt them. I felt it too, that fear growing in my heart, fear of the unknown, of a threat nobody could see. Thomas and I tried to take our minds off of things by playing our childish games, but the noise seeped into every inch of their home. It shook the wooden floorboards and threatened the wall ornaments. We soon realized that sealing ourselves inside wouldn't hinder it at all. When the sun finally began to set, the hum vanished, and I felt the house settle down, almost in relief. It disappeared in an instant without dying down or fading out, which I found especially strange, even then. After some sense of normalcy returned, a ring quickly filled the living room below Thomas and me. His mom picked up the phone and asked for me to come down. Apparently, she called my parents when we first got back, but the humming drowned out most of the conversation. I gathered that they had agreed to pick me up whenever it ended, then called again to make sure everything was still all right. My parents talked about the humming all along the ride home and continued well into dinner. Mom thought it might have been a low-riding airplane, but my father shut her down. No way. Airplanes don't stay in one place that long. Maybe they're building a new railroad, she suggested. He scoffed. Doesn't sound right, but it'd make the commute a lot easier. Yeah, then maybe I won't have to drive an hour to unload our stuff, Daniel chimed in. We all probably overreacted, my mom assured. Everyone mumbled in agreement, but me. They seemed content to speculate on explanations that didn't quite seem right, but none of them satisfied me. I wanted to know what that sound was, and my childish brain demanded a feasible explanation. I guess I wasn't old enough to know that adults preferred to ignore things they didn't understand, rather than put in the effort to find answers. They could gossip about it all they wanted, but, in the end, They settled on ignorance. After all, it was over, wasn't it? It couldn't affect them anymore. At least, that's what we hoped. That false sense of security soon shattered a few hours into the night, when the noise erupted out of nowhere once more. It shook the foundations of our house and rocked my bed. With sleep impossible and curiosity etched in my young mind, I found myself determined to root out the source of whatever the hell it was. In all my 12 years, nothing interesting had ever happened. We lived in a quiet, peaceful town where the days merged into weeks, which merged into months, and before you knew it, your life had passed by. This new, unusual catalyst, I'll admit, excited me. I speculated everything from aliens to a monster snoring under the earth, and I'd be the one to discover it. I always craved something more, something special, like the heroes in those books. As I opened my window and snuck out into the cool night air, kept alive by the roaring hum, I figured that this discovery could be my adventure, that I could be the young hero to save the day. Sure, I was naive and foolish, but is it so wrong for a child to long for something more? I couldn't have known the horrifying reality then, and even if I did, would that have changed anything? The farm sat just on the edge of town, encompassed by cornfields and pasture for the cows to graze in. I supposed it didn't matter which way I started. I just had to keep going until the sound started to die out. Then I'd have an idea of where it was. I started on the main road leading into town with the half-moon to light my way. Shadows crept around every corner of the abandoned streets, and I nearly felt something watching me from the alleys and patches of darkness that the streetlights couldn't touch. The hum existed everywhere, which meant it could be anywhere. My mind raced to creatures and beasts that might roam the streets at night, humming their mournful dirge. I paced the abandoned town carefully for about an hour. The hum got louder as I navigated the streets, but I could never pinpoint it to a direction. A low growl from the shadows stopped my heart in place. Petrified, I squinted to find the source, but it clung to the shadows. I quickly rushed to the nearby streetlight, the hum straining on my ears as the growl turned into a rabid bark. The creature, a shadow moving in the night, stepped forward, and I made out the black muzzle and tan eyes of the Hamptons' shepherd mutt. My guard lowered just a little because I knew that dog well. I'd spent hours in the field, letting her distract me from my work with her playful demeanor. But that relief soon gave way to caution when I noticed the drool dripping from her maw and her face contorted with hate. She looked poised to attack, but I couldn't believe such a good girl would turn on me without reason. Nothing made sense, and I didn't know what to do. Instead, I ran as fast as my legs would carry me while she snarled and nipped at my heels. I knew I couldn't outrun a dog like her, so I jerked into an alley with her close behind. A chain-link gate just ahead blocked my way, and the dog blocked my escape. I had no choice but to hope the owners had left it unlocked. My hands fiddled around the latch for just a moment before throwing it up, whirling to the other side and attempting to close it. After a brief struggle with her trying to worm her muzzle through the opening, I managed to push it enough for the latch to fall. Out of breath, adrenaline pumping, I kept running all the way home before she could find me again. The hum stopped on the way back, and it felt like a weight had lifted off my head. I panted at my window on the first floor and fell in. My parents' footsteps pattered on the floor outside my room, so I used the last of my energy to leap into bed and pull the covers over my day clothes. I heard the door open and struggled to control my breathing before finally giving a massive sigh of relief when it closed. Even though the noise had passed, I still couldn't sleep, maybe due to the adrenaline or the knowledge that my little venture didn't accomplish anything. I didn't remember falling asleep. I only know that my brother woke me up. "Come on, we've got to go." "Good, you're already dressed. Get some toast, and I'll meet you at the truck. You still want to come, don't you?" he said in too quick a succession for my groggy mind to process. Nonetheless, I obeyed without really a clue of what to prepare for. Mom passed me a slice of toast and jelly, which I warily accepted, while my father told me that Daniel was waiting for me. I met him at his truck, an old beaten-down antique that had no business still functioning. He had already started loading in burlap sacks and motioned for me to hurry up. I crammed the rest of the toast in my mouth and followed suit, almost instinctively. When the truck was as filled as we could make it, he unlocked the doors, stepped in, and started the engine. Without thinking, I slid into the passenger seat and buckled up. It wasn't until we had started down the highway that it finally clicked. We were taking our last haul to the city, which meant an uninterrupted hour of country music and winding cornfields. I smiled to myself at my luck and rested my head on the window, but the hum of the engine and the vibration of the glass left me a little uneasy. Not enough to avoid a nap, but enough to make it more difficult. I stared out over the acres and acres of passing cornfields as my eyes started to drift away. Just before I could fall asleep, the image of something stretching out in the corn took my attention. At first, it looked almost like a human hand stretching high above the maze, but a second, more alert look didn't find anything there. Weird, but I was too tired to care. By the time I came to, the corn had been replaced with sidewalks and tall buildings that stretched high into the sky. We were at the back of a grocery store, and I knew to hop out and help my brother unload our stock. Once he saw me, he nodded and began talking to a plump, bearded man, whom I assumed owned the place. I knew the routine. I'd unload the rest while they talked business, so I didn't think to listen too attentively at their conversation, though I caught a part that kept my attention. "Seriously?" Daniel asked. "Yeah, nothing," the man replied. "Are you sure? Maybe a new airport or something. Earthquake?" The owner shrugged. "I don't know. You said it sounded like a loud car. Maybe some pricks driving down the road." "No, man, that's not it. It sounded kinda like a car, but not really." "Ah, oh well. Here, give this to your dad, with my best," the man concluded, while passing an envelope to Daniel. "Yeah, thanks, Louie." He took it and offered a firm handshake before dragging his feet back to the truck. I finished off the last sack and quickly followed suit. As we started back down the road home, I glanced in his direction and noticed the dark bags under his eyes and his overall sunken disposition. "What do you think it is?" I asked. I hoped that stirring some conversation in him would make him feel better, or at least keep him awake enough to drive. "Huh? Oh, that noise?" I nodded, and he shrugged. "I don't know. First, I thought it was some kind of vehicle, but it's not heavy enough for that. You know what I'm saying?" "Yeah, it's like smoother," I added. "Yeah, that's it. Like someone's humming a really bad song." "A really loud song," I corrected. "Bad and loud aren't good combinations. Like when you were all determined to be a drummer." He chuckled. "Oh, come on. Don't change the subject," I pleaded. His expression shifted to something a little more serious as his eyes locked on the winding road ahead. "I really don't know. You're all into those kinds of books. What do you think it is?" I thought for a moment. I mainly read fiction, but there was never anything about mysterious humming. "Maybe there's something sleeping, just under the town, and it's snoring," I guessed, just to give an answer. He snickered lightheartedly. "Well, it's nice to see those things are really educational." We didn't talk much more on the drive home, but the conversation at least gave me an idea. Perhaps books did hold the key to understanding that strange phenomenon. And if they didn't, then maybe the library computers would. I asked Daniel to drop me off at the community center on the way back, and he nodded in understanding. I guessed that he didn't like being around our father any more than I did. When he let me off, I went straight to work with a beeline toward the computer stations. Before I could search anything, however, the sound erupted again, louder and smoother than before, almost like a booming voice echoing through the town. All of the computers shut down, and I covered my ears to drive the noise away. When I pressed my palms against my head, they found something wet dripping down my neck. I pulled them back to find stains of crimson plastered against my skin. In a panic, I rushed outside to find an adult. Instead, I found most of them huddled around the town hall, with their heads sandwiched between their hands. They were all shouting something I couldn't make out until I followed their gaze. People lined the top of the town hall, teetering right near the edge. I recognized some of them. The shopkeeper, Mrs. Fletch from next door, and Thomas. I joined the pleading crowd and begged him to step away, but one by one they took that fatal step. I watched Mrs. Fletch's gold necklace break across the concrete steps. Another man snapped his neck against the railing. And finally, I watched Thomas land face down, rubies pooling around his head. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. Eventually, the sheriff stepped in front of everyone and shouted at them to leave, but his demands were lost amongst the cries of grief and anger, as well as the humming itself, which stayed ever constant until it abruptly stopped, leaving the crowd in a frenzy of sorrow. The sheriff called in for backup, and soon a few cars arrived, probably the only backup he had. They tried in vain to control the people, but chaos had already been unleashed. I rushed home and tried to forget the whole scene, but every time I nearly pushed it from my mind, I saw the back of Thomas's head against the cement. When I made it home, my mother held me tight, with tears streaming from her eyes. My father didn't say a word. He only stared out of the window. In her arms, my own tears came flooding through. I couldn't hold it together any longer. Between sobs, I tried to get out what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come. Eventually, I noticed something missing from the room and looked into my mom's tear-soaked eyes. "Where's Daniel?" I asked, but no one answered. I saw my father scoff and retreat to the back room, so my attention fixed solely on Mom. "Did he come back?" Her breath hitched as she shook her head. I don't remember much after that. The world felt numb, like a dream. Nothing seemed real, but I knew it had to be. My mom tucked me in that night and kissed my forehead, something she hadn't done in years, but it didn't make me feel any better. That noise, the humming, returned, loud as ever, and I buried my head in my pillow to drown it out, to drown everything out. But instead, something else came. I saw flashes of creatures, things that couldn't be human, monsters howling at the moon with oversized jaws and claws like needles. I saw images of Thomas on the pavement, of Daniel's truck in a ditch, windshield cracked and splashed with blood. I hated it. I wanted it to stop, but the humming just kept getting louder. I finally thought about the top of the library, about making it stop for good. But then it vanished on its own, and I cursed myself for even considering it. The situation around town only worsened. At least one person died every time the sound returned, and panic began to spread like wildfire. At first, the people would die by their own hands, and the police would take them away, but no one knew to where. Then people started turning on each other for the simplest reasons. Mild confrontations turned into heated debates, and heated debates turned into lethal brawls. I heard only a little bit of what was actually happening through the conversations between my parents. Father forbade me from going outside, but even the fights between the two of them continued to escalate. Soon I started to hear about anarchy, even without the hum. People looted the general stores, fights broke out in the streets, and my father began keeping his shotgun by his chair. One night, the noise returned, humming its tune a little higher than before. It shook the very foundations of the house and knocked things off their shelves. I looked out of my window and saw fires rising from the town, shrouding the moon with a plume of smoke. For some reason, I felt angry and afraid. That intense rage prompted me to lash out at something, anything. I wanted to let it go. Shouting from downstairs interrupted my thoughts, so I crept through the door to find my father and mother in the living room. I peeped my head around the corner, just enough to stay out of sight. "Please, you can't just leave us here," my mom pleaded. My father glared at her with his hand on the door. Villainous anger etched across his eyes, and his teeth bared like the Hamptons' shepherd dog. The hum seemed to get louder, more menacing. My father shouted something I couldn't make out before grabbing his shotgun and pointing it at my mom. "No!" I shouted before stepping from the shadows. With rage pumping through my veins, I rushed him and grabbed the gun before he could use it. We struggled for only a moment before his superior strength pushed me to the floor. He pointed the gun at me, and I froze in place, fear driving out any confidence I might have still clung to. In that instant, something banged on the door, its groaning drowned out by the incessant hum. Father diverted his attention just long enough for Mom to hit him across the head with a table lamp. He swore and turned to shoot her when the door flew open to reveal Thomas's dad with an axe and a murderous glare. I didn't understand what was happening. Time seemed to go too fast to process. All I remember is that my mom picked me up and took me to the nearest window. She opened it and kissed my head again, tears once again blurring her precious blue eyes. The hum muffled her words, but I managed to make out, "I'm not losing you, too. Go to the cellar and wait. Don't let anyone in, no matter what," before she shoved me through the window and slammed it shut. I saw a shadow approach behind her, but I started running before I could see the aftermath. The screams, though. The screams I'll never be able to forget. By the time I made it to the cellar, people with flashlights and shotguns lined the house. They seemed to be chasing someone I didn't recognize, but when he started running toward me, I quickly ducked inside the cellar and locked the large trap door. The humming, that bitter song, drowned out everything else, so I switched on the light and retreated to the far back corner, hands pressed hard against my throbbing head and desperate to drown out the noise, all of it. "Hell of a scene, ain't it?" my partner remarked when we stepped from the car. "Yeah, I think hell's the right word," I answered. When they called us in, they said it'd be bad, but I had no idea what they were gearing me up for. From the moment I stepped out of the squad car, it felt like I was walking through a wasteland. Buildings burned to rubble, shop windows broken, and the stench of death heavy in the air. Dried blood stained every sidewalk and road, and the midday sun made it even worse. "You taking notes?" my partner ordered. I nodded and pulled out my notepad, though I didn't know where to start. As we walked the streets and surveyed the gruesome scene, I noticed the strangest detail yet. The town seemed abandoned, truly. It wasn't just that people were avoiding us. There weren't any people to be found, nor did we see any bodies. Lots of blood, but no corpses. "So, where is everyone?" I asked. My partner rubbed his chin and coughed under the potent stench of rotting meat before he motioned to a flock of vultures circling out in the cornfields. "My guess is that we should start there." I wrote down the presence of the birds and followed him out of town. We passed a small farmhouse on the way. The windows were shattered, and the door had been knocked down. But apart from that, it seemed relatively unscathed. "Hey, hold on," I prompted, when I noticed thick splatters of blood along the walls. The trail led to a wooden cellar door, completely saturated with the stuff. I went to open it, and the brownish residue rubbed off on my hands with each tug. "What do you think you're doing?" my partner warned. "That's evidence. What if there had been fingerprints on that handle?" "Well, it's done. Can you find something to help me pry this open?" I asked, with another tug. He shook his head. "We should really wait for the investigators to have a look at it." "Look at all this blood," I pointed out. "And it's locked. I think that warrants an investigation." He sighed and looked around for a moment. "There's an axe covered in blood, but we can't—" "Everything's covered in blood. Just hand it here." "This is a bad idea," he stated before picking up the axe with a reluctant grunt. "Move," he ordered, and I obliged. With a deep breath and a few good swings, he managed to loosen the hatch enough to kick it off. Together, we pried the doors open to meet a dark chasm. "There! Go investigate, investigator," he bitterly remarked while taking out a cigarette. I took the flashlight from my belt, unholstered my gun, and began my cautious descent down the steps. "Just be ready if I say I need backup." Yeah. Darkness coated the cellar with only a thin beam of light to guide my way. I knew the possibility of the perp hiding out down here, so I kept myself alert, at least as alert as I could be. What kind of man could be responsible for all of this, and how? The light rested on a figure huddled in the corner, but I quickly recognized it as a young boy and put my gun down. I called up the stairs, "Matthew, get down here," then returned my attention to the boy, whose face had sunken in with dark bags under his bloodshot eyes. "Hey, it's okay. We're the good guys. My name's Officer Rodriguez. I'm not going to hurt you." The kid refused to move, refused to even speak, but he didn't object when I carried him out. He seemed way too light for a kid his age. "Jesus Christ," Matthew muttered under his breath when we finally made it back into the light. The kid squinted and turned away, so I shielded his eyes the best I could. "My guess is that he's been down there a few days. Get him back to the car and call in. I'm gonna—" I nodded my head toward the vultures, and he nodded in agreement. I passed the kid off to him and started back on my way. I couldn't imagine what that kid must have gone through, nor did I really think I wanted to. Instead, I focused ahead, navigating through the tall corn stalks with my eye on the circling scavengers. The stench of rotting meat grew more potent with each step, and I began dreading what I'd find at their source. With my gaze firmly fixed above, I nearly lost my footing at the large crater that sunk deep into the earth. My breath stopped, and my blood went cold at the sight as I tried to keep my breakfast down. Bodies covered the bottom of the hole, dozens of them, and only some were intact. The rest had chunks and pieces torn from them, almost like they'd been eaten, though I knew vultures couldn't do that kind of damage. With a shaking hand, I reached for my radio to call it in, when something rather peculiar halted my hand. A low hum echoing through the fields.
A Powerful Thing by Rowan Rook.
"Don't go, Mama,"
Milo cried.
"The monster will come out when you leave."
Krista stopped at the bedroom door, swallowing the anger stuck in her throat. She'd fought this battle every night for the last week, and she was sick of it. Lord, she'd made a mistake in letting Milo watch Halloween movies at his friend's house. His imagination had run away with him ever since. Didn't he know how much she needed to sleep too? How many real fears she had to worry about? Bills, work tomorrow, funeral expenses. The memory of the last time she'd seen her husband alive, his eyes glassy with booze and rage before he'd stormed out and crashed their car into a telephone pole in a drunken haze. The prospect of life as a single mother. Still, she turned and tried to smile.
"Honey, there is no monster, I promise."
Milo blinked up at her through his big green eyes.
"But I've seen it. It comes out and watches me sleep."
The tear stains on her son's cheeks and the quiver in his voice loosened the vice in her chest. If nothing else, he wasn't playing games with her. He truly was afraid. As his only remaining parent, that meant it was her job to deal with it. To be patient, brave, stable. Her sigh shook as she dragged herself back over to his bed and sat on the edge.
"You must have been dreaming. We all have scary dreams sometimes." "But I wasn't dreaming,"
Milo insisted, clutching his rocket-patterned blanket up to his chin. She sucked in and blew out another long breath, trying to exhale the heat gathering in her cheeks. Most children went through a phase where they feared monsters under the bed or in the closet, didn't they? Milo, smart and sensitive, had always seemed older than his age. Maybe her irritation wasn't fair. Maybe it was too easy to forget he was only 7 years old. Besides, it made sense that he might have nightmares after waking up one morning without a father. Maybe that's what this was really about. Krista took her son's small, sweaty hand.
"I've been having bad dreams too, since Daddy's been gone. It's okay to be sad and scared, but the dreams are just dreams. They can't hurt us, no matter how real they seem. We'll both feel better if we get some sleep."
Milo shook his head, fresh tears swelling in his eyes.
"You don't understand, Mama. It's not about Daddy. The monster is real. I can't sleep when it watches me.
Honey, Krista mumbled, biting back the bitter words she wanted to say.
Be a good mother. How about this, then? You go to sleep, and I'll come in and check on you in a little bit. If the monster is here, I'll chase it away, okay? I won't let anything happen to you. Like it happened to Daddy?
She imagined Milo accusing her. Milo only blinked up at her, his lips a knot of unhappiness.
You promise? Promise,
she lied. Once he was asleep, he wouldn't know any different.
Will you check under the bed first?
He whimpered.
What a cliché.
She held in.
If it'll make you feel better.
Krista's back protested as she knelt. She swore she'd aged a year for every week since her husband's death. She lifted the dangling covers and peered into the shadows beneath the bed. Her heart jerked to a stop. Movement. A shape retreated deeper into the dark, like a snake slithering away. For an instant, 2 points of red light pierced the shadows, glowing like embers before they winked out.
Like eyes. Mama!
She blinked. The space beneath the bed was empty and still.
Mama, did you see it? I told you.
She stared for a while longer. No flashes of motion crossed her vision. No monster looked back at her. Of course there wasn't. She almost laughed. She was so sleep-deprived that her imagination was starting to run away with her, too. It must have been a trick of the shadows and reflections coming in from the window outside. Taillights from neighborhood traffic, maybe. She pulled her phone out of her back pocket and flipped on the flashlight. It exposed only the grime she'd let collect under the bed frame. Dust, candy wrappers stuck to the wooden floor, a forgotten toy car. She sighed, straightening. Fear bleached Milo's face, his blonde bangs sticking to his brow.
I told you. There's no monster down there, honey. Just a bit of a mess.
She managed a smile.
Now that's what's really scary.
He stared up at her, chewing on his lip.
Good night,
she said, wiping strands of hair away from his teary eyes.
Have good dreams, okay? I'll try,
he sniffed, settling back under his covers. She looked away and walked out of the room before the anxiety on his face could guilt her into staying. Knocks rapped on the door downstairs, the echoes winding through the halls and up into the bedroom, contaminating the house. The noise was too loud, too deep, rattling like bones. Krista pulled her blanket higher. Instead of getting up, she sank deeper into her cocoon, as if gravity gripped her tighter. It was the police. They were here to tell her that her husband was dead, that they thought the crash might be a suicide, that the broken telephone pole had nearly speared right through his chest, that one of his eyes had fallen out, that glass shards had stuck in his skin like quills, that there was blood everywhere, that her son would grow up without a father, and she wouldn't be enough to keep little Milo from growing up to be just like Daddy, and one day she'd lose him too, and...
Stop!
She sobbed at the voices in her head, pulling the pillow over it as the knocks kept on coming.
You can't save me.
Milo's words froze her in place. Even the tears on her cheeks iced over. There was something wrong with his voice, rasping, dry, lifeless. It came from beneath her bed.
Just like you couldn't save Daddy.
The drumming of her heart drowned out the sound of her voice.
He was ill. He was a damn alcoholic. It wasn't my responsibility to save him. I couldn't. I tried. Maybe you just weren't a good enough wife.
Milo accused from below her, his voice making the bedsheets flutter, simultaneously whispering and screaming.
Just like you aren't a good enough mama.
She whimpered. Knock, knock, knock.
Go away!
She pleaded to everything.
Just let me sleep. Let me sleep forever.
Why bother waking up when she was no good for anything, when she couldn't save anyone, when trying would only make it hurt worse when she failed?
You'd leave me? Just like Daddy left.
A moist, cold hand wrapped around her wrist. Her eyes flew open. Milo's face met hers. Blood dripped from an empty eye socket and over his lips. The other eye stared blankly, milky white. His blue veins showed through his gray complexion like torn, tangled webs. Shards of glass stuck out from his skin. Blood coated his star-patterned PJs. His body twisted at an impossible angle.
I hate you, Mama.
Krista woke herself with her scream. Her wide eyes stared at her white ceiling. Her stomach roiled, its contents bubbling up into her throat. Her heart squeezed itself into a pulsing knot. The tingles in her head painted splotches of black over her vision, threatening to overtake her and drag her back into unconsciousness.
Oh, hell,
she breathed, jolting up and clenching her middle to keep from throwing up. Milo wasn't the only one having nightmares, indeed. She let out a groan that broke the silence of her empty bedroom and wiped at her cheeks with the sleeve of her nightdress. It came away dry. It seemed she only still cried in dreams. Krista let herself collapse into her sheets, her arms splayed out. One dangled over the edge of her bed. A shiver rose its hairs, and on instinct she pulled it closer to her side.
What a cliché,
she echoed to herself, scolding. No wonder Milo was going through a phase. Children soaked up the atmosphere like sponges, and doubly so for her sensitive son. Of course he'd feed off of her fear. Maybe that was why his quivering lip and irrational questions made her so angry. She didn't need further proof of her failure as a parent. She laid there for a while, watching the blank ceiling and trying to remember what it had been like when Jack had still been a good man, the tilt of the mattress toward his weight and his rhythmic breath keeping her grounded. Now, in the stillness and silence, she may as well have been floating through a void. She turned her head to stare at his vacant pillow, and the phone on her bedside table caught her eye. She picked it up to check the time. 2 a.m. She'd promised to check on Milo throughout the night. She hadn't intended to do it, more empty words, but the image conjured by her sleeping mind, his dead face peering up from under the bed, lingered on the back of her eyelids. If she made sure he was okay, replaced the image with a real one, maybe she could go back to sleep. Krista tucked her phone into her pocket and swung her shaky legs over the side of her bed. A shiver tingled up from her ankles. She jerked away from the crease of shadows beneath her. and ambled into the hallway. Krista hesitated outside Milo's door. Then, slowly, so as not to wake him, she twisted the knob and cracked it open wide enough to peer inside. The world tilted forward. A figure, dark enough to stand out against the shadows, hovered over Milo's bed. It bent at a strange angle, as if it had joints in its stomach, but its shape was otherwise human-like, save for the long, twisted fingers resting on her son's brow. Faint light smoldered underneath its palm. She only stood, staring, mouth agape.
I'm dreaming. Another nightmare. Maybe I never woke up.
Milo let out a long whimper, squirming in his sleep. The figure's fingers clenched tighter to his forehead.
Let go of him,
she breathed, the words strangled by the sense of unreality separating her from her body. The figure turned, facing her. Its red eyes burned like coals. She screamed. The adrenaline pierced through her trance. She fumbled for the light and flipped the switch. The figure was gone when she looked back at the bed. Milo was awake, clutching tight to his blanket, letting out strangled sounds he must have meant to be sobs.
Seeing things in the dark. Now I've gone and scared him even more.
Krista sat by her son and held him tight. His heartbeat throbbed against her chest. His sweaty grip dug into her nightdress. His forehead burned against her shoulder. Alive. He was alive, at least. Her pulse crashed in her head.
Of course he's alive. There was nothing actually here. Was there?
With a pang of anxiety, she realized her legs dangled in front of the crevice below his bed. She tucked them up beside her.
You saw the monster, didn't you?
Panic blurred Milo's words.
It was here.
Sweat dripped down her cheeks.
No, of course not. Mama just had another nightmare, too. Don't lie,
Milo sobbed. Her tongue fumbled for a response, dried out.
I just...
She froze when she looked down at Milo and saw the burn mark on his forehead, shaped like two long fingers.
The monster's real,
Milo shouted. The lights flickered, dunking the room in and out of shadows.
It's coming to get us in the dark.
The lights plunged out, and the shadows settled in to stay.
It's going to take us away.
Movement rocked through the bed frame. Krista swept Milo into her arms and leaped from the bed, careful not to land too close to the black space beneath it. Milo cried, his nails digging into her skin. She slammed his door behind her and ran. Her legs wobbled, numb with adrenaline, as if she was floating away from reality, or falling into another nightmare.
It's not real.
But if it was, they needed to get out of the house. She stopped when she reached the stairs that led down to the front door. It wasn't just Milo's room where the power had gone out. Even the windows were dark. The lower floor may as well have been a bottomless abyss, pure black. Oblivion. Instinct told her not to go down, not without light.
Hold tight,
she stammered to her son, his arms wrapped rigid around her neck. She took one of her arms away to pull out her phone for its flashlight. It didn't turn on.
Shit,
she hissed beneath her breath. Was the battery dead? Or, she shivered, had it gone out with the rest of the lights?
It's going to catch us,
Milo cried. The door to his room creaked open behind her. Krista dashed toward her room with a swallowed shout. A candle. She kept candles on her dresser. She could light one. She could use it to make her way downstairs. They could escape. They could...
"It's behind us!"
Milo shrieked, gaping over her shoulder.
"It's coming!"
She flung herself into her room and slammed the door behind her, locking it. The knob twisted back and forth, something turning it from the other side. They were trapped. Faint moonlight penetrated around her curtains to illuminate her room just long enough for her to see the long, black fingers curl around the bottom of the door. Then she was deprived of even that as the pale light faded.
"It's not real. We have to hide! We have to hide!"
Milo flailed in her arms.
"It's going to break in!"
She looked toward the place where her dresser stood, obscured by the dark. She knew where the candles were, where the lighter was. She could... Weight bashed against the locked door, making the wood squeal.
"Hide!"
Milo howled. There was no time left and no way out. Krista charged to her closet, slamming into its door before her trembling fingers managed to find it and pull it open. She hunched against the wall inside, Milo on her lap. She slid it closed with a too loud creak. Her bedroom door broke open with an explosion of splinters and shards. Through the closet's slats, she could see two ember eyes pierce the dark as the thing stepped past the wreckage.
"It's not real,"
she mouthed aloud.
"It is real,"
Milo sobbed. A shudder straightened Krista's spine.
"Shh! It can't hear anything,"
Milo protested.
"It finds us with its nose."
The ember eyes swept across the room, not landing on the closet door as she'd feared. Sniffling sounds broke the hush. Krista's gaze twitched to the boy burying his face in her shoulder. Milo seemed to know a lot about this thing, though she didn't know why or how.
"What else does it do?"
she whispered.
"Its eyes will glow brighter when it smells us."
She held in a gasp when the figure's eyes lit up, so blinding they burned her vision. Those twin red orbs turned to the closet and painted red shadows, striped by the slats on its walls. The thing stepped toward them.
"It'll eat our souls,"
Milo mourned.
"When we're sleeping, it eats us bit by bit, pulling our dreams out of our heads to taste them. Now that we're awake, it'll use its teeth and chew us up whole."
The figure smiled, revealing fangs too big for its head. They glinted in the red glare from its eyes as if they were already coated in blood. Krista's own blood thrashed through her body at the sight.
"Then we'll be gone, taken away, just like Daddy."
Just like Daddy. A strange idea prickled at the back of Krista's head.
"What was the monster like in that movie you saw at Calvin's house?"
She held the figure's smoldering stare as she waited for an answer.
"It looked like a shadow with red eyes and a scary smile,"
Milo whimpered. It was impossible, but... Krista swallowed.
"Honey, the monster's not real." "It is!"
Milo shouted.
"It's right outside!"
She didn't know how this was happening. Maybe her son's sensitivity went past empathy and into the psychic. Maybe her own addled mind was collaborating with his. Maybe this was something else altogether. Either way,
It's only in your imagination.
Lord, she hoped she was right.
And imagination is a powerful thing.
Apparently, more powerful than she'd ever realized.
But a movie is just a story.
Like the story Milo seemed to be narrating.
Someone made it up. They're scary, but they aren't real.
The monster's eyes flickered like power in a storm.
Just like how it's sad that Daddy's gone, but it wasn't a monster that took him away.
A pained hiss rumbled through the monster's bared fangs.
What took him then?
Milo's tears caught in the red glow.
Why would he leave us? One day you'll understand the real monsters we have to fight. Sometimes bad things just happen.
She pried Milo off of her shoulders and found his eyes.
But so long as we're brave, we can survive, even when we're scared.
She forced herself to look back at the red and black shape, pretending her heart wasn't still throbbing.
And I know you're brave,
she told her son.
So, tell a different story. Imagine the monster melting away, and it will.
She held her breath as she waited to see whether or not she'd simply gone crazy.
And then,
Milo managed, sputtering.
the lights come back on.
Krista suppressed a startled shout as harsh white light flooded her bedroom. It was working. Her mouth hung wide. It was actually working. The monster howled, its deep rumble vibrating through the room. Its feet stomped back toward her bed.
So the monster melts.
Milo's voice rose.
Because it doesn't get back to the bed in time.
The thing's cry became a gurgle. Liquid dripped and sizzled. Then came silence.
And we're safe,
Milo finished. The monster's ember eyes went out. Milo's gaze stretched as big as hers. When Krista found the courage to open the closet door, still holding Milo's hand in hers, there was no sign left of the creature. No melted pool on the floor, no broken door, nothing. A child's imagination was a powerful, terrifying thing indeed. She wrapped her son in another shaky embrace.
It's a good thing you're as brave as you are. We can be brave together,
he said, tears still spilling down his chin.
Braver than Daddy was.
Krista cried too. Airstream by Ron Ripley. When Father Carl Durst returned from fishing Sunday afternoon, the silver Airstream camper was parked in the back of the church parking lot, close to the former convent. Carl stood near his Chevy Caprice and stared at the camper, wondering which one of his parishioners would have the audacity to park such a monstrosity in the church's lot. Finally, with his fishing gear becoming uncomfortably heavy in his hand, he shook his head and walked toward the back door of the rectory.
"I'll worry about it tomorrow,"
he thought, stifling a yawn.
"All I have is the meeting with the deacons and a chat with the principal at St. Christopher's Elementary School."
Carl opened the door and let himself into the mudroom. He stripped off his fishing boots and set his poles and tackle box down. Leaning forward, Carl opened the small transom above the door, making certain no fish odors would be trapped overnight. Mrs. Lemieux was unforgiving when it came to the stench of fish in an enclosed space.
Doesn't matter that it's mid-October,
Carl sighed.
or that I'm technically in charge of the entire parish. She is my housekeeper, and she will take me to task.
He chuckled at the thought and unbuttoned his flannel jacket, hanging it on a peg near the door. Humming to himself, Carl walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and found the bottle of Stella Artois beer that Mrs. Lemieux allocated him on Sundays. Beside the beer was a plate, which he knew after long years would contain a roast beef sandwich with spicy mustard and a pair of thick-cut tomato slices.
You are a wonderful woman,
Carl thought, taking both the beer and the sandwich out. He carried them to the small kitchen table, sat down, and picked up the Sunday paper. Carl scanned the sports section to see who exactly was playing on Monday Night Football, and what the point spread was. After that, Carl ate his meal and skimmed the world news and local news sections, putting them down after reading nothing but death and mayhem across the world.
Can't we simply move beyond all this now?
He thought tiredly. It was a question Carl had been asking himself for 50 years, ever since deciding he wanted to be a priest at the age of 10. He was tired of violence, and he couldn't understand why anyone else continued to fight. Carl shook his head, stood up, and took care of his mess, wishing the world would do likewise. When the morning came, Father Carl saw the airstream was no longer present, and so he put the thought of the trailer out of his mind. The week passed slowly and without much fanfare. There were no funerals to perform, nor were there any couples to counsel pre-marriage vows. Baptisms weren't scheduled until the end of the month, and trouble at the women's prison prevented him from leading the prison ministry group up to Concord. He visited the sick at St. Joseph's Hospital and stopped in at Greenbrier Nursing Home to tend to several of his flock there. The week was entirely as it should be, and as it had been for years. A comfortable routine which delighted Carl and gave him a sense of purpose in the world. He made plans to eat with a nephew in the beginning of November and to attend a small conference at the diocese in Manchester at the end of November. Finally, when Sunday arrived again, Carl performed the Mass and was quite pleased with himself regarding the way he dovetailed the homily and the Gospel reading. Sunday evening, shortly after a fine repast prepared by Mrs. Lemieux, Father Carl decided upon a stroll. He put on his walking shoes, selected a cane from his collection of them by the front door, and at the last minute decided to bring bottled water on the off chance he worked up a thirst.
Better to have and not need than need and not have,
he mused, remembering the old adage. With his water in his pocket and his cane in his hand, Carl put on his tweed cap and left via the rear entrance. He didn't bother with locking it. While the house had been burglarized once before, Carl still didn't approve of locking the door. After the robbery, he had helped Mrs. Lemieux inventory the home, looking for items that were missing. Along with his small collection of classic films on DVD, the trio of Chromebooks used for students who were tutored in the rectory, and a jar of change by the back door, Carl and Mrs. Lemieux discovered something utterly depressing. Most of the non-perishable food was gone. The canned goods and the crackers. It wasn't the fact that the items had been taken, rather it was why they had been taken. On a shelf in the pantry there had been a note. It was on the back of the water bill's envelope, and the message looked as though it had been hastily scrawled. "I'm sorry. We're hungry." There were no promises of returning the goods tenfold, as Carl had read of in the past. It was a simple statement, and a disturbingly powerful one at that. The note served as a painful reminder of the shame that accompanied poverty and hunger. With this bitter memory always fresh in his mind, Carl gave the doorknob a final check to make certain it was unlocked and walked down the short flight of stairs onto the parking lot's asphalt. A flash of silver caught his eye, and Carl turned, surprised to see the Airstream in the same place as the Sunday before. The last rays of the sun caused the polished metal to gleam. Carl shook his head, amazed at the audacity of the parishioner as well as the sheer beauty of the machine. The windows set within the metal were all curtained, and the Airstream looked as though it might have been driven off the lot only minutes before.
Yet as attractive as it is,
Carl thought, walking toward the trailer.
This is not the place to park it. I'll need to get the plate number and find out who this belongs to.
Among the many small items Carl carried at all times, his most prized possessions were a fountain pen given to him by an aunt who served with the Sisters of Mercy, and a notebook. He constantly filled notebooks with information about parishioners and ideas for various church functions. The pen was refilled on a regular basis. In the past, Carl had used mechanical pencils, but they were never firm enough for him. He took out the pen and the notebook as he reached the trailer. Carl looked to see if there was any information on the front of the Airstream or near the door. When he went around to the back, he found the plate and stopped, surprised. The plate was from Vermont, and it bore the date 1947. There was no sticker showing it was registered, nor did the plate state that the vehicle was a trailer. Carl shook his head. With a sigh, he wrote down the number. As he put pen and paper away, he thought,
Did they change the rules regarding antique vehicles and trailers?
Carl thought they might have. Since he didn't follow anything in the antiquing world, he wasn't surprised he didn't know.
Well, it will be an interesting subject to research,
he thought.
Though I might be lucky enough to catch them returning to pick up the Airstream later on this evening, or early morning if they keep true to form.
With those thoughts occupying his mind, Carl headed out for his walk. He followed the long stretch of Ashland Street near his church, then turned into a back gate of Edgewood Cemetery. The paths were long and narrow, barely wide enough for a single car to pass through. Brightly colored leaves were scattered along the paths, and the wind picked them up and threw them where it would. Carl inhaled deeply and enjoyed the coolness of the evening as the sun set beyond the western horizon. He paused and enjoyed the view, loving the entire experience.
I have a good life,
he thought.
For that I am thankful.
Smiling, he took up his walk again and walked a long, circuitous route to the rectory. As he approached the back of the convent, his eyes searched out the silver Airstream, but the trailer was gone. Carl reached the parking lot and stopped, shaking his head. Years ago, when he had first finished seminary and been ordained, he had briefly traveled with several other priests and laypeople. They did on-the-road missionary work in the forgotten parts of America, and they did it by traveling with a large pickup truck and a trailer. While the trailer they lived in and witnessed from wasn't the same size as the Airstream, it had still taken a significant amount of time for them to get the trailer connected properly to the truck.
I haven't been gone that long,
he thought, frowning. Carl looked around, trying to spot the Airstream on the road further down towards Main Street. He saw nothing except a small, dark blue sedan turning onto a side street. Shaking his head, Carl went inside and poured himself a glass of cold water. He drank it slowly as he took off his coat and hat, returned his water bottle to the refrigerator, and then took out a packet of pre-packaged peanut butter crackers. The cellophane crinkled and complained as he opened it, and Carl popped an entire cracker into his mouth as he sat down at the table. He glanced at his notebook and then flipped it open. The numbers he had written down stood out, the black ink strong against the pure white background of the paper. Carl tapped an index finger on the number, wondering why the plate was unregistered.
It can't even pass as an antique plate,
Carl thought.
It simply isn't right. Someone has to notice when it's being driven on a main road.
Frustrated, and not positive as to why he was, Carl ate the remaining crackers and washed them down with the last of his water. The presence and then absence of the trailer, not once, but twice, irritated him in a way he couldn't explain. It was as though something was gnawing at the back of his neck, a fearful understanding of something which shouldn't be, but was nonetheless. Carl left the kitchen, walked into the den, and stood there for a moment. He stared at his television, wondering if he should turn it on and see what game was being played. His newest book, an excellent collection of mysteries from authors old and new, lay on the coffee table in front of his chair. Yet neither the television nor the book held any allure for him. He wanted to know what had happened to the Airstream.
I need to stretch my legs again,
he thought. He returned to the mudroom, put on his hat and coat, forewent the cane, and left the rectory. Father Carl hurried down the steps and stopped. The Airstream was in the lot by the convent again.
No,
Carl thought, shaking his head.
I didn't hear a truck. There was no noise. Or was there? Was I so distracted I didn't hear the vehicle return and drop off the Airstream?
As he tried to process the information, the old sodium lamps on the telephone poles flickered into life and bathed the trailer in their odd orange glow. The sun finished its descent, and night settled on New England. Movement in the trailer caught and held Father Carl's attention. One of the curtains had been peeled back several inches, then dropped back into place. He could still see the dull swing of the fabric.
This is absurd,
he thought.
If someone is in there, I need to know what's going on.
Carl didn't want to throw the people off the grounds, especially if they were in need, but he needed to know who they were and why they were there. The church offered assistance if assistance was needed. Carl tilted his head back, took a long, deep, and calming breath. Satisfied, he approached the trailer and knocked on the door. The metal was cold beneath his hand, and he shivered as he stepped back. From where he stood, someone in either of the windows which flanked the door would be able to see him. He made certain to open his coat and reveal his priest's collar. Once more the curtain moved, but this time the curtains in both windows. Nothing happened. As Carl prepared to knock again, he heard a soft click and a thump. Then the door opened. A pair of children stood in the doorway. They were dressed in clothes far too small for them, and they were gaunt, as if they hadn't eaten properly in weeks, if not longer. While the children were similar in their tight features and with their shaky, unkempt brown hair, Carl wasn't sure if they were siblings or close relatives. Hunger, he saw, had made them appear joined regardless of their bloodlines. Carl smiled and forced his empathy down.
Emotions are for after the facts have been gathered,
he told himself.
"Good evening,"
Carl greeted them.
"My name is Father Carl. Are you all right, children?"
The boy looked to the girl, and she nodded.
Yes, Father,
The boy answered, his voice thin.
we're fine, thank you.
Carl smiled.
"Are your parents home?"
They shook their heads.
"Where are they?"
Carl asked.
Trying to find dinner.
The boy began, but the girl reached out and touched her brother, silencing him. His mouth clamped shut, and he stared at Carl.
"Trying to find dinner,"
Carl repeated.
"I have dinner at my house. You are more than welcome to eat with me. Do you have a phone so you could contact your parents?"
They shook their heads. Carl frowned. Even the most destitute tended to have at least one phone.
"Really? Are you sure you don't want to come in and eat?"
We can't.
The girl said.
Our parents would be angry with us.
"Well,"
Carl smiled.
"I could always bring food to you. Would that work?"
Both children nodded, smiling broadly and revealing off-white teeth in need of a good cleaning.
"Excellent,"
Carl stated.
"Now, might I know your names? I feel terrible just nodding to you both."
Of course, Father.
The little girl smiled.
My name is Beth, and this is Herman.
"Do you like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches?"
Carl asked. Herman looked confused for a moment, but Beth smiled broadly.
We love that, Father.
"Oh, very good,"
Carl chuckled.
"That is about the extent of my culinary capabilities. I'll be right back."
He left the children standing in the doorway to the Airstream, trying not to think about how thin they looked in their outdated and ragged clothes. Carl hated poverty. It reminded him of the privileged life he had led as a child. He had never known want or hunger. The fact that they existed pained him. Again, he forced back his empathy and went into the rectory. He made a pair of sandwiches, took out a gallon water jug, and found a bag of unopened potato chips. For a minute he stood in the kitchen. Then he smiled and went to his secret stash of chocolate bars. He hid the Hershey chocolate from Mrs. Lemieux. She complained he was getting fat, and while he was a little heavier around the midsection, he wasn't going to stop eating chocolate. It was his only vice. With his pockets loaded with chocolate, Carl put everything but the gallon of water in a shopping bag. He found himself humming as he exited the rectory. The door to the Airstream was still open, and the children remained standing in the doorway.
"What strange children,"
Carl thought. He had seen such behavior in the past, though only rarely, and that when he was on the road ministering. Children who were hungry or who had been abused to the point where they no longer focused on anything other than survival. The idea that these children, that Beth and Herman might be living in a hellish world of abuse and starvation, struck Carl like a fist. His stomach twisted, and he swallowed convulsively. Catching his breath, he smiled at the children and thought,
"I should have brought my cell phone. Well, I'll have to get it later." "Here you are,"
Carl said, handing the water and the bag to the children. They took it, smiling broadly at him. Reaching into his pockets, he removed the candy and gave it to them as well.
"There, that's for after you eat your sandwiches."
Thank you, Father.
The children replied in unison. Beth nodded to Herman, and the boy put the chocolate in the bag and then brought everything into the depths of the Airstream.
Would you like to come and sit with us, Father?
Beth asked.
I don't know that your parents would approve of that,
Father Carl replied.
They don't exactly know me. I am for all intents and purposes a stranger.
Yes,
Beth agreed.
but you are a priest. This is why we parked our camper here. There is safety in the church.
Carl smiled, his heart swelling with joy.
Yes, I agree completely.
Come in then, Father.
Beth repeated.
There is room at our table for you.
The girl stepped aside and bowed slightly.
What a curious child,
Carl thought, entering the camper. It smelled of nutmeg and cinnamon, of dry air and incense. Everything was neat and orderly, each surface cleaned. Herman stood at a small kitchenette and stared at the sandwiches as if he knew what they were but didn't quite understand why he had them.
Is he disabled?
Carl wondered.
My goodness, are they leaving this poor child in the care of his sister?
Plates, Herman.
Beth spoke gently as she unfolded a table from the near wall. She walked to her brother and helped take down a pair of plates. In silence, she showed him how to place first the sandwiches, then the chips on the plates. Herman carried the plates to the table and sat down, staring at his sandwich. Carl watched as Beth took down a trio of tall glasses and filled them with water. Somehow, she managed to carry all 3 glasses to the table. She set one down in front of her brother, one for herself, and then across from them.
Will you sit with us, Father?
Beth asked, gesturing to the seat opposite them.
Of course,
Carl smiled.
Thank you.
He shivered slightly at the chill in the airstream, but still he unbuttoned the top of his coat. Carl picked up his glass to take a sip of water and noticed the glass was decorated with figures. He twisted it slightly in the light and chuckled.
Muppets,
Carl explained to the children as they peered at him with confused expressions.
These glasses were available at McDonald's a very, very long time ago.
That would explain why our Father has them,
Beth said. She lifted her own glass and took a small sip. When she set it down, Father Carl looked at her. It appeared as though she had only wet her lips with the water, not actually drinking any of it. Herman leaned over his plate, sniffed the food, and then wrinkled his nose. The boy spoke in a language Carl didn't understand, and Beth laughed.
He has not seen this type of food for quite a while,
Beth explained as Herman stood up and walked to the door. He closed and locked it.
Maybe it'll get warmer now,
Carl hoped.
What have you been eating?
A little of this, a little of that,
Beth stated as Herman went around the camper and made certain the curtains were all closed.
Whatever our parents can bring home. We often go into the woods to hunt larger prey.
Carl blinked, confused.
You hunt?
Herman's nod was enthusiastic.
Yes, I love to hunt.
I like to fish,
Carl chuckled.
I was never one for a gun.
Neither are we,
Beth said, smiling.
We never use a gun.
You two aren't strong enough for bow hunting,
Carl exclaimed.
You're far too small to even draw the bow.
No,
she whispered.
We don't use weapons. We don't have to.
Then what are you hunting with?
Carl asked. The children grinned at him, and he felt foolish, as though he was missing some obvious clue. He wanted to snap at them, but when he focused on their faces, Carl saw their teeth. The incisors and the canines were long, far longer than anything he had seen in his life.
Were they that long before?
He asked himself.
No, they couldn't have been. I would have noticed.
His gaze focused on their expressions, and then his heart skipped a beat, then another. The children's eyes were blood red. Their smiles were wicked things, full of hate and hunger. As he watched, their fingernails elongated, sharpening into points while the siblings watched him.
We hunt,
Beth said.
We hunt whenever we can. It is a joy to feast on them, to feel the blood coursing over our mouths, still warm, still stinking of fear. Fear is the tang that we love, fear of death, and, for people, what might be coming after.
Herman's tongue darted out and licked his pale lips.
We are hungry,
Beth continued.
We are always hungry. Rarely does dinner stride up to our home and knock. We appreciate your kindness, Father. It is a pity we cannot eat what you brought us, but we can eat you.
No, Father Carl said, shaking his head.
No, you cannot. This isn't real.
The children laughed and exchanged words again.
Of course it is real, Father,
Beth stated, tisk-tisking as he stood up.
Where are you going?
Out, Carl replied, his voice shaking and his hands trembling.
I need to go out. There is something wrong with you children.
We are hungry,
Herman hissed.
My brother is correct,
Beth agreed.
We are hungry, and you have brought us food.
You can eat it, Father Carl said, disliking the predatory way the children watched him.
Children, get out of the way so I may leave.
No, Father,
Beth whispered.
You are the food you brought. You are our meal. Would you let us starve?
Stop it!
Carl screamed, fear racing through him. His head pounded and his heart thundered against his chest. Panting, desperate for air, he felt his body begin to quiver.
I want to be let out.
I'm hungry,
Herman grumbled.
I want to eat. A moment more,
Beth replied. Then, focusing on Father Carl again, she said,
Come now, Father, won't you sit down? It will be easier for us to feed.
Father Carl bolted for the door. The airstream shook as his feet struck the carpeted floor, and he reached over Herman for the door handle as the boy ducked to one side. As his hand closed on the cold metal latch, Carl was struck in the back of the head. He let go of the handle, hit his forehead against the metal frame, and staggered back. He bumped into the table, did a half-spin on one foot, and crashed face first onto the floor. A cold weight climbed onto his back as he struggled to get up. But fingers grasped his hair and slammed his nose into the carpet, breaking it. He howled and tried to get up, but his broken nose was driven into the floor again. Carl tried to move, felt a hand close around his neck and squeeze. Gasping for air, he heard Beth's voice come from behind him.
Do you smell it, Herman?
She asked, her voice sweet.
Do you smell the fear?
Yes, the boy whispered.
Now,
Beth sighed.
It is time to eat.
Father Carl Durst had no strength to scream as the children bit down upon his flesh and fed.
An Artist's Purpose by Rowan Rook. Only the silence suggests I may not have made a complete mistake in buying this old cabin. In the city, silence is a myth. What we call that name is filled with the rumbling of distant cars and the ambient electronic hums so pervasive that we don't notice how much they scratch at the subconscious. The noiselessness is eerie, beautiful even. Yes, beautiful. Inspiration flickers, but when I try to grasp it, it crumbles. I swear I can taste its ashes on my tongue. My sigh disturbs the precious silence. I need to finish a half-dozen paintings for the library's local showcase next month, but I've been so achingly blocked. I hoped that if I tried the stereotypical thing and isolated myself in some picturesque mountain cottage, my muse might return to me. At the very least, I hoped it would clear my head to get away from the non-stop noise and societal pressure that says money, not artistry, is what's supposed to matter. Even if the muse did whisper in my ear, it'd be easy to miss in the rumbling metal box that is my downtown apartment. This Mount Baker cabin is my private studio in the making. My getaway plan for whenever the city saps away my color. The problem is that I don't feel the way I expected when I stare out of the windows. Sloped fields stretch above and below me, dotted with waving scarlet and violet blooms. Mist shrouds the white tops of neighboring foothills like lace. Blue skies roll by, lazy and open. It's all so boring, so cliché. Just like my decision to buy this place. There's no telltale flush in my cheeks or pounding in my heart that precipitates an inspired painting. For all its lavish, saturated hues, it leaves me as gray inside as the Seattle cityscape. Still, there is the silence. My own inhale seems too loud as I savor the still air. I'm going to give this a try for a week or two, so I may as well make my new getaway comfortable. If the price didn't make it clear enough that this place's previous owner was more interested in unloading it than making money off of it, its interior sure does. The listing called the cabin furnished, and it is, I suppose, but the couch in the living room smells so much like dust and mildew that I'd be better off getting rid of it, and dark stains leave the dining table less than appetizing. Dead plants, past the phase of rot and brittle like bone, dangle from pots in almost every windowsill, as if once carefully arranged. Black mold outlines the tiles in the bathroom and frames the edges of the cracked mirror. The cellar didn't bother cleaning up and tried to spin it as a bonus. If I'd gotten this place for anything less than a steal, I'd be furious. I can fix it up, even turn it into another artistic project in its own right. But when I search my mind for creative ideas, visualizations of the haven this place might become, there's nothing. I can't conjure anything aside from images of the archetypical mountain cottage, with its faux antique furniture and earthy color scheme, and that itself leaves me frustrated, queasy. At least the bedroom is a pleasant surprise. It's dim, with only a single small window looking down the hill, and no working lights. But there's something about the almost claustrophobic feel that leaves me eager to curl up inside it and hide away from the world. The snug bed looks cozy, too, although I'm glad I packed my comforters to replace the musty blanket. A black stain, like the one on the table, blots the center. I can't help a grimace as I shove it off and unpack my sheets. I spend the rest of the evening dusting out the dresser for my clothes, putting away my toiletries and kitchen utensils, and finally cleaning out the second bedroom that will become my main studio. I set a canvas against the window, overlooking more of those bland flowers and fields. My workstation seems almost sad, sitting there, ready and waiting, as if my inspiration will suddenly spark and I'll rush for it. Heart and hands on fire with the passion I once had before the hopeless business of art left me burnt out. False hope though it might be, I organize my brushes on the sill beside it. The cabin must be more slanted than I thought. One rolls down and hits the wooden floor. The tip cracks like a breaking bone in the hush. I almost startle. The longer I'm here, the more the silence itself seems to scratch at my subconscious, less a peaceful reprieve and more a canvas of its own, laid out to highlight every little sound that dares pierce it. I can almost hear my breath whistling through my throat, and my heart suddenly thudding harder. Even the old window slides silently when I push it open and lean outside. No bird song livens up the landscape. No wind rustles the grass. No creaks come from inside the cabin. There should be something, shouldn't there? Some sign that I'm not the last thing alive? My tight swallow seems too loud. Perhaps I'm just not used to the quietude of the countryside. I hope it will finally offer me a good night's rest, at least. The desert stretches on, as seemingly endless as the black sky. Only the stars, so impossibly bright, cast white spotlights on the parched earth that chafes against my bare feet as I walk. The surface is as cold as ice. The air is as hot as the aura of a fire. I barely feel the dust clinging to my prickling heels anymore. Sweat curves down my skin, and in the silence, it taps against the sand like rain. I don't know where I'm going. Cracks run through the desert and flow with dark rivulets of fluid. I trace one vein with my steps, my eyes wide and watering. It's incredible. I don't know how or when I arrived here. I don't know where I am. All I know is that I've never seen anything like it. My head flutters with the tingling pulse of inspiration. My fingers tremble, tapping against my naked side, hungry for a paintbrush. The burning in my chest expands into the world with every inhale and exhale. I want to share what I see, want to capture it on canvas. The gold wasteland, the black and white starscape, the dark rivers. Since I have no paintbrush and no path home, I keep walking. I'm not as afraid as I know I should be. The warmth inside me feels too much like trust. In the distance, trees spear up from the cracks, their branches spread in fractal shapes like veins in their own right. When I near them, I realize they aren't dark because they're silhouettes. They're made of the same fluid flowing beneath my feet. It looks like ink. While I stand and watch, it drips back to the dirt and black pools, falling in lieu of leaves. Shivers of excitement set my senses on edge. Incredible. I don't know what makes me do it. My body moves as if on its own. I open my mouth, reach out my tongue, and lick a drop of ink from the tree. Winter shocks through me. Absolute cold. It traces my veins like the veins in the desert and leaves the feeling of nothing in its wake. Incredible, blissful nothing. One part of me screams in delight, while the other screams in terror, and one long sound rips out through my throat and shatters the silence. My mouth goes numb, my arms go numb, my legs go numb, my lungs go numb, my heart. I jump up in bed, gasping for the air to scream. My heart squeezes like I've just been shocked. Slowly the world comes back into focus. The cabin's bedroom, with its rustic wooden walls, dusty dresser, and unpacked sheets. I make a wheeze instead of a wail when feeling returns to my lungs. I'm okay, I promise myself. I'm okay. After a couple of minutes pass, counted out by the too loud ticking of the clock, I drag my eyes to the window. Dawn's first blue light peeks over the fields. I wipe my sweaty sleeve over my face. What a fever dream. I wait a while longer, leaning against the headrest. I expect my tension to ease, my heart to stop throbbing, the final tingles to fade from my tongue. There's a taste I don't recognize in my mouth, at once sweet and bitter. I don't feel any better as time passes. The cabin's hush reasserts itself, settling over me until my tight breaths seem to echo. I don't want to be here anymore. I swing myself out of bed, trudge out of the bedroom, and turn on the lights in the hallway. They leak in through the open door, giving me light to work by as I pull my bags from under the bed and open them, ready to start packing. Maybe it's foolish to get so worked up over a strange nightmare, over a bad night's sleep. But my discomfort has only grown since my arrival last week. Even the silence has turned oppressive. It's a worse distraction than the city's noise. This place is a failed experiment. I'm going home. But when I go to pack my studio room, my eyes catch on the canvas. Cold tingles raise the hair on the back of my neck. Excitement. My fingers tap at my side, longing to clench the shape of a brush. My legs stiffen, seized between my mission to leave and the now unfamiliar compulsion to create. I should go. Now's not the time. But incredible, I'd thought in the dream. The bittersweet taste prickles on my tongue. I want to share what I see, I'd thought. I sit down and start painting. A desert emerges on the canvas. I sigh, rinsing off my paintbrushes and putting them away for the day. I sense another block coming on. 2 months later, whatever unease I brought home with me from the cabin is finally ebbing. But with it, so is my inspiration. I glance over my shoulder at a half-finished canvas. It's a forest of black trees, but it feels fake somehow, flat. It's an archetypal, eerie scene. It has nothing to say. My nails dig into my palms. Bob Dylan's Tangled Up in Blue sparks to life at my side. I startle, nearly dropping the brushes. I toss them into the sink before turning off my ringtone and answering my phone. Hello? Hello there, a man's voice says. My name is Reed Blair. Is this Casey Kaiser? Yeah. I don't hide the skepticism from my voice. No one calls me anymore. I talk to clients over email, and I keep in touch with what friends I have left over social media. This has to be a sales call. Great! I happened across your paintings at the library last month. Let me say, they're quite, well, I would say lovely, but I'm not sure that's the right word. My eyes slide to the paintings from last month's showcase, now propped against my wall. A cracked desert with black veins, trees dripping with ink, fluorescent stars. There's a rightness to them. They're not like the meadows and rivers and quaint small towns I used to paint. The spark is fading from my newest projects, but in the batch that I painted at the cabin, there's a rawness, a realness that makes them the best work my hands have ever created. I love them. I hate them, too. Just looking at them leaves me queasy. Sometimes I swear the bittersweet aftertaste from the dream is still stuck to my tongue. Thanks, I swallow to wet my dry throat. I understand what you mean. Lovely certainly isn't the right word, but I'm not sure what the right one would be either. Good! As the artist, I suppose I don't need to spell out your own themes for you. I don't tell him how much that isn't true. I've come across all sorts of strange theories about my pieces online, ranging from a metaphor of modern emptiness, the opposite of what I'd wanted to say, to a new interpretation of hell. I don't know what it is I'm painting. All I know is that it feels like there's purpose in my paintbrush, and that's good enough for me. Now, there's an opportunity I'd like to discuss with you. How would you like to feature your next collection in the Tolstein Gallery? The Tolstein Gallery? Surprise tenses my muscles and widens my eyes. The Tolstein Gallery is the most prestigious showcase this side of the country. We'll pay handsomely, of course. Reed presses across the phone, seeming to misinterpret my silence. Truly? I hate the incredulousness in my voice. The paintings I came home with had already garnered far more attention than any of my past work. According to comments on my social accounts and comments from the library, they've captured viewers' imaginations the way the dream captured mine. All the recognition still doesn't quite feel real. Perhaps it's because I should be happier about it than I am. I look back at the most popular painting, a memory of the tree I tasted captured on paper. Familiar discomfort stirs in my stomach. Truly, Reed assures, we're always on the lookout for artists with unique visions, and your work certainly shows us yours. Of course, we'd need new, exclusive work. My grip tightens around the phone. How many paintings would you need? And when would you need them by? We'll showcase about 20 paintings total, and we'll request that half of them premiere in our gallery. Our next showcase launches 3 months from now. If you're interested, I can set up an agent to talk with you more in person. My tightening chest squeezes out my breath. I can't turn this opportunity down. It's the sort of chance I never thought I'd have. I'd love to, I lie. That tree in the painting seems to waver in my swimming vision. My newest work isn't good enough. In the cabin, I produced my most evocative paintings, and in far less time than my latest mediocre attempts to mimic them. I have to go back to the cabin. I don't know whether or not I hope I'll dream again. I lean against the tree. The ink sends shivers up my bare back. But since this is a dream, I let myself savor the strange sensation rather than fear it. I take my moment of rest to look up at the sky. The white stars are certainly different than those from reality, but they aren't as random as I first believed. They're arranged in pairs, like fang marks biting through a black sheet. There is no moon that I can see, no sun or other celestial bodies. In a way, I could say that I fell here through slumber, although I never remember my arrival. When the chill on my back becomes too much, I push myself up and keep walking through the desert. There are landmarks, but they're subtle, a particular pattern of trees or formation of cracks. I've visited this place in my dreams for the last 5 nights, and every time I return, I start where I left off. I don't know where I'm going, but I've gotten better at noticing the small details, the way the skyscape never seems to rotate, the way the trees are all the same height, the way that what I'd thought was sand is actually dust over a much stranger surface. I'm not sure what it is beneath my feet, solid but spongy. My guts turn with another step, and yet I walk onward rather than wait to wake. My desire to keep moving is only another of this place's mysteries. I don't know what it is I'm looking for. Then I see it. In the distance, there's a man. A human-shaped smudge in the white starlight. A shudder stops my steps. There's something about the way his back is turned to me, about the way he's wearing a cloak dripping ink like the trees, the way he's as hushed as the rest of this reality. Curiosity aches in my muscles, but I don't know if I want to meet him. Come. The voice washes through the desert like wind. A chill starts in my gut and spreads through my bones, setting my hair on edge. His voice is the first sound, aside from my own, that I've heard in these dreams. Don't be afraid, Casey. How does he know my name? I let my legs carry me closer. I want to speak, to ask him who he is and where we are, but my tongue can't bring itself to break the hush. I only walk forward, the way I have for the last 5 nights. He's still and silent as I near, waiting. He's oddly tall. I can't see any of his features. No legs jut out from his cloak, but it doesn't touch the ground. The already hot temperature seems to rise. I'm not sure if it's in my head or the atmosphere, but beads of sweat stain my footsteps. Run, a new voice whispers. I stop. Run, run, run. The chant seems to come from the sky. I look up. The stars are wider, brighter. In the growing light, the figure in front of me has no shadow. Run. I obey. Dust kicks up behind me as I whirl backward, and for the first time run in the direction I've come. The whirl of a cloak breaks the hush behind me. My instincts howl. I'm being chased. Electric panic blurs the world. The ground beneath me starts rumbling. Dust rises, swirling into clouds like mist. The starlight quakes and shivers. My legs wobble for footing, while the cloak's rippling echoes come closer. I scream myself awake. I stare down the painting. I'm not sure if I'm daring it to tell me the truth, that it's a mess, or pleading with it to finish itself. I'd been on a roll since returning to the cabin, but last night's dream left me more confused than inspired. It shows in today's work. It features the same dreamscape, but while my paintings at home felt rote, this one seems cluttered, aimless, afraid. There's no message. I lean back with a sigh and let my eyes wander through its details. It's all just like I saw in my sleep, but my eyes catch on the figure. My muse wanted to include him, so I obeyed. A sour taste wells in my mouth when I look at his cloaked back. Perhaps the painting feels so incomplete because my encounter with him was incomplete. I wonder if I'll see him again tonight. My stomach tightens. I had considered going home this evening. After my last visit to the cabin, my refreshed muse lasted a few weeks without subjecting myself to more dreams. I can't say I ever enjoyed the nightmares necessarily, but there used to be a rightness to them. Last night there was a wrongness. I lean forward, pick up my brush and dab it in black. then blot out the figure. It's all wrong now. If I want to finish my work in time for the showcase, I need to dream again. This time, I won't run. Run! The stars shout. I don't. Come, Casey, the man says, his cloaked back still turned to me. I want to help you. I can make you great. I walk toward him, my stiff, heavy steps stirring cold dust. A part of me still wants to flee, but the same call that sometimes lures me to the canvas pulls my body closer to him. Besides, no matter how strange this dream, it's only inside my imagination. I have nothing to fear so long as I steel my mind. What do you mean? I've tasted your passion, just as you tasted my wisdom from the tree. We are compatible souls. The tree, the memory of its bittersweet taste, plays with my tongue. He turns toward me. I freeze. There's nothing inside of the cloak. Nothing that I can see, at least. There's only a blank black pit where his face should be. Don't be afraid, he insists, his voice like velvet. I tell myself it's just the shadows from his hood hiding his face, and keep walking. You see, I'm an artist as well. I made this place that's made your career. Together, we can create such incredible things. Incredible, I'd once thought. Who are you? My heart's heavy beats reverberate through my spine and my skull. A part of me doesn't want to know the answer. I am your greatest muse. You are my soma, my hands, my translator. You need a message to share. I need you to share my message. We are symbiotic. Soma, that particular word snags in my head, an ancient Greek term for body. Goosebumps paint themselves across my skin. What are you? Come see, he says. I'll show you. I stop a few feet in front of him. Show me, then. Do you agree to our pact? The cloak flutters, but the hood only falls deeper over his face. I need your consent before we become as one. Become as one? Repulsion curdles in my chest. What fresh fever dream is this? Together we can change the world. Isn't that an artist's purpose? All you must do is agree. The spark of the ecstasy I felt when the desert first stretched out before me warms my numbing veins. Yes. My pulse skips a beat, like it can't believe the words on my lips. I agree. Run! Screams through the sky. The stars brighten, flickering. Their light exposes the strands of ink holding up the cloak like marionette strings. I'm not looking at any man. I'm looking at a puppet. So it shall be, rumbles through the desert. Pain shocks through my bones. Wait! The cloak falls like a flower petal, empty, Liquid strings collapse and splash across my feet.
Run! Run, or you'll be one of us!
My wide eyes whirl toward the sky. Thousands of other eyes stare back at me, as wide and afraid as mine. They aren't stars at all. Movement ripples through the black abyss above, twisting the gazes as their warnings turn to shrieks. The desert shifts under me, quaking. The silence shatters with a gust. Dust blows past me, hiding my false stars. A rumbling echo fills the expanse. A breath, the world itself, exhales. Beneath my bare feet, black fluid, blood, spills from its veins. Without the layer of dust, exposed muscles clench and flex in the cracked earth. No, it's not earth. I'm impossible. I'm standing on a tongue. I scream as the sky, the maw, closes in and swallows me whole. Interview in the Whatcom Daily by Jeanette Wolfe. Chances are you know the name Casey Kaiser, whether you live in Whatcom County or not. The reclusive artist who moved to Mount Baker last year is quickly becoming one of our most famous locals. Known for eerie, evocative imagery, Casey's work features skies filled with eyes instead of stars, and endless deserts and glimpses of strange beasts, too mammoth to capture in any one painting. It's not for everyone, certainly, but it never fails to stir a reaction. It's not without controversy either. The painter gave me the privilege of an interview after this year's Tolstein Gallery. I hope you find the inside of this creative mind as fascinating as I did. Jeanette. First off, let's address the rumors. Many of our readers have said they hesitate to visit your galleries due to reports gaining ground online. Some of your previous viewers claim strange dreams started after viewing your work. Some of them even claim to see the sights depicted in your paintings in their sleep, or hear odd voices. Most famously, one man who chronicled such dreams in his blog died in his sleep. As incredulous as these rumors seem, they're becoming synonymous with your name. How do you feel about these stories? Maybe they even aid the vibe you're going for? Casey, I should note, smiled at the question, belying an otherwise stoic countenance. Casey. Surely, any true insomnia or tragedy is unrelated to my work, but I don't mind the tales. When I take brush to canvas, all I want is for people to react, to feel, to interpret, to understand. What form that reaction takes is outside of my control, but as long as it occurs, I'm serving my role. An artist's purpose comes from spreading a message, after all. Casey paused here, stifling a sound. I'm not entirely sure how to categorize it. It may have been a laugh. Casey. Art can change the world. Anger Asylum by Ron Ripley. Leave her alone, the old man told him. It's as simple as that. Patrick Wint peered in through the observation window. In the narrow room, an equally narrow cot stood against the left wall. The crisp white sheet was turned down. The dark gray blanket was folded in hospital fashion. The corners were each a perfect 45-degree angle. The room was painted a soft white, the walls barren of any decoration. A single window, made from thick glass, allowed the bright light of the autumn morning to stream in. The evening sunlight was the room's sole source of illumination at that moment. In the center of the room, the occupant the old man warned Patrick about sat with her head down. She wore a pair of dark blue, nondescript scrubs, and her light brown hair hid her face. She had an open book on her lap, but it didn't look to Patrick as though she was reading it. Glancing back at the old man, Patrick smiled, tried to remember the man's name, and failed. The older man chuckled. Frank Fay, Patrick. Bet you're wondering why I'm saying to leave her in her room. Yeah, Patrick admitted. She's dangerous, Frank informed him. She doesn't look it, I know, but she is. Peek in on her every shift, couple of times. Make sure she's all right. Do not open that door, though. Not at all. What if she's having an emergency? Patrick asked. See this? Frank asked, pointing to a small button set within the wall to the door's right. Patrick nodded. That's a panic button, Frank stated. A panic button? Patrick asked, shaking his head. What the hell? Frank's lined face was stern. Yeah, a panic button. Do yourself a favor. Keep your hand near it all the time when you're checking on her. Security knows all about it. What? Patrick glanced in at the unmoving resident. Are you serious? What does she do? Does she have seizures? I want you to step away from the door for a minute, Patrick, Frank said, motioning for him to step away. Patrick did so. What do you notice about the door? Frank asked. Patrick controlled the impulsive, inappropriate response and looked at the door. It's... he began, but then he let his voice trail away. The door was made of dark metal, and it was recessed slightly. Patrick glanced at Frank. Does it open in? Frank nodded, and Patrick wondered why the door moved in when the other resident doors in the facility were pocket doors, easy to push back and in. Why is it made of metal? None of the others are, Patrick thought. What else is different about the door? Frank asked. It's metal, Patrick said. It's the only residential room that has a metal door. All the others are made out of wood. Yep, Frank nodded. You got it. I'm going to tell you the reason why as we go along. Frank started walking with a slow, curious limp, as if his right hip didn't work quite as it should. Let's start with the fact the door's set within the wall and opens in. She has a habit of breaking doors. So, the iron door saves us a lot of money in the long run. Iron? Patrick shook his head, confused. Are you telling me that her door is made out of the same stuff they use for cemetery fences? Frank chuckled, and they entered the small cafeteria. The old man waved to several of the residents and moved through to the other side, where the door to the late-night supervisor stood open. When they got into the small, cluttered office, the two of them sat down. Frank smiled at Patrick and said, It's an easy job. The only challenges you'll be getting are pretty basic. We answer questions and do our best to answer them correctly and to the best of our ability. You need to remember that and to keep your head up. Things happen quick around here. Patrick adjusted himself in the seat, looked out of the open doorway, and asked, "None of these people give you a hard time?"
"Oh, there are plenty of days where it's rough," Frank responded. "Nature of the beast. So, here's the schedule. Do a round every 30 minutes. It may seem like a lot, but it's not. Remember, just a peek in at the resident in the special room. Now, my number and the director's are taped to the wall by the phone. You need anything, or if anything happens, you call us directly. All right?"
"Yeah," Patrick nodded.
"Good."
Frank smiled. He picked up a set of keys from the desk and handed them to Patrick, who took them. The ring had a long, worn leather loop closed by a button. Patrick managed to fit the loop onto his belt, and the old man chuckled.
"A pain, I know, but it works a sight better than the D-rings someone picked up from Home Depot for us."
Patrick grinned in response, not quite sure what to say to the information.
"Anyway," Frank sighed, "that's about the size of it. I'm here for another hour or so. Paperwork, you understand. Wander around, get to know some of the staff, and not just the pretty girls. Talk to all of them."
Patrick chuckled.
"Sure, I'll do that." "Good," Frank said. "All right, get on out. If I don't see you before I leave, have a good shift. And, Patrick, welcome aboard."
"Thanks." Patrick stood, shook the older man's hand, and left the office. He stood for a minute in the small cafeteria, orienting himself. There were 3 floors he was responsible for. "Might as well start upstairs and work my way down," he thought. He walked across the cafeteria to the stairwell and climbed the long, narrow steps to the 3rd floor. When he exited the stairwell, he was greeted by the sound of sobbing. It came directly from his left, where a door stood open. Concerned, he moved to the door and peered in. An old woman lay crumpled in a large easy chair, sobbing. A television on the dresser near her played a muted rerun of The Price is Right. A hand touched Patrick's back, and he jumped, jerking himself around. "Shh," a woman said, putting a finger to her lips. She was dressed in the dark blue scrubs the permanent residents wore at the facility. "Eugenia doesn't like to be interrupted when she's crying. She says it causes all the bad energy to get stuck in her again."
"Oh,"
Patrick responded, and stepped away from the door. "Why are you up here?" the woman asked.
"I'm checking on the floors," he answered. "In fact, I need to speak with the nurse."
"Okay," the woman said, and then she introduced herself. "I'm Caitlin."
"Nice to meet you. I'm Patrick," he said, offering his hand.
She smiled, shook it, then jerked his hand up to her mouth and bit the back of it as hard as she could. Patrick let out a howl of pain and tried to pinch her jaw open. A moment later, with his blood streaming out of Caitlin's mouth, a pair of nurses sprinted down the hallway to them. Caitlin sank to the floor, pulling Patrick with her. One nurse dropped a duffel bag full of medical supplies on the floor and jerked out a bandage. The other skidded to a halt, knelt beside Patrick and Caitlin, and then the nurse pinched Caitlin's nose. Caitlin yanked her teeth out of his hand, and she flailed at the nurse who had pinched her nose. The nurse with the bandage quickly wrapped it around Patrick's wound and ordered, "Elevate it!" Before Patrick had put his hand fully above his head, the nurse joined her companion in trying to calm Caitlin down. The ding of the elevator sounded, and Caitlin flailed and kicked in their arms. A pair of security guards ran down the hall, keys jingling and serious expressions on their broad faces. As Patrick watched, the large men squatted beside Caitlin and with slow movements exchanged positions with the nurses. They slipped their arms under hers, took control of her forearms, and lifted her up. She kicked and twisted, spat at them, and called them names. Both men spoke gently to her, neither seemingly upset by the profanities spewing forth from her mouth, or by the kicks that occasionally connected. Patrick found himself under the care of the two nurses, middle-aged women with no-nonsense attitudes who worked on him with quiet efficiency. The medical bag seemed to have an entire hospital ER dispensary in it as they took out item after item to clean and bandage his wound. "Are you allergic to any pain meds?" one of the women asked. Patrick shook his head, clenching his jaw. Pain flared in his injured hand. "Here," the second woman said, smiling for the first time as she took out a large white bottle from the bag. She shook out a pair of dark brown pills and put them in Patrick's uninjured hand. The nurse produced a water bottle from the bag and opened it for him. "My name's Molly. My partner in crime is Zoe. Take those pills. There's super-strength ibuprofen." Patrick nodded, forced his jaw to relax, and popped the painkillers, took a long drink from the bottle to wash it down, and shuddered at the influx of pain. "Thank you." "Sure," Molly smiled. Zoe finished up, and the two women began to sort out and put away their medical supplies. Glancing at him, Zoe shook her head. "Sorry about Caitlin. They didn't tell us Vance wasn't the late-shift supervisor anymore. She knew him, and he knew not to let her touch him. You should have been told. But, well, now you know. As you can see, she's a biter." "Yeah," Patrick grimaced. "Kind of figured that out." "You'll need to head down to the infirmary," Zoe continued. "They have the antibiotics and other meds you'll need to prevent infection from the bite. And," Molly added, "you'll have to make sure you fill out an incident report before you go home." "Okay," Patrick said, storing away all of the information. "Do they have a replacement for you?" Molly asked. "What do you mean?" Patrick asked in return. "Aren't you going to go home now?" Zoe said, zipping up the bag. Patrick grinned and shook his head. "Hell no, it's my first day on the job." The nurses looked at him and laughed. Zoe shook her head, saying, "There's some dedication for you." "Well, you can go home," Molly said. "They won't like it, but Caitlin just did a number on the back of your hand." "It's okay," Patrick told them. "Honest, it is. I've had worse and worked with it." "Like what?" Molly asked as the three of them headed toward the stairs. "Stress fractures in both shins," Patrick stated. "Still finished the 20K field march." "Army or Marines?" Zoe asked. "Army," Patrick answered. "Same," Zoe chuckled. "Both of us." Patrick shook his head, winced at the pain, and then laughed. "Hey, nice to meet you both. I'd shake your hands, but, you know." "Yeah," Molly winked. "We know. See you later tonight when you make your rounds." "Sounds good." Patrick waved goodbye and turned away. He took his time going down the stairs, his injured hand throbbing with every movement. When he reached the first floor, he asked for directions to the infirmary and went there. He filled out an incident report while he waited for the antibiotics to be prepared. "Get something out of the cafeteria," the pharmacist told him. "Otherwise, your gut's going to complain along with your hand. Plus, that ibuprofen is going to make you miserable if you don't put some food in there, too." "Thanks," Patrick sighed. He left the pharmacy and thought, hell of a first day. In a short time, Patrick purchased a bottle of water and a pair of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. He sat down and ate them both, quickly, then drank the entire bottle.
You okay?
Patrick looked up and saw Frank approaching him. The man wore a battered leather jacket, and there was a concerned expression on his face.
Yeah,
Patrick nodded, standing.
I'm fine.
Frank raised an eyebrow.
I'm sorry, by the way. Caitlin slipped my mind. She's a strong woman. If you want to go home, Patrick, I can cover for you. We might be able to get the first shift supervisor in here.
Patrick shook his head.
No need, and no worries, Frank. I'm good. If that changes, I'll give you a call, but I really don't think it will.
Frank looked at him for a moment, then he nodded.
Okay. I'll take your word on it. Well, have a better night, Patrick. I suppose you're a full-blooded member of the Anger Asylum now, aren't you?
Guess so,
Patrick chuckled. Have a good night, Frank.
The old man waved and left. Patrick watched him for a moment, then decided to return to his introduction to the staff. Within an hour, Patrick had traveled from the 3rd floor to the bottom, and news of the attack preceded him at all times. Everyone, it seemed, knew Caitlin had bitten him. Most people were impressed he was still at work. Others, like the pair of security guards who had forcibly removed Caitlin, gave nods of approval. As Frank had said, Patrick had gone from newbie to full-blooded member. It felt good. Patrick had worked numerous jobs since his discharge from the Army a year earlier. He had loved the camaraderie and esprit de corps, but some of his fellow soldiers had been too much for him. Patrick had a low tolerance for stupidity, and every day in the Army, someone crossed that threshold. Throughout his time after the Army, Patrick had been looking for a sense of community in a workplace, a sense of purpose.
Anger Asylum is the place for me, Patrick thought, nodding his head. These people work together.
Patrick found himself on the 1st floor, walking down the slim hallway where the resident Frank had warned him about stayed. Stepping up to the door's window, Patrick peeked in at the young woman. She lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling. A small light set in the wall provided illumination. The young woman turned her head and looked at Patrick. Her eyes were filled with terror. Patrick had seen the look before on the faces of men who knew they were going to die. Men gut-shot and cut in half, but still conscious. The look chilled him, and he fought the impulse to step away. She got out of the bed, walked to the door, and placed her forehead against the glass.
"Let me out,"
she pleaded softly.
"Please, let me out."
Patrick licked his lips and winced as pain flared in his hand.
I can't. You have to stay in your room.
"I don't feel good,"
she told him, shuddering.
"I'm going to be sick."
Why don't you sit down?
Patrick kept his voice calm, trying to soothe her. The patient shook her head, pressing her lips together.
Hey, my name's Patrick. What's yours?
He asked, trying to distract her.
"Katie."
Hi, Katie.
Patrick smiled.
Listen, take a few deep breaths in and sit down, okay?
She nodded, stumbled back a few paces, and sat down hard on her cot. Katie looked at him, smiled weakly, and then her eyes widened. She turned her face away from him and vomited a stream of black blood.
What the hell?
Patrick yelled. He slammed his hand against the panic button, and nothing happened. There was no sound at all, no way to tell if anyone was around to see or hear it. He looked back into the room and saw Katy on the floor, lying on her side in the pool of blood. Her body convulsed, and she threw up again, weaker but with the same discolored blood. Patrick hit the button repeatedly, but to no avail. He sprinted from the room to the elevator, went to push the down button, and saw that the light was flashing, stuck between the third and second floors. In the right corner of the room was an in-house telephone, and he ran to that. He snatched up the receiver and heard only dead air. Patrick swore, dropped the handset back into the cradle, and looked once more at the elevator. The light was still stuck in the same place. Patrick sprinted back to Katy's door. He looked in through the window and saw her still on her side, her mouth partially open. Her face was pale, as if she had expelled every drop of blood within her. Patrick jerked the keys off of the ring and opened her door. A wave of cold air rushed past him into the room, with enough force to knock him into the doorframe. He staggered, caught himself, and stood there, trying to understand what had happened. As he did so, the temperature in the room plummeted. Shaking, he stepped forward, cautious of the blood, and knelt down beside Katy. His hands shook as he checked her pulse. It was there, only weakly. Patrick glanced at the open door and strained to hear if anyone was coming. After a futile look, he focused on Katy and was surprised to see her eyes were open.
"Did they come for me?"
she whispered. "Who?" Patrick asked, confused. Then she smiled and sighed.
"They're here."
Before Patrick could see who she meant, the light went out in the room. Katy let out a soft laugh, and something hard hit him in the small of the back, sending him sprawling into the rapidly cooling puddle of blood. Swearing and cursing, Patrick got onto his hands and knees and looked around for the teenager. Katy was sitting on the bed, smiling. Blood stained her shirt and the front of her chin.
"They're here for us,"
she whispered.
"Are you going to try and stop them?"
"No one's taking us anywhere," Patrick stated, his anger rising.
"But I want to go,"
Katy hissed.
"I need to."
In the half-darkness, Patrick could see shapes. It seemed that they filled the hallway, and he knew there was no way out. He hesitated only for a moment before he snatched the door and slammed it closed.
"What?"
Katy shrieked.
"What are you doing?"
"Staying put," he growled at her. She attacked his injured hand, punching and kicking at it. The pain was excruciating, but still, he used it to block her other attacks.
"Stop it!"
he yelled. Someone struck him in the back of the head and set his ears to ringing. He twisted around, looking for the assailant, but to no avail. Katy punched him in the face hard, and Patrick felt his nose break.
"Not again,"
he grimaced and pushed her away from him. She dragged her claws down his forearms, drawing blood with every nail.
"Whatever,"
Patrick thought, and punched her in the mouth. Katy crumpled silently, falling onto her cot, her body limp and loose. Something filled the air, and he didn't know what was causing the sensation. A fist rocked the side of his head and sent him spinning around. He caught himself on the rear wall, straightened up, and put his back against the wall. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw figures darting from side to side. Patrick gathered his wits and thought, "I just need to make it outside the room. The door's not locked. I have the key. I just have to get out there." With his eyes locked on the door, Patrick took 2 steps before a blow caught him in the stomach, lifted him off of the floor, and threw him back to the wall. His head smashed against the masonry, and stars exploded in front of his eyes. The world tilted as he tried to focus, and he found himself sinking to the floor, unable to remain upright. He fell to his hands and knees, head hanging as he tried to recuperate from the attack. Patrick tasted blood and spat a glob of it onto the floor. Faintly, he heard the sound of voices. Then a pair of bare feet stood before him. He looked at the small toes, the hem of each pant's leg, then followed the scrubs up to Katie's face. She grinned at him. Blood splattered across the lower half of her face and leaking out of her nose. Katie brought one foot up and then smashed it down on his injured hand. Patrick screamed and jerked his hand back, only to receive a strike to a kidney by an unseen force. 2 more blows tipped him over onto his side, and he curled into a fetal position to try and protect his stomach. Katie crouched in front of him, blood and mucus dripping from the tip of her nose.
"They told me what Caitlin did," she cooed. "How wonderful it must have been. The dead saw it all, every bit. Then they told me you were coming down here. How lucky am I that you would not listen to Frank. So lucky. Did he warn you about the dead?"
Patrick looked at her, horrified and confused. The pain inside of him dwarfed any other pain he had experienced in his life. Internal bleeding, he thought. I'm hemorrhaging. I'll bleed out soon. He felt the pressure of the blood pooling against his stomach. She drove a small fist into his broken nose, and he howled at the pain. Katie chuckled.
"You need to listen to me. Did Frank warn you about the dead?"
Patrick managed a weak shake of his head.
"Of course not,"
she sighed.
"They don't want to scare people away."
The young woman peered at him.
"Would it have scared you away, Patrick?"
Through clenched teeth, he hissed, "No!"
"No,"
Katie whispered.
"Because you're a man, aren't you?"
He nodded.
"And you'll die like one?"
Patrick swore at her, and she kicked him in the side of the face.
"It's been a long time," she said,
crouching down in front of him, leering at him.
"They put me behind the iron door because the dead like me. There are so many of them here, Patrick. They like to see people hurt. I like to hurt people for them."
He tried to get to his hands and knees, but she grabbed his right ear, twisting it hard enough to make him scream. With her free hand, she punched him twice more in the nose, and then his head jerked back, and he fell to the floor again. Warmth rushed down his chin as he gasped for breath, a new pain pulsating in his ear.
"Look,"
she whispered. When he did, she waggled a strange red piece of meat. My ear, he thought. Katie winked at him and popped it into her mouth. She chewed it slowly, as though savoring every moment of it. The horror and pain he had felt slowly transformed into terror.
"Chewy!"
She laughed.
"They might be able to get in here,"
Katie said, motioning toward the door.
"But I doubt it. There are only 2 keys. Frank has one, and the other, well, it's hidden."
She patted her stomach and lifted her shirt up a fraction. There was an angry red scar on her stomach, no larger than a quarter. Dropping her shirt, Katie grinned at him.
It hurt a lot, but I put the key in there, and no one thought to look. Oh, Frank searched high and low. He's good at that, but he doesn't think outside the box,
she snickered. Behind her, people banged on the iron door. Then screams erupted, and the banging stopped. Katie laughed.
See, the dead want me to have fun. Those out there and those in here. The same thing. The same thing. We all want to have fun.
I will rip that damned key out of you,
Patrick snarled, trying again to get to his hands and knees. She faked a look of surprise and giggled.
Boo!
She whispered, and someone kicked his hands out from under him. Patrick crashed to the floor, smashing into it hard enough to shatter teeth. The pain of the breaks was too much. He rolled onto his side, hands holding his mouth. Katie leaned over him, her hair hanging down and hiding her face in shadow.
Tell me,
she said, her voice cold and serious.
Do you think you will live through this? Do you think you will survive in here, with me and the dead of this place?
Patrick couldn't answer. He could hardly think rationally.
No,
she hissed.
You will not. I have always wanted to taste an eye. I suspect it might feel like Jell-O against my tongue. What do you think, Patrick? Will your eyes feel like Jell-O? Like some sweet childhood dessert?
Patrick shuddered and rolled onto his stomach, all his attention focused on the door out of the room. He reached forward with both hands, sought purchase on the floor beneath the drying blood, and managed to pull himself several inches toward the door. He repeated the process again and again. Through the door, he heard someone yell his name. He looked up and saw the nurse, Molly. She called to him again, and he nodded, dragging himself another inch closer. Molly screamed and pounded on the door, and a moment later there was a weight on his back.
It's just me,
Katie whispered, her breath hot against his remaining ear.
I'm hungry. Don't you want to help me?
Patrick tried to crawl forward again, but he couldn't, not with Katie's extra weight.
Of course you want to help me,
Katie said, patting him on the head.
Why wouldn't you?
Both her hands slipped around his head, and her small thumbs dug into his eyes. Awa Baba Ilan by Ron Ripley. Tony Strauss opened his beer, took a long drink from it, and shook his head in disgust. "What's wrong with you now?" His brother's sharp tone caught Tony by surprise and forced him to turn around and scowl at his younger sibling. "What?" "You heard me." Joe didn't look up from the crossword he was working on. Tony flipped his brother off and took another drink. "I will snap that finger off for you if you keep sticking it up." How the hell can he see everything? Tony thought, looking out the window again. "Are you going to answer me?" Tony rolled his eyes and sighed. "Yeah, fine. I was looking at the new neighbor." For the first time, there was interest in his brother's voice.
Male or female? Female. Tony squinted. Some type of Chinese. What? She's Asian. Tony took another drink. You're an idiot. There was enough venom in the statement to make Tony tremble for a moment. Clenching his teeth, Tony turned to face his brother again. The crossword Joe had been working on was forgotten on the table, eyes boring into Tony. What? Tony hid his fear from his brother. I told you she's Asian. You said some type of Chinese. Yup. Tony finished his beer. They're all the same. Joe shook his head. I honestly think that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say. And we've been brothers for 32 years. That's really impressive. I didn't say anything dumb. Tony took another drink. No? Tell me, Einstein, Japanese people, are they Chinese? No. Tony felt his shoulders sag. Instantly, he knew what he had done wrong. Enough! I know. No! You don't know. Joe stood up, and although he was 3 years younger than Tony, at 6'2", he was 4 inches taller and a good 30 pounds heavier than Tony's lean 160 pounds. Brushing his light blonde hair out of his eyes, Joe took a step forward. You're an idiot. I'm going to educate you. There are multiple different ethnicities in Asia. They are not all Chinese. Well, the damned neighbor next door looks like she's Chinese, so that's a good enough description for me. That's why you're an idiot. Joe pushed by Tony and looked out the window. Tony joined him a moment later. His eyes scanned the backyards of their neighbors until he saw the woman working in her garden. Well, bravo, Einstein. She's definitely an Asian. Doesn't mean she's Chinese. Joe shook his head. Why are you all worked up anyway? You gonna go on one of your Chinese racist rants again? I'm not racist. Tony's words were said through clenched teeth, and even as they exited his mouth, he could taste the lie on them. Tony knew he was a racist. He knew he hated foreigners and people with different colored skin. His hatred knew no bounds, but his greatest hatred was reserved for the Asian population. He despised them most of all, every one of them. You're the most racist person I've ever met. Joe stared hard at Tony. Leave her alone. She's minding her own business. Do the same. Joe left the room, and Tony stood alone, seething. For several more minutes he remained where he was, drinking his beer and peering out the window. He watched the woman, barely visible as she moved, hunched over among the bushes and plants of her garden. Why did the Thompsons have to move? Tony asked himself, finishing his beer and going into the kitchen. He rinsed the can, crushed it, and tossed it into the recycling bin by the back door, where it clattered with others of its ilk. They were fine. Nice, wholesome white family. What else could you ask for? He stepped over to the back door and opened it. Tony tried to see the woman, and when he realized he couldn't, he fetched another beer from the fridge and took it out onto the porch. He stood there, eyes searching for the new neighbor, and finally finding her. She was entering her house, and she vanished inside a moment later, a flurry of brightly colored cloth and tanned skin. Tony scratched at his chin before he opened the beer. Wonder if she'd move if I gave her a hard time. He took a sip and considered the idea. Can't get too crazy or violent. They'd say it was a hate crime, and if they caught me, I'd end up doing extra time in jail. I don't want to go to jail, period. Sure as hell don't want to spend any extra just because I was trying to get a foreigner out of my neighborhood.
Tony scowled as he thought of it. He dropped down into one of the battered folding chairs and winced as it creaked beneath his weight. From his vantage point, he saw the woman exit her house again. She was old, her white hair pulled back into a ponytail. The woman wore an orange sarong, which stood out starkly from the subdued colors of her garden. As Tony watched, she worked diligently with some of the plants. Occasionally, she bent down and out of sight, returning a moment later with a large weed, which she tossed to one side. "She sure likes that garden," he thought. Then the idea struck him. "I can ruin her garden. Don't put any hate crime crap in it. Just ruin her garden. She'll know why. I'm sure of it. Asians are pretty damned smart," he thought with grudging acknowledgement. "Just can't let them stay here in America. Not at all." Tony drank his beer slowly, getting up for another pair of them after he finished it. He had no sooner sat down and opened the can than the woman entered her house. The sun was well past its zenith and heading toward the western horizon. "I only have a little bit of time to get over there, do it, and get back," he thought. Tony got to his feet, wavered, and focused on what needed to be done. "I don't need tools. I'll just tear stuff out by hand. Then, when I'm done, I'll scoot out into the yard behind hers, walk around the block, and come back into my house. She won't know, and Joe sure as hell won't." Satisfied with his plan, Tony finished his beer and walked into the kitchen. Joe sat at the table working on a new crossword. "Still drinking?" The question irked Tony, and he was forced to repress the urge to snap back at Joe. "No arguing. He'll know I'm getting ready to do something." "Actually, I'm not getting another drink." Tony rinsed, crushed, and recycled the can. Joe looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Why not? Tomorrow's Saturday, so you don't have to work. Mom and Dad won't be back from their cruise for another week. If you follow your usual pattern, you should be drunk until you go to bed Sunday night." "Well, I'm not following my usual pattern." Tony shook his head. "Just mind your business." "Shut up!" Joe returned his attention to the crossword, and Tony left the kitchen before his brother could realize something was up. Tony walked casually down into the basement, leaving the door open as he always did. He went to the washer and dryer, picked up his dirty clothes from the hamper, and tossed them into the washing machine. Tony added the detergent, hitting the setting, and closed the lid. Once the water began to fill the drum, he turned away and walked to the exterior door, which led into the backyard. When he opened it, he paused and listened, expecting to hear the legs of Joe's chair dragged across the floor. After a moment of silence, Tony grinned and slipped out of the basement. He kept to the house until he came to the edge. The cool October air felt good on his face, and he paused to enjoy the smell of someone's wood stove. Revitalized by the sweet scent of autumn, Tony left the relative safety of his house and crept through the shadows toward the new neighbor's house. A smile settled onto his face as his heart rate increased, and he imagined the horror and sadness on the woman's face when she discovered her ruined garden. "That'll teach her to come to America. She'll learn soon enough that she and her kind aren't welcome here." Tony shook his head. "Not in New England. Nope, not at all." In a few minutes, he stood at the edge of her property. There weren't any lights on in the woman's house. The back door and the windows were all closed. Tony didn't know if she had a car or not, but he knew she was gone. "Perfect," he thought. "Oh, this is just great." He pushed aside a low bush and let himself into the backyard. Standing there, he was able to look around at the improvements she had done in only a few days. He could remember the atrocity Dave Thompson had tried to call a yard. "Whoever she is, she's got a hell of a green thumb," Tony thought. As he stood there, taking it all in, he noticed that there were paths marked out. Curious, wandering creations that seemed to flow between the larger plants. "Too bad I have to destroy it," Tony thought with no genuine sympathy. "It's pretty." He leaned forward, wrapped his hands around the stem of a gigantic sunflower plant, and ripped it out, hurling it to the ground and stomping on the yellow bud. Grinning, he worked his way through the other 13 sunflowers. He was sweating slightly when he finished, and when he did, he looked around for the next victim. It was a tomato plant, one of 6. Tony tore each of them from the earth, gleefully smashing them on the path. He couldn't stop smiling. He felt fantastic, better than he had in years, and he still had the buzz on from the beer. "Great night," he thought joyously, bending over to grasp a vine. When he did, it snapped around his wrist and held him tight. Tony's mind ground to a complete stop, and he stared at his left wrist. In the pale light of dusk, he could see how his arm couldn't move. Yet, despite seeing it, he didn't believe it. Instead, he tried to pull the vine off his wrist, but it only tightened its grip while he was unable to get his fingers in. Anger replaced his joy, and he traced the vine down to the ground with his free hand, searching for the root. He found it and let out a snarl of satisfaction. Grasping it firmly, he let out a cry of surprise as another vine imprisoned his other wrist. Tony felt panic freeze his limbs, and for a heartbeat he did nothing. Then, with a tremendous effort, he began to pull backward. A pounding settled into the back of his head, and he saw stars around the edges of his vision. His breath came in short bursts, and the sense of panic doubled. Nothing was working. He stiffened. Something thin and cold stole up around his ankles, tightening as they went. "No!" he thought. His legs were jerked out from beneath him, and he crashed to the ground. Tony hissed and cursed as he felt his left wrist break, the sensation hideous. Tears sprang into his eyes, and he struggled to shift his weight off the injured body part. The vines wouldn't let him. Instead, more of them snaked up and over his body, wormed their way between his arms and his torso, between his legs. Others wove up and over his head, pulling it down into the earth of the garden. In a short time, Tony was pinned to the garden, every breath a struggle, the pain of his wrist a horrible reminder that he was not dreaming. Above him, clouds filled the sky, concealing the arrival of the stars and the moon. The clouds darkened, and soon drops of rain fell, striking his forehead with the precision of needles and feeling the same against his skin. For what seemed like hours, Tony lay there. He shivered and struggled to ignore it, but he couldn't. The earth beneath him became mud. A puddle formed near his mouth, and every breath he exhaled threatened to be his last as the water lapped against his cheek and chin. The mud settled into his clothes and crept up into his ear. Despite the vines, Tony was certain that ants crawled over him. He could feel their small legs on his lips and tracing the edges of his nostrils. At one point, he felt a large spider scuttle over his face, pausing to examine his eye. Tony began to hyperventilate. He struggled for breath, to understand what was going on. He was no longer drunk. His panic and fear had driven the alcohol out of his system. "Hello?" The woman's voice was soft, delicate, and tinged with an accent Tony couldn't identify.
Please, help me.
His words were slurred, difficult to understand, due to the vines imprisoning him. He could not see anything, or even tell where the voice was coming from. "Help you?" The genuine surprise in the woman's voice shocked him.
Please.
"What is your name?"
Tony.
"Tony. I have never met a Tony before." She whispered something in a language he didn't understand, and the vines on his face loosened. He was looking at the older Asian neighbor, and she was peering down at him with a mix of curiosity and disgust. She nodded as though someone had spoken to her. "My name is Awa Baba Ilan, and you have come here to drive me out. I know you want to finish what you began here." She sat down on the ground a few feet from him. "You will not. I will not allow it. My daughter will not allow it. So tell me, how do you need help?"
I'm trapped.
He shook himself and howled at the pain which exploded in his broken wrist. "Yes, you certainly are." She tucked a strand of stray hair behind an ear. "I would be upset if you weren't. I have worked very hard to ensure these are the best protectors. If they hadn't succeeded in stopping you from causing any more harm, I would have been disappointed in them. However, they did an excellent job, as did my daughter, for telling me you were here. I never would have known."
Well, now you know. Let me go.
Tony's throat was raw with anger and fear. "No, I don't believe I will." The old woman stood up. "I have some chores to do inside. I will check on you again later." As she walked away, Tony tried to scream at her, but the vines tightened their grip and kept his mouth shut. Nothing he did gave him any slack, and more often than once, he hit his broken wrist. A low, gnawing fear whispered in his ears, telling him he was going to die lying in the darkness, slowly strangled to death by the strange woman's plants. Finally, he lay exhausted, staring at the sky, watching the slim, crescent-shaped moon climb steadily towards its zenith. Unable to move, he grew cold, and soon he was shivering, the vines gradually tightening until he could no longer even shiver. He closed his eyes and tried to rest, but whenever he was on the cusp of sleeping, something sharp pricked his skin. When Awa appeared again, Tony nearly sobbed with relief. She crouched down and peered at him. "No, you have not changed. I can see it in your eyes." Tony's protest was muffled. Anger swelled within him, yet the vines seemed to sense his mood, and they tightened even more. His protest became a scream as one of the vines wrapped around his broken wrist and squeezed. "You see, I know." She patted him on the head and whispered in a language he didn't understand. He watched her walk into the deeper part of the garden, and suddenly he was following her. The vines were moving him, shifting their grips and passing him forward to others, again and again. He moved quickly, far quicker than he thought possible.
Did she drug me? Tony wondered. No, she couldn't have. I didn't eat anything. I didn't drink anything. Is this because of my wrist?
Even as he asked himself the question, his wrist thumped against the ground, and the explosion of pain drove all rational thought out of him for a moment. When he could focus again, Tony realized he had come to a stop. He tried to look around, and as he did so, he caught sight of Awa, standing by a tall, slender birch tree. She had her hand on the bark, smiling as she whispered unintelligible things to it. In the darkness, it almost looked as though the tree was responding. The branches shifted with an unfelt wind. As he watched, Awa lowered her hand and turned to face him. Her smile was one of benevolence as she walked to him and squatted down.
"Hello, Tony. You do not look well. You are in pain?"
She touched one of the vines, and they loosened their grip on his mouth. "You're damned right I am." His throat burned as he spoke. "Let me go!"
"Ah, lower your voice, little one."
The chill in her voice silenced him. For the first time, true fear settled over him. His voice was little more than a hoarse whisper when he spoke again. "What are you going to do to me?"
"First, I am going to tell you a story."
She sat down, crossed her legs, and adjusted her sarong. Awa folded her hands in her lap, tilted her head slightly to the right, and smiled.
"I am an old woman, far older than you know, little one. For decades I lived in my country, helping the Dewata and my people, not worrying about life outside of my village. Then the Japanese came, and they drove out the Americans. They hunted us and sought to destroy us, believing we were harboring Europeans. Some of us were, of course."
Awa paused and adjusted a lock of hair before she continued.
"I spoke with my Dewata, and they helped us. They closed off paths and set traps, led the Japanese soldiers astray, and ensured the safety of my village. In the deeper woods, we hid the Europeans, those who had come to do nothing more than work. Some of the others, the missionaries who sought to drive my Dewata back into the earth, well, they were left to fend for themselves."
She chuckled, and the birch tree's limbs rattled. Tony, partly horrified and partly mesmerized by the rhythmic way in which she spoke, thought he heard a burst of soft laughter among the trees. He didn't know what the Dewata was, but it was fascinating. The sound of her voice drove the pain from his mind and calmed his racing thoughts.
"Eventually, the Americans returned. They fought the Japanese. And after the war, my Dewata and others helped to hunt down the Japanese soldiers who had refused to surrender. It was an interesting time, to be certain. I suppose you are wondering how I came from the Philippines to New Hampshire."
He hadn't even known she was from the Philippines, but Tony nodded anyway.
"Yes, I suspected as much."
There was a playful note in her voice, one that made him smile.
"My village was destroyed in a fire. Most of the people died, and my niece was one of those few who survived. She went into Manila to work, and eventually she married an American. They returned to America and brought me with them."
She paused and looked at the birch tree. After a moment of silence, she sighed and spoke again.
"It is strange to be here, and so far from my home. My Dewata accompanied me, and I have met others from the Philippines. There are no Baba Ilans here, none other than myself, but what Baba Ilan would leave the Philippines?" only me. My people were gone. I would find others to serve. So we moved, and I am here. Over the years I have saved my money, and when it was time, I found this house. More importantly, my Dewata found the birch tree. They are quite comfortable together. It is pleasing to see.
Awa straightened a part of the fabric of her sarong.
In a way, Tony, you have saved me a trip and some money as well. Tomorrow I need to perform several rituals, and the materials would have stretched my budget for the month. But here you are helpful. Aren't you helpful?
The question broke the curious spell her pleasant voice had cast upon him. You need to let me go. He was pleased that strength had returned to his throat. I won't press charges if you let me go now.
Press charges?
She laughed and shook her head.
Of course you will not press charges. No one will. Who will think of me when they think of you?
My brother! Tony put far more confidence into the statement than he felt. Awa gave him a playful wink.
You are not a very good liar. Your brother will assume you went off to do something foolish, I think. Yes, he will believe you have gone to drink. Even after 2 days, he will not think it unusual for you to be gone.
Tony stiffened unwillingly. The woman was right.
When they do begin to look for you, they will not look here. Who would?
She sighed and stood up, brushing dirt off the back of her sarong.
No, no one would think to look for you here, in an old woman's bit of garden. Besides, there will be men and women who remember seeing you at a bar tonight. Then others will remember seeing you at another bar tomorrow night. Finally, I think that an entire bus will recall you as an obnoxious passenger, a drunk thrown off in Boston and forced to find another way home.
You can't do something like that. Nobody can. Tony didn't believe himself.
I can.
She looked at him, her expression hard and unforgiving.
I am Awa, a Baba Ilan. My Dewata and I have slain 1,000 men. What is one more to us? While you are useless, your blood is not. Your sacrifice will bless this place. It will feed the earth as the earth feeds the trees. The roots of my Dewata's birch will be strong and sink deep. They will spread out and strengthen my Dewata and me. Your skin will be flayed, your meat fed to the hungry ones of the forest. I will grind down your bones and scatter it over my flowers. The worms shall eat of your flesh, and the birds of the worms. This is how it is, and how it shall always be.
Awa whispered, and the vines pulled his head back roughly, exposing his throat. She glanced at the birch tree, and to his horror, the tree's roots came up, the dark earth boiling around each one. He was too stunned to scream as it scrambled forward. Then he did scream, as inch-thick roots plunged into his shoulders, pinning him to the earth. Others bored into his legs, and the vines slipped away. Tony started to scream, but Awa dropped to her knees and clamped a hand over his mouth, muzzling him. He tried to bite at her palm, and she smiled without mirth. I was 5 when I killed my first pig. Her eyes bored into him. It too tried to bite. I was not bitten then, either, little one. She straddled him then, and produced a long, thin carving knife from a hidden sheath. I will not tell you, this won't hurt. Awa sneered at him, her teeth shining in the pale moonlight. It will, because I want it to. She raised the knife high with her free hand, and Tony screamed as she plunged it into his neck. He struggled against the tree and the weight of the woman on his chest, yet, as he did so, she twisted the knife in his neck and began to saw. Babysitting by Ron Ripley. I don't like babysitters. Kathy Nadeau looked up over her phone at Monica Baxter and gave the 7-year-old the evil eye. Monica didn't react. Kathy waited a moment, continuing to glare at the child, and responded, I'll put you to bed at 5. No. Monica shook her head. You won't. I go to bed at 7, not 5. No dessert and 5, Kathy stated, and went back to looking at Snapchat. Go do something that doesn't involve staring at me. Monica sat down on the floor and picked up the American Girl doll named Darlene, which was built to look exactly like Monica. She was blue-eyed and blonde-haired, and they each wore an obnoxious bow the same blue as their eyes. Monica and the doll even had on the same floral print dress. So damned nasty, Kathy thought, rolling her eyes. She tried to focus on her Snap story, taking several selfies and complaining about babysitting. But every time she paused, she found Monica staring at her. What the hell do you want? Kathy demanded, lowering her phone. I want my dinner, Monica replied. Then go and get it. The little girl's brow furrowed. I'm 7. I can't make my own dinner. Sure you can, Kathy yawned. Go into the pantry, grab a bag of goldfish, and have at it. Goldfish crackers aren't dinner. They are when I'm your babysitter. Kathy held up her hand and examined her nails. I need to repaint these tonight when this brat goes to bed. I want my dinner, Monica repeated. And I said, go and get crackers, Kathy snapped. I am not your mother. I will not cook for you. You can either eat goldfish or you can be hungry when it's bedtime. Monica's eyes narrowed, and she held up a single index finger. What the hell is that? Kathy asked. Mr. Willow told me this is number 1, Monica whispered. He doesn't want you to get to 5. 5, he says, is right out. Whatever. Kathy shook her head and ignored the girl. Monica stood up and carried the doll with her out of the room. Kathy smiled with satisfaction as she heard the door to the pantry open and then close. For nearly 20 minutes she was left alone. At the end of that blissful period of silence, Monica walked back into the room, still toting her doll with her. Once again, Monica sat on the floor and stared at Kathy. The child's unblinking gaze set Kathy's nerves on edge, and after several minutes she snapped. What the hell? Most children she had babysat cringed and cried when Kathy spoke sharply to them. Some had even wet themselves, a source of never-ending joy for her. Monica only straightened up and glared at her.
It's 5:30. I need a bath." "You're not getting one tonight," Kathy informed her. "Go to your room and get your pajamas on." "I need a bath," the little girl repeated. "I didn't have one last night." "Tough titty for the kitty," Kathy said in a sing-song voice. "Get to your room and put your damned pajamas on." Monica pressed her lips together tightly, shook her head dramatically from side to side, and held up 2 fingers. The act irritated Kathy more than she could explain. "What does that mean, huh?" she demanded. "Mr. Willows says this is number 2. Monica's voice was low and deadly. Before Kathy could respond, the little girl stood up and left the room. There was a chill in the air when the child was gone, and Kathy stood to check the thermostat. The temperature in the room was 65, a far cry from the low 80s it had been during the earlier part of the day. She hesitated only a moment before turning the heat up to 75. "Just need to remember I did that before they get home," Kathy thought. "Don't need any crap about messing with someone's heating system." As the furnace rumbled into life, Kathy walked to the couch and sat down. She picked up the remote and thumbed it on. The large plasma screen television mounted over the fireplace came to life, and a children's cartoon she didn't recognize appeared. "Ugh," she thought. "This is so much crap." She surfed through the channels and was nearly at the point she had started from, when Monica re-entered the room. The girl wore pink footy pajamas, and her hair was down and brushed. She didn't have her doll. Sneering, Kathy asked, "Did you forget your doll?" "No," Monica answered, standing just inside the doorway. "Where is she then?" Kathy yawned, trying to find something to watch. "Hiding," Monica said. Kathy glanced at her. "What? You guys playing hide-and-seek or something?" "No. Mr. Willow told me to hide her from you," Monica told her. "He said you might get mad later and do something to her, like you did to Eleanor's unicorn." Kathy stiffened and stared at the girl. "What the hell did you just say to me?" Monica looked at her impassively and repeated what she had said. "Get to bed," Kathy ordered. "It's not my bedtime," Monica argued. Kathy leaped off the couch and stomped toward the girl. "If you don't get up in your room and into your bed, I'm going to punch you in the face and tell your parents you fell down the damned stairs. Is that understood?" Monica nodded, turned around, and walked to the doorway. She hesitated, looked back at Kathy, and held up 3 fingers before she left the room. Kathy's heart raced in her chest, and she felt an uncomfortable chill dance along her spine and settle in her stomach. She had forgotten about Eleanor's unicorn. Kathy had forgotten about Eleanor. "What was that? 5 years ago?" Kathy thought, returning to the couch. "There's no way she could have known about that. None whatsoever." Still, she did know. That fact bothered Kathy and made her want to go upstairs and demand answers from the child. "Leave it alone," she finally told herself. "It doesn't matter. I'll be done in 6 hours, and then I can go home. Kid'll be asleep soon enough, and it'll be quiet. I could probably call Jason to come over. Or Derek. One of them has to be free." With a groan, she gave up on finding something to watch and lifted her purse. From it, she drew out a deep ruby nail polish and decided to work on her hands. She brought up some music on her phone, turned up the volume on the speaker, and started to paint her nails. The time passed by quickly, and within an hour she was done with her nails. She had her fingers spread out, waiting for the polish to dry,
when she heard something in the kitchen. It was the pantry door being opened. A moment later, it was followed by the sound of someone getting a drink from the faucet. Kathy listened, expecting to hear Monica go back upstairs. Instead, she didn't hear anything. After 5 minutes, Kathy got up and took several soft steps toward the kitchen.
No way that kid went upstairs without me noticing.
Kathy listened again, then decided to go all the way into the kitchen area. She made it as far as the fridge when she saw Monica. The girl was standing near the sliding glass door. Her arms hung down at her sides, and her fingers twitched. She stared at the sloping grass leading down to the brook that cut through the Baxter's property.
"What are you doing in here?"
Kathy asked.
"Talking,"
Monica replied without turning around.
"Oh,"
Kathy raised an eyebrow.
"with an imaginary friend? Or one of the animals out there?"
"Neither."
"Then who?"
"Mr. Willow," the girl responded.
"Okay, I've had about enough of that garbage for the night."
Kathy shook her head.
"Get up to bed. Now!"
Monica turned around, her face pale and her eyes wide. "I can't. Mr. Willow was telling me something important. It's rude to interrupt."
"I don't care about interrupting you and your imaginary friend,"
Kathy sneered.
"You need to get up into bed and stop this crap."
"I need to hear what he has to say." For the first time since being introduced to the girl, Kathy was surprised to see the girl was upset. It pleased her.
"Guess that's too bad for you,"
Kathy smirked.
"Get up there."
"No." Monica shook her head. Kathy glared at the girl, grabbed her by the arms, and shook her.
"Get up those stairs, now!"
She let go of Monica, and the girl went stumbling back, bounced off of the slider, and fell to her knees. Kathy's breath rushed in and out of her nose as her heart pounded. She watched, enraged, as Monica stood up and wiped tears from the corners of her eyes. Monica stared at her and held up first 4 fingers, then 5. "Mr. Willow said 5 is right out," Monica whispered. Without looking at her again, the little girl walked out of the kitchen. Kathy shook her head and thought, "No way this is worth $16 an hour. This kid is a pain. Have to ask what all this Mr. Willow crap is about. When I talk to her parents, they probably encourage the whole imaginary friend garbage." Disgusted and furious with the child, Kathy opened the fridge, found a bottle of water, and took it with her back into the TV room. She slumped onto the couch, picked up her phone, and texted first Jason, then Derek. Derek answered, saying he was available in the morning. Kathy didn't respond to the text.
"Idiot,"
she thought bitterly.
"If I ask him to come over tonight, why is he saying he's free in the morning? Thick in the head."
Closing her eyes, Kathy let out a moan of boredom and rested her head on the back of the couch. "I am so bored." She squeezed the cushion under her as hard as she could, and when she was finished, she didn't feel any better. "Maybe I'll rest a little," she thought, opening her eyes and taking her phone off of the table. She hesitated, then added an alert for 30 minutes later. "Don't want to be asleep if they call or come home." With her phone plugged into the charger, Kathy stretched on the couch and closed her eyes once more. She lay in a state of half-sleep, enjoying the silence around her. A silence broken by the squeals of her phone's alarm. "I think I actually fell asleep." Kathy sighed and sat up. She half expected the girl to be standing in the room and watching her sleep. Monica was not.
Better go check on her,
Kathy thought, getting up from the couch. She stretched, yawned, and stretched again before she walked to the doorway, where she paused and listened. No sound came from the second floor. Kathy entered the hallway and traveled to the stairs, climbing them as softly as she could. Monica's room was the first door on the right, and while the door should have been closed, it was wide open. Kathy felt a stab of anger and repressed it. Instead of venting her frustration, she stepped forward and peered into the room. Monica was not in her bed, nor was she under it, in the closet, or in the bathroom. A slow panic brewed within her as she considered the amount of trouble she would be in if she lost the child.
"Stop it,"
she ordered herself.
"She has to be around here somewhere. I didn't hear the doors. She's being a brat and hiding, trying to get me into trouble."
Part of Kathy admired the child's daring and creativity. The dominant portion, however, demanded the immediate discovery and punishment of the child.
"I'll get her."
Kathy searched the remainder of the second floor, then traveled down to the first floor. She went to the kitchen first and saw the slider was unlocked. Kathy opened it and stepped outside into the cool air. She shivered, glanced around, and, in the light thrown by the kitchen, Kathy saw small footprints in the grass. Yet even as she looked at the tracks, the grass rose solely back into place. In a matter of minutes, the trail would be gone. Without hesitation, Kathy followed them. The tracks swung out to the right, reached the boundary of the Baxters' property, then curled back in. They were headed to the water. A feeling of fear rose in her, and Kathy quickened her pace. When she reached the edge of the property, the tracks disappeared into a cluster of bushes. Kathy shivered when she looked at them.
"I have to," she thought, shaking her head. "I am going to beat that girl when I find her. Alive or dead, she will be beaten."
The mental image of the child on the floor, injured and bleeding, pleased Kathy and propelled her forward. She pushed aside the branches, slapped insects out of her face, and tried to think of where the little girl might vanish to. Mr. Willow. The name leaped into Kathy's mind and brought her to a stop. In the darkness, she looked up and around, trying to see if she could spot a willow tree that might be large enough to earn the moniker Mr. Willow. It was difficult for her to see anything. What little moonlight had existed earlier was hidden behind thick storm clouds, and too many trees towered around her. Kathy felt her shoulders slump, and a bitter taste formed in the back of her mouth.
"Should I go and get my phone? I mean, she might already be back at the house if she took a different path home," she told herself.
Kathy had no answer, of course, and tried to follow her back trail. The time it took to leave the property was double the amount it had taken her to get to the yard again. When she finally stepped into the backyard, she was scratched, sweating despite the chill, and furious. As she stood in the darkness, fuming, she heard Monica laugh.
"It has to be her laugh, right?"
Kathy froze and tried to pinpoint the sound by listening. It was faint and came from off to her right, far beyond the natural barriers of the backyard.
"I should call the damned police,"
Kathy thought. Then she shook her head.
"What if I left marks when I grabbed her and shook her? They'll notice if there are any on her. No, I can't do that. Not if I want to be free for the rest of the night."
She hissed and stomped off in the direction of the sound. When she reached the stone wall, she scrambled over it, paused, altered her heading a little, and followed the laughter again. The noise grew louder with every step Kathy took, and soon it seemed that Monica was almost within touching distance. A soft sigh filled the air, and Kathy stopped. The sigh was followed by a rustling noise, and then Monica's laugh. Kathy turned sharply to the right and plunged forward. Her feet splashed through a small brook, then a marshy patch, and finally up a small island of tall grass and the long branches of a weeping willow. The entire island was dominated by the tree, and the sound of Monica's laughter came from within it. A bit of fear tinged Kathy's heart, and she tried to push it aside as she yelled, "Monica!" The laughter stopped, and someone muttered to Monica.
"I know," the child replied. "Monica, get out here!" "It's bad," Monica whispered. "It's going to be in a minute," Kathy snarled. "You better get out here now." "He says it isn't safe for me," the little girl replied. "Who the hell are you in there with?" Fear crept up Kathy's spine. "Do I have to go in and get her? Is someone holding her?" Kathy reached for her phone and remembered that she didn't have it. A dry lump formed in her throat, and her hands trembled. Kathy's voice quivered as she spoke. "Monica, you need to come out of there right now. I don't know who you're with, but you need to come see me." "Mr. Willow told me not to," Monica said. "You're bad. You're mean. He told me you're dangerous." "Mr. Willow," Kathy whispered. Then she said the name again, laughing. "Your damned imaginary friend." "He's not imaginary," Monica argued. "And I'm not coming out." "Yes," Kathy stated, "you are." Taking a step forward, Kathy pushed aside the curtain of hanging branches and walked into the cavernous underbelly of the tree's canopy. The darkness was nearly complete as she let the branches fall into place. It took her a moment to see there was a small, battery-powered lamp on some sort of table. The light cast by the lamp was weak, barely enough to illuminate the area directly in front of Kathy. What she could see was disheartening. Monica was gone. There were signs she had been there, but they were old as far as Kathy could tell. She took a step closer and saw a pad of paper and a box of crayons on a small folding table. Close to it was a child-sized, battered canvas director's chair. A pile of acorns, nuts, and seeds was beside the chair, and there was a note upon them as well. "For Mr. Squirrel and family," Kathy read. The writing was done in a childish scrawl, and she wondered who had taught her to spell squirrel. Glancing around, Kathy felt as though the underside of the tree was far larger than it should have been. "You shouldn't have followed me," Monica said from further in the darkness. "You're going to get hurt now." "Shut up!" Kathy barked. "Let's go, Monica." "No," Monica said. "Leave us alone." Kathy rolled her eyes. "I can't wait to beat her. I'll have to use a rolled-up towel or something so people don't notice. Ugh." Shaking with anger, Kathy took 2 steps forward and froze as the tree rustled around her. She felt certain that some hideous creature was about to rush out and charge at her. Yet, as she stood there, holding her breath, nothing happened. She let it out slowly, took a step forward again, and once more the rustling was repeated. She couldn't see anything, not the slightest sign of life. Then the light flickered, and the lamp went dead. "Monica!" Kathy growled.
shivering as the air around her grew colder.
"You can't leave now,"
Monica whispered, her voice coming from just a short distance ahead.
"He's tired of you."
"I'm tired of him," Kathy yelled. "I'm tired of you. All I wanted was to rest, and you've got me out here playing botanist or whatever." Monica didn't say anything. "Come here!" Kathy screamed. A deep, throaty laugh filled the air, and a voice with a similar pitch as the laugh spoke.
"Foolish woman," the stranger said. "I'm going to teach you a lesson you will not soon forget."
"Listen," Kathy said, her voice shaking. "You need to let her go. She has to go home and sleep."
"I am not holding her here," the voice replied. "She is also far safer here than she is with you. Monica will go home before her parents arrive, I assure you. Go and do what you will. The girl remains with me."
"No!" Kathy shook her head, trying to figure out where Monica was. "I'm getting her!" Kathy stepped forward and screamed as something struck her face. She staggered back, pressed her hand against her cheek, and then jerked it away. Something warm and sticky clung to her palm and fingers and dripped down her cheek. "You cut me," she whispered.
"One cut of many to come, I assure you," the voice stated, the sound coming from behind her.
"Who are you?" Kathy demanded, twisting around.
"Mr. Willow," the voice stated calmly.
"You're an imaginary friend." Kathy's voice trembled with the effort to believe her own lie as she tried to walk forward. She fell back as more blows landed on her face and arms. "Monica!" Kathy screamed. "You need to stop this!" The air became heavy, and Mr. Willow's voice shook with rage as he spoke.
"You threatened to beat her when you caught her?" the imaginary man demanded.
"Yeah," Kathy spat, trying to be brave, twisting around in the darkness. "I did." Something thin and hard coiled around her left wrist, and Kathy tried to pull her arm free. As the object tightened its grip, she clawed at it. A second one grabbed hold a half-inch away from the first, further up near her hand. Kathy gasped with pain as her arm was pulled in two separate directions. She screamed as the joint popped, then as the skin tore. Kathy sank to her knees as she felt muscles rip and tendons snap. She tried to speak, to beg for the pain to stop, but it was so intense she couldn't formulate the words properly. Her pleas for mercy came out as inarticulate grunts and gasps. Then her hand was gone, and she shrieked. She tried to get to her feet, but a thin coil snaked around her right wrist. Kathy whimpered. She had no strength to rise or try to escape. Instead, all she could do was scream again as another coil wrapped around her arm above the wrist. By the time Mr. Willow had torn off her second hand, Kathy's arms held out to either side by the coils. "Branches," she thought. "They have to be branches. I have no hands. How?" As Kathy knelt there, her mind numb, she heard someone approach her. "You're not a nice person," Monica stated. Kathy had no reply. The combination of pain and shock made her mute. "I told you, you had 5 chances," Monica continued. "Only 5. You were bad.
Mr. Willow says so too. He says you have to be left here to think about what you're going to do."
Monica hesitated, then added,
"I'm going home now. You're not."
Without another word, the child left.
"She is a resourceful girl," Mr. Willow remarked. "I did not think she could make it to me in the darkness, or so stealthily. She is a wise child, and one I am proud to know. You, however, are despicable. I will enjoy your suffering."
"No,"
Kathy whispered.
"Don't speak,"
Mr. Willow stated, and she offered up a mangled scream as a large willow branch snaked in past her tongue, wrapped around it, and tore it out at the root. More branches pushed her and pulled her down. She felt them wrap around her ankles, then her knees.
"There are lies we tell ourselves,"
Mr. Willow said, his voice near her left ear.
"Things such as, 'It is fine. Everything will be okay. It is not as bad as it looks.'"
He tightened his grip on her body and whispered,
"Things will not be fine. They will be as far from fine as you can possibly imagine. Then they will go far beyond that as well. Everything is not going to be okay, and this is far worse than it looks."
Kathy turned her head and vomited. She felt the branches tighten around her thighs, cutting off circulation to the lower part of her legs, and it was then that Mr. Willow removed her feet. As she writhed on the ground, unable to escape the pain, he worked on her right leg at the knee. When he succeeded there, he removed the left.
"I think," Mr. Willow said, in a soft, relaxed way, "that it will be interesting to see how long it takes you to bleed to death. From where should we let the blood out? A wrist? Or perhaps a leg?
Kathy sobbed and shook her head.
"I don't want to die."
"This isn't an option,"
Mr. Willow stated, his voice cold and hard.
"This is punishment for what you did to my friend. This is punishment for being you."
Mr. Willow paused, then asked,
"Tell me, Kathy, am I still imaginary?"
Suddenly the branches eased their pressure on her amputated limbs for a moment, and pain rushed into her from every one of her extremities. A moment later, the branches tightened their hold again. Kathy's agonized screams were muffled by the blood seeping out of the root of her severed tongue. Blind Date by Sara Clancy. Roger swatted at the pinpoints of shadow that danced along his arm. No one else in the coffee shop seemed all that bothered by the small infestation of fruit flies, and he wasn't going to be the first one to bring it up. Reaching for his tea, he threw a tense smile across the table before taking a sip. His date returned the tight-lipped gesture. "You really should try the coffee. It's the best in the city." Roger choked on his mouthful of hot liquid in his rush to respond. So far, their blind date had consisted of avoiding eye contact and awkward silence. He was leaping on any opportunity to start a conversation. What makes it so special? Apart from the fact that it's insanely expensive. The cafe hadn't been Roger's choice. Emma had been set on the place, and he didn't want to get the whole ordeal off to a bad start. Pride slipped into Emma's smile, giving Roger hope that they had stumbled upon a topic that could last for more than half a minute. It's a rare species of bean. Roger's eyebrows crept up to his forehead. There are rare coffee beans? Can anything be rare if it's mass-produced? Just couldn't keep your mouth shut, huh, Roger? He forced a smile to hopefully ease whatever offense he might have caused. She still looked pissed. It's not mass-produced. My friend owns this place, and he told me that there's only one plantation in the world that grows this particular plant. Eager to do some damage control, he said, Well, I'm surprised that it's not pricier then. Hope your friend isn't getting swindled. His joke fell flat, but Emma seemed more enthusiastic with the conversation, so he took it as a win. He's a brilliant businessman. He got a tip-off that the plantation was up for cheap and snatched it up with a few other investors. That way, he not only controls quality but has completely cornered the market. Isn't that smart? Roger nodded as he swallowed another mouthful of tea. A thought hit him as he waved a few dancing black spots from his vision. Wait. Why would the place be up for cheap? The owners were retiring. She shrugged. Yeah, okay, but my point is, this guy had a rare plant found nowhere else in the world, and complete monopoly of a market, and just walks away. For cheap? Come on, that's pretty suspicious. My friend can be very convincing. I'm sure he can, but the original owner had to want to sell first. His smile broadened playfully. It's next to a drug cartel, isn't it? What? No! I've got it. He clicked his fingers. It's cursed ground, just infested with vengeful ghosts all hyped up on caffeine. And, of course, cocaine from the neighboring farm. Do you think you're funny? Roger cringed and mumbled under his breath. Kinda. I'm getting the sense that you don't agree. Not entirely. Emma breezed past the comment to continue. It was the location, if you must know. No, it wasn't anywhere sketchy, just remote. It's an eco-friendly operation, so it's set deeper into the jungles than other. Hold up. Wouldn't carving out jungle land to create a plantation be less eco-friendly? Spotting the look on her face, Roger hurled himself quickly into another conversation. Unfortunately, the first thing out of his mouth was a comment about the bugs that were swarming around his face. Yeah, just keep insulting her friend, a voice in his head taunted. This is why you're single. There's a fruit shop next door, Emma growled. Oh, yeah, that would do it. Her eyes narrowed. Flies tend to migrate. Naturally. What would you have Clive do? Spray toxic chemicals all over the place? Trying to appease her with a lot of nodding and, at the same time, avoid the conversation by taking another sip turned out to be a bad plan. He jumped up from his seat, one hand trying to keep his now tea-drenched shirt off of his skin. The flies were quick to swarm on the liquid, but were persuaded back after a few hurried swipes. Are you okay? Emma asked. At least she doesn't sound mad anymore. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just going to go get cleaned up. Excuse me. His clean getaway was hindered by his short legs somehow getting tangled in the chair. Clinging to what was left of his dignity, he forced a smile and resolved to pretend that didn't just happen. In a small act of mercy, Emma went with it, casually calling to him as he fled to the bathroom. "You should get a coffee on your way back." "Can't. I'm allergic." In hindsight, he really should have known a date at a coffee shop would be doomed from the start. 50-50 chance she'll be gone by the time I get back. He wasn't sure if he'd be all that disappointed if she opted out. Weaving through the clustered crowd, he swatted at the flies with increasing irritation. The little black dots remained. No matter what he did, they were always there, swirling and gathering in the corners of his vision. The deeper he went into the store, the worse the problem was, until the stray scattering became a near constant thing. He wasn't sure what anyone should do for a fruit fly outbreak, but they really should get on it. This can't be up to food safety standards. A few stray coughs absently drew his attention. They've got to be choking on the damn things. Once he started noticing the noise, he couldn't block it. One after another, he noticed someone hacking, until it seemed like the whole place was facing down an epidemic, and still people sat around, sipping their overpriced coffee and chatting away like nothing was wrong. His lips curled with disgust at the sight, until it occurred to him that he really shouldn't have his mouth open. The things I do for a date. I mean, am I really this desperate? It was hard to convince himself that he wasn't when he knew he was going right back to that table. Busy keeping his shirt from touching his chest, Roger used his shoulder to push his way into the bathroom. Paper towels, cold water, and he set to work, grateful that at least the bugs hadn't made their way in here. A violent coughing fit made Roger cringe, and he worked the paper towel a little faster. The bathroom stall door slammed open, and a man stumbled out, clothes rumpled and sweat dripping from his reddened face. Another coughing fit knocked the man off his feet. He threw himself forward, desperately trying to catch himself on the sink. Roger whipped around, catching the man just before he cracked his skull against the porcelain. "Whoa! Take it easy." Roger thumped the stranger's back, trying to help him dislodge whatever it was he was choking on. The man's hands trembled as he blindly grappled for the sink. Roger helped him shuffle forward a few steps and turned on the faucet. The cool water called to the still hacking man, and he half fell onto the rim of the sink, cupping his hand under the flow to try and usher it into his mouth. Roger wasn't quite sure what he should be doing. The guy was a stranger, after all, and not everyone was okay with the personal space bubbles being popped. Still, it seemed a bit like a jerk move to pull back and just hope the guy can remain standing. In the end, he settled on patting the man's shoulder and mindlessly encouraging him to drink what he could. For a moment, the plan seemed to work. The man's breathing stabilized, and he straightened. Just the sight of that much sweat made Roger want to wash his own face. It dripped down his splotchy, reddened face and welled against his bluish lips. "Don't take this the wrong way, but you look horrible." Roger winced at his own bedside manner. "I can call you a doctor if you want." The man's eyes bulged in their sockets as he turned to look at him. Roger slipped his hand off the man's shoulder, suddenly very aware of the sweat that now covered his palm. He wiped his hand against his jean leg as subtly as he could, not wanting to offend the guy, and stepped back. It didn't seem like the man noticed anything that was going on around him. Drool oozed from the corners of the man's mouth, the substance bubbling as his jaw gaped open and his lips trembled. "Seriously, man, I should get help." A small twitch in the man's cheek caught Roger's attention, making his words trail off into a strange little hiccup. It wasn't the normal motion of muscle. It was something small and constant. "There's something moving under his skin." Roger dismissed the thought as soon as it popped into his head, but he still traced the skittering path as it worked its way up the man's cheek. Spit flung from the man's lips as he hacked. His eyes opened impossibly wide, the taut lower lid twitching wildly. Spindly black tendrils pushed up to play across the white orbs, a low hum mixed with the stranger's hacking gags. Blood vessels popped in the man's eyes, adding a rush of red to chase the darkness through his now visible veins. The man screamed as the flesh of his eye split, releasing a flood of tiny insects. They moved like shadows to completely cover the orbs they had crawled their way out of. Roger staggered back, a scream threatening to rip his throat raw. It made him trip over his words. Babbling something about getting help, he turned to run for the door. The stranger's hand riveted itself onto Roger's arm. With astonishing strength, the man dragged Roger back, his free hand finding Roger's other arm and latching on tight. At 5 foot something, Roger was used to not being the tallest or strongest man in the room, but now he felt it. The man's fingers felt like iron. Even hunched forward and gagging, the stranger still loomed over him. Roger fought to break free, but was dragged closer. The bugs scattered from the man's eyes, revealing the shriveled remains of the orbs. Roger threw himself back from the gasping man, but the stranger followed, raw terror distorting his bug-riddled face. "Help!" The word ended in a violent cough that spluttered spit across Roger's cheek. There was something alive within it, writhing against his skin like maggots. "Help me! I'm trying to!" Roger yanked his arms back, but the man dug his nails in like hooks. Their struggle sent them both to the floor. The man's weight alone was enough to pin Roger to the ground, and their fighting only succeeded in pushing the tangled men across the floor. Roger wrapped his hands around the man's neck and pushed the gasping stranger up with all his strength. The dark shadows that gathered in the back of the man's throat wriggled and twisted. Roger didn't just see it, but felt it. The flesh of the stranger's neck pulsated and writhed under his touch. A sharp cough, and Roger's grip failed to hold back the tide. A swarm of minuscule shadow insects surged from the man's throat with a deafening hum of wings. The darkness rolled like mist to smother Roger, clustering in until they consumed his vision. Roger squeezed his eyes shut and bit his lips. He could still feel them crawling over him, trying to find a way in. When they failed, they expanded their search to his nose and ears. Roger put everything he had into a violent shove. The man's neck withered, and it crumbled like parchment paper under his touch. As the man dried up, weight diminished, and Roger was able to hurl what remained to the side. The bugs gathered on the edges of his clothes as he scrambled to his feet. Not daring to open his eyes, Roger frantically searched for the door. The buzzing roared in his ears. The insects bit and wiggled, trying to burrow into his flesh, and his feet crunched into the man's remains. Finally, the wall under his hand gave way and allowed him to flee into the cafe. He didn't get a few feet before he ran into someone. "Hey, settle down, man! What's wrong with you?" a voice demanded. His desperate attempts to clear the bugs from his face had his nails drawing blood. When he finally felt safe enough to open his eyes, the coughing people he noticed earlier had already begun to double over. They fell like dominoes, taking tables and chairs with them. There were cries to call for an ambulance and some confused questions. Roger wanted to scream at the top of his lungs, but it choked off in his throat when he heard the rising hum of billions of wings. "Get out!" Roger bellowed. "We all need to get out now!" There were more people absently scratching at their arms than listening to him, and he started for the door. Every inch of his body prickled. He swore he could feel the phantom creatures in his veins, his eyes, choking him as they writhed en masse down his throat. Half mad, he staggered on, panting sharp breaths through his nose. The spots gathered in the corners of his eyes. Already the buzzing had grown loud enough for people to start asking questions, and by the time he reached Emma, the chorus of coughing had become wet hacks. "What is going on?" Emma asked, her eyes scanning the room. "We need to go. Now! I can't explain." Her brows knitted together, her attention more on the person insisting on someone calling an ambulance than on him. "Did you see what happened?" Any attempt to think, to come up with some way to explain what he had just witnessed, was ripped apart by the terror coursing through his body. His time ran out when the true, terrified screaming began. A dozen swarms erupted into the air, and the cafe broke into rampant chaos. People slammed into him, half toppling him onto the table. Coffee cups scattered across the floor, their lids popping open to spill their dark contents over the tiles. There were more maggots than coffee. What the creatures were exactly was still lost on him. But he knew two things with startling clarity. They had laid their eggs in the coffee, and everyone drank it. His attention snapped back to the people around him as someone grabbed his arm. Roger couldn't see the stranger's face under the clustered larvae. They bubbled and pushed out of where the mouth should be, spreading out to cover the person whole, the ebony shadows toppling down to patter against Roger's skin. Thrashing wildly, Roger got free of one person, only to be confronted by another. They surrounded him, living hives of demonic larvae, and began to close in. Screams and cried demands soon turned to wheezed gasps. Then they began to fall. They were already convulsing by the time they hit the ground. Soon enough, they burst, adding to the mass of shadows that loomed around them. The insects coated him, crawling over the fresh wounds on his face in an attempt to get under his skin. His vision started to darken, and he latched onto Emma's hand, pulling her up and into motion. The infected dropped, violently rattling, gasping, groping at whatever they could reach, until the horde cracked them open. Those that remained upright stampeded for the front door. Roger and Emma were swept up in the mob, the sheer force of bodies driving him toward the exit. People slipped on the spilled coffee and were crushed under those still fighting for freedom. Roger's attempts to get him and Emma out of the way had him thrown against the wall. With the firm grip he had on her hand, he was able to feel when she slid to the side, working her way along the wall and the edges of the crowd. She knows another way out. For once in his life, his shorter stature worked to his advantage. The swarm went for the easiest targets first, the ones that loomed over the frantic cluster of people, or those that couldn't fight down their urge to scream. Bodies of the newly infected jerked and thrashed against him, their bodies withered as the creatures sucked them dry, their shrinking forms opening gaps that Emma and Roger swiftly took advantage of. Like trickling water, the shadow bugs sunk deeper into the crowd. Roger could feel them working their way into his hair and pricking at his ears. All at once, Emma pulled Roger free of the group and the barrier they had provided. The bugs descended upon them. The buzzing sound pushed out any other thought his head might have held. The feel of insects crawling on his skin consumed him with the urge to scratch and itch and claw until his flesh was ripped raw. His whole body shook with the effort it took to keep his hands only on his face. No matter how many times he wiped his eyes clear, flies were still there, drinking his panicked tears as they welled. Mummified corpses cracked underfoot, adding to the littered debris that threatened to trip them with every step. Emma wasn't the only one to have the thought of escaping through the back door, but the crowd funneling into the kitchen was thinner than at the front door. And while it moved in an agonizingly slow pace, it was still moving. Side by side, Roger and Emma squeezed their way through the swinging door and into the kitchen. The bugs were thinner here, condensed mostly upon the already mummified corpses that were piled up by the back door. Trying to push through the heap only clogged the threshold. "We're trapped again," he struggled to think. "Maybe break a window or a fire exit." "Clive?" Emma lurched to the side, hard enough to make Roger's shoulder hurt. He trailed after her, fingers tightening on her hand as it began to slip his grip. Another body erupted, releasing a newborn swarm, and it became near impossible to see. He could only move with Emma. Icy air struck him an instant before his foot hit a metal step. He stumbled forward, barely keeping his footing as people pushed against his spine. Soon enough, he hit a chilled wall, and, after a few frantic screams, a heavy thud silenced the rest. They were packed in so tight that no one in the walk-in fridge could move without hitting someone else. Still, everyone battled to get the bugs off of them. Safely quarantined from the outside, the swarm was thinner, and the cold seemed to make them sluggish. Like a receding tide, the dots became just pinpricks on the edges of his vision again. It allowed him to come to his senses just enough to catch onto fragments of the conversations happening around him. "Clive, what's going on?" Emma demanded over the screams. "What are those things?" Roger could hear the voice coming from somewhere by the door, but there were too many people blocking his view to catch sight of Clive. "I don't know, but we're safe in here, so everyone relax." Roger covered his nose with his free hand, attempting to protect it from what insects remained while he caught his breath. The thick walls muffled the cries of those still trapped outside. How many people made it out? How many bugs did? The knocking was the hardest to bear. A few people weakly suggested that they should let the others in, but everyone knew they weren't going to open the door. The bugs they had trapped with them now were a slow but endurable torture. Any more would be death. Then the coughing started. Roger couldn't see who was the first to begin, but it spread like wildfire. Dry, heaving coughs quickly became wet and violent. The people pressed against him rippled with it. Roger clamped one hand over his mouth and nose, watching in horror as people began to double over, and tightened his grip on Emma's hand. A part of him knew it must have been hurting her by now, but she didn't try to pull away. There was so much comfort in that small point of contact that he didn't notice at first how sweaty her skin was. All at once, the inevitable hit them. There was no telling who the insects broke through first, and it didn't matter. The result was the same. Panic and mayhem and a desperate push to get outside that turned the cramped space into a meat grinder. Emma's hand withered under Roger's fingertips. It cracked as he let go and threw himself to the side. The lifted shelving offered just enough room for him to wiggle under. The crush of people ground him into the floor as he tried to get inside his hiding place. Shoving a few burlap sacks of coffee beans out of the way, he worked himself into the cramped space. The swarm rapidly diminished his vision, and he quickly looked around him. There was no way out. But there was a large plastic bag of bread buns stored right above him. It ripped into shreds as he worked it down through the wire mesh, separating them. But he could work with strips. His elbows clashed against the wall as he wove the strips of plastic around his head, making sure to cover all the openings the bugs seemed to favor. He tried to keep it loose, but the bugs wriggled between the layers and he was forced to tighten it. It trapped a few of them against him. He could feel them buzzing against his wounds. But most of them won't touch me. They won't get in. Then I can leave. When everyone else is... Even in his head, he couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. So he huddled there, the shelving protecting him from being crushed, the layer of plastic keeping the gathering bugs away. Driving his forehead to his knees, he clamped his hands over his ears. It did little to drown out the screams and persistent drone of the shadow insects. There was no way for him to tell how long he stayed like that. All that remained was his broken sobs. Sweat and tears stung his eyes as he pulled the protective plastic tighter still. His breath heated the trapped air and turned it thin. The swarm covered the outside of the bag, shrouding him in a perfect darkness, rattling against his skin every time he breathed in and the bag drew closer. Trying to slow his breathing, he stretched his senses to hear anything beyond the constant droning hum. The trapped carbon dioxide made his head spin and his bones feel heavy. His heartbeat thumped in his ears, growing louder by the second until it drowned out everything else. At last, the screams died down. I can make it to the door. The thought passed through his swirling mind. His feet twitched with the desire to move, but he didn't have the strength to actually get up. Everything was too heavy, too thick. His blood sluggish in his veins, and the air stale in his lungs. I can make it. The thought followed him into oblivion. The scent of plastic remained when he opened his eyes, but the world was bright and the room was warm. He still felt heavy. His brain was little more than sludge in his skull, only able to comprehend the smallest snippets of information, one at a time. Starchy fabric under his fingertips, a rough blanket covering his legs, the material only a little thicker than the clothes resting upon him. There wasn't any pain, just bone-numbing exhaustion. Oddly enough, he noticed all the tubes last. Some were just placed upon him with little sticky discs. Others ended in needles that he really thought he should feel protruding into his skin. He wanted to sit up, but his body wasn't up to the task, and his eyelids drifted shut.
Roger? Can you hear me?
The wall-mounted speaker made the voice crackle just a bit. He was sure that the speaker identified themselves and such, but it was all just a meaningless garble. Hospital? I made it to a hospital. I survived. One corner of his mouth twitched with the thought, and it gave him just enough energy to form the question. What happened?
There was an outbreak,
the speaker replied.
You're in quarantine, and you're going to be just fine. Give us one moment, and we'll be right in there with you, okay?
Roger nodded, slightly amused that they were worried about him freaking out, like the lights and sheets of plastic and equipment could scare him. What could be worse than the bugs? What were they?
Sorry, Roger. Can you repeat that?
He licked his lips and spoke as loud as he could. It was still little more than a whisper. What
was the outbreak?"
It might have been his brain playing tricks, but Roger swore that the voice hesitated. "We're still trying to determine that. From other eyewitness accounts, it seemed to be an insect of some kind."
"Seemed to be?"
It spiked at his blended brain matter.
"How would they not know? They were everywhere. Didn't you get samples?"
Again, there was a moment of silence. As out of it as he was, he could still tell that they were debating how much they needed to reveal to possibly get the information they wanted. "We were unable to collect any new species at the outbreak zones."
"Zones? There were others?"
"Only a few places."
"They control the market."
The echo of Emma's voice coursed over his brain.
"The beans."
"We have been considering that, yes." The door opened, and 3 people in hazmat suits stalked inside. The vibrant yellow hurt his eyes. He wasn't sure if he talked while his eyes were closed, but when he peeled them open again, the doctors were closer and far more forthcoming. "It's our working theory that the plantation had become a breeding ground for a never-before-seen species of insect. We are taking every measure we can to make sure you're safe. You've shown quite severe signs of dehydration, but none of infestation."
"They came out of people,"
Roger said. Light bounced off the thick plastic that marked where their faces should be. The glare made him wince again. "We believe that the creatures need heat and liquid for their gestation period," the doctor nodded.
"How did you not see them? Where did they go?"
Silence met his question, and he realized they had reached the limit of what they were willing to share.
"Cursed ground, just infested with vengeful ghosts."
His own pitiful joke rattled around his head like it was the only thing in there. "Roger, this is important. Did you drink any of the coffee?"
"No."
He closed his eyes.
"I'm allergic."
They poked and prodded, their hands surprisingly precise given their thick gloves. Time didn't mean anything in the never-changing room, and soon enough, or hours later, he was left alone once more. He drifted on the haze of drugs, safely cocooned from his own darker thoughts. There was a strange sense of peace that sunk deep into his bones. It all shattered when he heard a whispered sound. His eyes snapped open. The hum continued to grow as he trailed his gaze along the ceiling, one weary hand struggling up to start scratching at the side of his face. An opening for a ventilation shaft sat on the very edges of his vision. It was humming. A low, constant drone that made his heart thump against his ribs.
"It's just the air conditioning."
His nails dug deeper into his skin when the sound seemed to shift in tone, taking on a slight buzz.
"It's just the air conditioning. Right?"
Body Image by David Longhorn.
"Is it really haunted?"
asked Lucy.
"Have you ever seen the ghost? Do tell."
Sue said nothing, but looked uncomfortable, while Martin continued to break up his sourdough bread into ever smaller fragments. Dinner was not going well. Martin and Sue had never been the best hosts, but since the death that the press had predictably dubbed a tragedy, things had gotten worse. Lucy had wondered if the man might have learned some humility from the event, if he had been given cause for reflection on his selfish, amoral ways. After all, he had driven someone to the brink and beyond. But instead, Martin, who had always been arrogant and domineering, now came across as a full-on bully. Sue, always a little ditzy, now seemed very much like a victim of her husband's controlling behavior. As if to confirm Lucy's suspicions, Sue kept chattering in brief, inane bursts before her husband glowered her into silence. As always, Lucy, in turn, became more talkative to try to fill in the gaps, though she was terrified of mentioning the tragedy. Which was, she soon realized, very like not thinking of a pink elephant. It made coherent conversation difficult, kept tripping up her thoughts.
It's just that I couldn't help looking it up,
she babbled on, trying to make her voice less loud, more natural-sounding, but not succeeding.
I mean, when you told me you'd moved into a place that's actually called the Old Rectory, I simply had to Google it, and it turns out that it's supposedly haunted by some Victorian clergyman who hanged himself. Well, isn't that spooky?
Lucy stopped, appalled at her own idiocy. She had mentioned suicide right there at the dinner table. In trying to avoid the one terrible topic that kept pushing itself into the forefront of her mind, she had sailed too close to the wind, or had jumped into a minefield with her pockets full of bricks. That was perhaps a more apt metaphor, but Lucy was too rattled to decide. Martin was glowering even more. Lucy wished, as she often did, that she and Peter were still together so he could take up the slack and, of course, kick her under the table. But Peter was gone now, and she was going to have to get through this under her own steam.
I mean,
she blundered on, trying to recover.
A resident ghost. Have you had any experiences like those cold spots they talk about? Shadows on the stairs? Objects being moved about when there's nobody in the room? Or don't you believe in that sort of thing?
Not really, said Sue, and stared into her half-finished risotto.
It's all rather silly, isn't it?
Stuff and nonsense, Martin growled, emptying his glass and pouring himself another. Weak-minded people see ghosts, like flying saucers and Bigfoot. Damn fools. Lucy could not think of another topic. The supernatural might be absurd, lightweight, and frivolous, as Martin insisted. But if she asked him about work, they would all sit and think about why Martin had lost his old teaching position. If she asked Sue about making new friends in the neighborhood, the reason why she had to do so would be left hanging in the air over the dinner table.
I've always thought that ghosts, if they are real, must be just recordings,
Lucy said, surprising herself. She had never given the slightest thought to ghosts, but was desperate to fill the silence. She listened as she continued to expound a theory woven out of what seemed to be pure social embarrassment.
I mean, if you actually see a Victorian clergyman on the landing or whatever, it's rather like seeing a film, isn't it? It's how he would have been seen by other people rather than how he saw himself, isn't it?
What do you mean? Asked Martin irritably, gulping down more wine. Don't get your point. Lucy recalled how, when they were students, Martin had hated to be exposed to difficult ideas. Instead of working hard, he had charmed their lecturers so they had spoon-fed him coursework, went easy on him during tutorials. His good looks had faded a little now, and his charm seemed to have worn very thin. Out of sheer bloody-mindedness, Lucy wanted to annoy him, so she tried to be a bit more abstruse in her improvised theory of ghosts.
I mean that the way we look in a film or a photo is not how we look to ourselves.
she went on, gesturing with a fork for emphasis. Sue looked puzzled and uncomfortable, while Martin slouched back in his chair and looked at Lucy's chest. He was obviously drunk enough to simply lech at her without caring.
If a ghost is a kind of psychic recording,
Lucy persisted,
a movie that some people have the knack of replaying, then the Headless Earl, say, or the Weeping Nun or whoever, would look exactly like their portraits. But if a ghost is a genuine disembodied soul, wouldn't it look different? More like its concept of itself, its essential self-image. And most of us don't see ourselves as we really are, do we? I mean, on a good day, I think I'm a bit like Sandra Bullock after being pulled through a hedge, but on a bad day, I'm sure I'm just the Goodyear blimp in a print frock. So if I were a ghost...
Lucy trailed off, groping for the right phrase. Martin gave a snort of contempt and gulped down the last of the M&S Pinot Noir. He was, Lucy thought, reaching the point when intoxication would remove his last inhibitions, and his cruel, narcissistic personality would be unshielded by any pretense of politeness. Lucy was only grateful that her daughter, Emily, was way too young to dine with them. Martin was the sort of man who made no pretense of liking other people's children, and Emily, an astute and outspoken 6-year-old, would have spotted his hostility at once and then said something about it. Only God knew what might have ensued after that. Thinking of Emily seemed to conjure her up. Suddenly, her pajama-clad figure was in the doorway behind Martin. The little girl was clutching a plush mermaid, a slightly faded favorite that she had named Miss Wilberforce after her favorite teacher of the moment.
"What is it, sweetie?"
said Lucy, half rising.
"Can't you sleep?" "Sorry, folks, she's, like me, struggles to drop off in a strange bed."
Sue looked round, smiled. When she smiled, she was something like the old Sue, Lucy's best friend at university. That had been before Martin, the intermittently charming predator who had come along and spoiled it.
"I couldn't sleep,"
said Emily.
"The fat girl wanted to talk to me. She kept telling me things in a sad voice. She's very sad."
At the mention of the girl, Lucy felt flustered, as she always did when Emily said something bluntly honest. But why hadn't Sue told her they had another guest, and one who was apparently more than a little on the chunky side?
"Now, that's not nice, dear,"
said Lucy, rushing around the table to scoop up her daughter and hopefully stifle further remarks.
"We've talked about this. We don't call people fat, we don't call people anything bad at all, do we?" "I'm sorry, Mummy,"
said Emily.
"I know I should be nice to people when they're unhappy. She's very lonely and sad, but she's quite smelly, too."
Lucy gave a guffaw, then put on a deadpan expression. But before she could apologize to her hosts, she was nonplussed by their reaction to Emily's last indiscretion. It was so over the top it might have been comical. Sue looked as if she'd heard the most horrifying revelation. Martin, predictably, was looking away from mother and daughter, pretending they weren't there, but Lucy saw one hand clutching a napkin with quivering intensity. Lucy had long been convinced that, to Martin, other people were only real in the sense that some distant moon of Jupiter was real. It was a fact, but one that did not emotionally engage him. He was a very good faker when it came to feelings, as most manipulators were. But this time, it seemed he was almost losing it.
"Focus,"
she told herself.
"We are a good single mummy and not a harebrained failure mooching a free holiday from an old college friend. And my daughter is damn near perfect. No, she's just perfect. Now, Emily, I'll take you and Miss Wilberforce back to bed."
she said soothingly.
And if we see this girl, we can say sorry to, who is it, Sue? The other guest.
There's no other guest,
said Martin loudly, still not looking at them. His hand was clenched so tightly now that Lucy wondered if his nails were drawing blood through the napkin.
She must have dreamed it.
Lucy felt Emily taking in a breath and headed her daughter off. Emily was not one to take such an accusation lying down.
It must have been a very real dream,
Lucy said quickly, rushing them out of the room.
I'll be back in 2 ticks after she's settled.
Lucy felt immense relief at simply leaving the dining room. She had forgotten how the sheer weight of Martin's toxic personality almost sucked the life out of her. At university, she had, at first, treated him with jovial contempt.
He is so far up himself,
she had once told Sue,
that the smug bastard could clean his teeth from the inside.
That had been the moment when the pained expression on Sue's face had told her the worst. Sue, shy and funny and intelligent, was smitten with a guy who was very obviously not good enough for her. After that, Martin's sociopathic egotism had stopped being amusing. And then, of course, after he had married Sue and they'd both gone into teaching, he had gone full steam ahead into the tragedy.
I did see her, and I talked to her,
insisted Emily loudly as Lucy carried her up the stairs, gasping at the weight of her plain-spoken offspring.
What will I do,
she wondered,
when she's too heavy to whisk away from social disasters? Perhaps she'll have developed some kind of filter by then.
On the landing, she felt herself getting a stitch and put Emily down, leading her up the final flight by the hand.
Now, sweetie,
she warned, trying not to pant following her exertion.
We know how to mind our manners when we meet strangers, don't we? Yes,
said Emily wearily, obviously recalling a few hundred impromptu lectures.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't get to sleep. And neither could Miss Wilberforce, even though she's very adaptable, as you know. Oh, I do,
Lucy sighed. They reached the 2nd floor, and Lucy looked along the corridor to their room, which was at the far end. First on the right was the bathroom, then Martin and Sue's bedroom. There was, Lucy realized, no second spare room for a guest. And there was certainly no sign of anyone sleeping on the couch downstairs.
See, honey,
she said, hunkering down to look Emily in the eye.
We can see that nobody else is staying here. There's nowhere for them to sleep. You must have dreamed about this sad girl. She told me she never sleeps,
said Emily, with the confidence of a small child in possession of irrefutable logic.
So she wouldn't need a bed, would she?
Lucy stifled another, deeper sigh.
Okay, let's do this.
She led Emily back to the guest room. As they entered, Lucy wrinkled her nostrils in disgust. There was an unpleasant smell in the air, a pungent odor compounded of sweat, stale perfume, and less identifiable things. It was gone almost before she detected it.
I told you she smells,
said Emily, clambering back into the bed they were sharing.
Miss Wilberforce thinks it's because she can't really touch things, so she can't have a shower.
Lucy shrugged and tucked Emily in.
Miss Wilberforce is a fascinating theorist, as always,
she said, putting the mermaid on the pillow next to her daughter's head.
I think the smell might be the drains in this old house, but what do I know? Right, honey, there you are, all cozy. Now, if the mystery girl appears again, maybe just let Miss Wilberforce handle it, okay?
Emily nodded, looking small and utterly perfect in the pink glow of her nightlight. Lucy paused in the doorway, having what she termed one of her soppy mommy moments. Then she turned to go back downstairs and nearly fell flat on her face. Her foot had caught on something. It was a pink sock. Lucy picked it up, then dropped it again with a gasp of revulsion. The sock was damp, greasy. Again she got a lungful of the same stench, sweat and perfume. Then both the smell and the sock were gone.
Weird,
she thought, turning over her hand, staring at her fingers.
I've only had 2 glasses of wine.
On impulse, she turned to Emily and asked,
Honey, how old is the girl we're not going to call fat or smelly? I think she's as old as Katrina,
Emily replied.
Or a bit older. It's hard to tell.
Katrina, the loud and cheerful daughter of Lucy's Polish neighbors, was Emily's sometime babysitter. She had turned 15 last month.
Nighty-night, kitten,
said Lucy, and went back downstairs to endure the final course. It was at precisely 3:37, according to her phone, that Lucy woke to a pressing call of nature. Emily had clung to her tightly when Lucy had first come up to bed, but in the hours since they had become almost disentangled. She succeeded in getting up without waking the child, and, thanks to Emily's travel nightlight, made it out into the corridor. Passing her host's room, she heard voices. She stopped to eavesdrop for a moment, but could make out no words. She recognized Martin's vicious, low monologue, though, and Sue's occasional futile attempts to deflect his contempt.
Hell on earth for the poor cow,
she thought.
But she's stuck with him, even though there are no kids.
After peeing, Lucy checked herself in the mirror, despite bitter experience that the small hours did not look good on her.
Another 2 days of this,
she said to her weary face.
What was I thinking?
Maybe she could persuade Emily to fake an illness so they could go home. This time, the stench hit her like a physical assault, the foulness not merely assailing her nostrils, but causing her eyes to water, her stomach to heave. She doubled up, starting to cough and retch. Through the tears, she saw the fat girl form behind her, the figure appearing half inside the shower stall.
Oh, Jesus,
she thought.
Oh, God, no.
For perhaps the first time, Lucy's daughter had understated the case. The thing in the mirror was enormous beyond reason, beyond any human possibility. Bloated arms and legs burst, quite literally burst from torn and rotten fragments of what had once been trendy street casual clothing. Breasts and belly were likewise colossal, obscene. Tiny features were almost lost in the grotesque folds of flesh that erased any true sense of a face. But Lucy still recognized the eyes so full of yearning. She did not need the voice, small and despairing, to confirm the identity. Then the vision was gone, having lasted perhaps 5 seconds at most.
So that was how she saw herself, at least at the end,
thought Lucy, grabbing a piece of toilet paper to wipe her eyes. Something of the stench still lingered. She went back to bed and resisted the urge to clutch Emily to her, try and hug away the horror. Instead, she lay awake, turning facts over in her mind. Eventually, she gave in and used her phone to find a picture. The newspaper and news networks had all used the same one.
"You were so pretty,"
she murmured, gazing at the pale blue screen.
"A bit too skinny, if anything. And the bastard made you feel like that. Reduced you to that."
Emily made a querulous noise, and Lucy turned off her phone. She spent the rest of the night listening to her daughter's breathing, wondering what she could say tomorrow. Some excuse must be offered, surely. When the gray dawn erased the nightlight's pink glow, she had come up with a rather obvious lie that they would not challenge. It seemed the most appropriate way to leave.
"You're sure?"
said Sue, wringing her hands. Martin stood behind his wife, pointedly not offering to help with his guest's luggage. Lucy was pleased to note that he, too, had obviously not had much sleep.
"They say it can kill sleep deprivation. Let's hope so."
To Sue, she smiled and said,
"Yes, I shouldn't have brought her, really. She never sleeps well in a strange bed."
She felt Emily's hand tighten in hers and looked down, her smile still fixed. Emily, having been promised treats on a scale previously unimagined, smiled sweetly back. She was complicit in a noble lie, as she had assured her mother was Miss Wilberforce.
"Well, we must get together in town sometime,"
said Sue.
"Not while you're with him,"
thought Lucy, trying to beam the thought into the brain of what had once been her best friend.
Yes, we really must."
Once she had driven out of sight of the old rectory, Lucy stopped the car and took out her phone. Emily, from her car seat in the back, began to protest. They were supposed to be en route at maximum speed to a nearby zoo where there would be more and lovelier giraffes than Emily had ever seen before.
"Just 1 minute, sweetie,"
said Lucy, going back to the news item she'd checked. The facts in the case had been processed in the usual tabloid fashion. It was a tragedy, first and foremost. Lolita got the inevitable mention, despite being massively inappropriate given the context. And there were the usual quotes from school friends, the commonplace words and phrases, the stuff of soap opera scripts, used for want of anything new to say. The girl had low self-esteem. Anorexia and self-harm had occurred long before the messy, prolonged finale. The rejection by the older man, the humiliation he had subjected her to, the death that had not come easily. She finally found the bit she wanted. She read the quote several times, not knowing how to feel, but sure that she had just left a circle of hell that was also a grotesque, eternal triangle.
"She really loved him. That's why she couldn't handle it when he used her and then dumped her. All she wanted was to be with him forever."
Born Tonight by Rowan Rook. "The beast is slain," says the newspaper's headline in bold, confident ink. I beg myself to believe it. The report claims that a hunter by the name of Jean Chastel finally felled the vile thing that's tormented Gévaudan and my every waking thought for the last 3 years. The necropsy, the writers promise, all but confirms it. The monster's stomach contained a human's remains. I force down another swig of ale, praying the familiar warmth will loosen my logic and let me slip into the false hope offered by the paper. It doesn't. It wets my dry tongue, but doesn't touch the chill that long since seeped into my bones. It's all lies. The powers that be must have planted some poor fellow's body within the belly of a wolf they want to call the beast. Surely, it's all in pursuit of a moment of peace from the public, like the one everyone but I enjoyed when François Antoine slew the wolf of Chaz. Another false beast. Lord, I understand. I've been so long without rest, I no longer remember what it feels like. Perhaps they even believe their own story, the way I wish I could. But Amy's bloody dress, ripped at the seams, soaks in the laundry tub, turning the water red. My eyes squeeze shut with a shudder, but I can't block out the images. My wife, laughing, smiling, oblivious to the dried blood gluing strands of her hair together, the flecks of dark fur floating around our house, despite her almost obsessive efforts to clean, the strange stains on her teeth. It feels like a nightmare, but I'm done trying to convince myself that I'm asleep. Every time I do, it only hurts worse when I'm reminded that this is indeed reality. My eyes open to find the other half of the bed empty, cold. I don't have to wonder long what stirred me from sleep. A howl comes from beyond my bedroom window. It shakes the glass and raises the hairs on my arms. The wails rise and fall in the shape of a song, too purposeful and organized to be anything other than human. It's a woman's voice, I realize. Amy's voice. I know. Instead of going to find her, I tug my quilt higher over my head like a frightened boy and pray for the sun to rise. I've woken alone to the sound of her song for almost 100 nights. On the following mornings, I always find my wife in bed beside me, her breath smelling faintly of blood. Sometimes she can't wash the red stains from her pillow. I stare down at the headline for a while longer. If only it were true. If only I'd simply gone mad. I'd much rather face the bars of an asylum than what I know I have to do. I've already kept my head down while people died for far too long. Amy vanished in the spring of 1764 on the way home from visiting her parents' house. After a month, I'd had no choice but to assume the worst, that she was dead, that some other man stole my wife away from me, or perhaps some animal that was a beast in its own right had done so. Only days before her memorial service did she return to the doorstep of our home, filthy and trembling. It hurts to remember the way the dawn had exploded through my chest. I had wept with joy. My Amy was alive, but she hadn't been able to tell me where she'd gone. Dread curdles the warmth that once came with such memories. She isn't alive. Not truly. Something else came back in her place and called itself my wife. A beast. The slaughters started that summer. A palm slaps down on my table. Ale spills over the top of my mostly full glass when I jerk back. Edouard's freckled face beams down at me, unperturbed.
"What's the matter, my friend? Tonight's one for celebration. Why not focus on your ale instead of the paper? The beast is dead. That's all we need to know."
I try and fail to smile. Even though I'm amongst friends, I'm more isolated than I've ever been. No one else knows the fear, the dread, the tightness in my throat. The men in the club down swigs from their own refilled glasses, cheeks red, eyes bright, grins stretched wide. The air is different, warmer than yesterday's. They believe the headline.
The beast is dead. The shadow is gone. They can let out the light. Lucienne? A crease of worry dims Edouard's face. I stammer, search for another way to say I'm ill or tired or offer any excuse other than those I've already used so often. My heart picks up speed when I feel the tear dripping down my chin. I'm sorry, Edouard. The ale is sitting strangely in my stomach. I believe I'll retire for the night. But please, buy the others another round of drinks from me. I rise from my chair and toss him my coin purse. After all, the beast is dead. I don't realize I'm running until I'm outside the club, the icy night air biting hard at my flushed face. Lucienne! I don't look back. I won't let the beast take away hope from Edouard and the others. Not again. The beast isn't dead, but soon she will be.
I can't bring myself to believe the beast is gone.
Amy's lips don't quite hide the smile I see in her eyes.
Not after we were fooled by the wolf of Chaz.
I managed to swallow the bile, trying not to look at my wife's beautiful chestnut curls and the way they frame her face, her ivy eyes, her soft peach lips. It's all more lies. My wife is dead. I don't know what my sweet Amy did to deserve such a fate, but the thing I'm looking at came back from hell in her place. You expect another attack, then? Please give me an answer I don't expect, I plead. Talk me out of what I'm planning to do. Make me believe the lies. Convince me the way dear Amy could talk me into anything.
Well?
Amy looks away from me. Her narrowed eyes rest on the fireplace and glint in its orange light.
That's hard to say, isn't it? How should any of us understand a monster's mind? I do believe you must be careful about this recent obsession of yours, however. If you think so much of the beast, who's to say it won't come for you next?
Ice crystallizes on my spine, and a stammer comes out when I try to speak. Amy smirks. My gaze sticks to the edges of her tight lips. I swear I see the black stains behind them. You're right. I finally manage to move my heavy tongue. I suppose it is unhealthy to think of such terrible things so often. Amy looks back at me, still grinning.
So, spend time with me instead, my love. It's quite lonely here, while you while away those free hours of yours at the clubs. It was the thought of more time with you that kept me alive during my darkest hours, after all.
She leans in closer, her breath hot. The stink of rot cuts through the lie of mint.
You're the reason I came back.
The reason you keep coming back, my mind finishes for me. She knows that I know. She wants to placate me, watch me, guilt me. Tomorrow, my dear. I tell my lie. I feel ill tonight and need to retire. Tomorrow I'll take you out, and we can enjoy our favorite gardens. Her eyes light up, chasing away the shadows set over their green forests.
The one where we met?
I try again to smile, and to my surprise succeed. I hate that some of the warmth in my voice is still genuine. That one. I turn away before she can see my tears. It's not Amy, I promise myself while I hold the silver knife over her sleeping throat. It's a beast, making a mockery of my wife's face and name. If I don't do this, she'll never rest in peace. Edouard and the others won't ever live in peace. The sensation of a bitter smile on my lips almost makes me laugh. And it's not like I'll ever know peace again,
regardless. I breathe in the sordid air. 1, 2, 3, then squeeze my eyes shut and plunge down the knife. The blade sinks in easily, tearing her skin like paper. My heart twists inside out. Bile heaves toward my throat, but I smell no blood. I open my eyes, my blades embedded in our mattress. There are only ripped sheets where my wife once slept. Torn bits of down feathers float in the air. She's gone. My consciousness pulses black. I scan the room. Shadows wreathe my familiar space in strange patterns, obscuring everything but the silhouette of our dresser and the line of moonlight cutting in beneath the curtains. The stench of stale blight hangs heavy in the air. There's only silence. The hair tingles on the back of my neck. "Amy? I warned you to let me be." The growl comes from somewhere close, tickling my ear. I whirl, white-knuckling the knife. She isn't there. "I didn't want it to come to this. Now that it has, you've given me no choice." This time I catch movement, a shift in the dark. Glassy eyes glint before she melts back into the shadows, leaving drops of drool behind the carpet. They stink of sulfur. My pulse beats against my skull, leaving the world blurred and swirling, almost dreamlike, because it's a nightmare. A part of me still wants to believe, still wants to cling to the false respite of that old lie. I've gone too far for that now. I force myself to stand on my shaky legs. I'll set you free, Amy." "I'll set you free." A shout hitches in my throat. She's close, too close. I stumble away and almost fall back onto the bed. "Don't you remember our vows?" The dark itself dashes toward me. My body lashes out with the knife while the rest of me recoils, my gaze squeezing shut. My blade clangs against a surface as hard as metal. My muscles burn against a force as relentless as gravity. I don't want to look, don't want to open my eyes. But I do. My knife's clenched between fangs as long as my fingers and painted black at the razored tips. Amy's green eyes stare out at me from a warped face, her long snout lined with knots of skin and tufts of stiff-stained fur. A black mane replaces her curls and runs down her spine. Strings of spittle dangle from her maw. Drool, as cold as ice, hits my face when she breathes. A scream rips the air from my lungs. She lets out a very different howl as her claws tear into my stomach. At first, I feel nothing. Blood splashes over what had been our bed. Then comes the pain. Searing. "Run! Run! Run!" Adrenaline gives me enough strength to kick out. Her stomach, furred, cold, wet, is hard as a stone beneath my boot, rattling my bones. It's only her surprise that gives me the chance to throw myself away from her. "Run!" "You promised on our wedding night that we'd be together forever." I can't feel my feet as they fly. The lower half of my body's already gone numb. There's only the pain, only the sensation of my hot blood, my life spilling over the arm, clenching my stomach. The stink of my own iron and salt makes my senses swim. I'm going to die. I wonder if my wife will eat me. "You promised you'd love me, no matter what." My shoulder cracks against our bedroom door, bursting it open. My steps paint the hallway with blood. The front door's knob glistens in the moonlight coming in through its cracks. "You promised you'd never betray or abandon me." My fingers grasp the cold metal. "I won't let you be the liar." Hot pain pours into my neck in 2 stabbing streams. Her breath plays with my hair. Drops of ice, her spit, tap against my skin like rain. I've been bitten. My adrenaline drains, my senses drain, my mind. I wilt backward into her waiting arms, my fingers let go of the doorknob. Her strong arms hold me tight. It will only hurt for a while, my love. A new sensation, not quite heat, not quite ice, spreads from the bite. My nerves scream as they're twisted like flesh in a fire, curling, warping, changing. I close my eyes so I don't have to see what's happening to me, but I can feel it. My senses thrum, distorting. My mind scratches against my skull, rippling with repulsion as its body becomes a stranger's. Even my spirit seems to sizzle. I screech, my howls nearly sounding like hers. They do sound like hers. The beast pulls away. The pain passes. I hear the rumble in my strained breaths. When I dare to open my eyes, Amy's face, her human face, stares back at me. Now we can truly be together, forever. She smiles in a way I haven't seen in years. Her eyes shine with real joy, as they had on our wedding night. The thing bit me, so I hoped I could share the curse the same way. Her delicate fingers, only traces of hair left on her knuckles, tease the fur sprouting on my neck. I'm so glad now that you pushed me into taking the risk. I'll teach you the pleasures of blood and power, the freedom that comes with oneness with nature, the songs of the moon. For a moment, I let myself relax, let myself sink into the warmth of her touch. If only I could stay. If only I could let myself sing those melodies I've heard outside my window. Amy leans in for a kiss that smells of death and sulfur. I let my newfound heat rip through me, stirring the instincts she gave me. My fangs bite into her neck. The toxic taste of her blood electrifies my nerves. With one powerful motion, Lord, let it be over, I rip out her throat. I watch Amy's body burn in the yard she once loved to tend. She looks human again, save for those fangs exposed by her gaping mouth. All else that made her a wolf, a beast, is gone. I murdered my wife. No. My new claws scrape against my cheeks. No. I killed the beast. I stopped the slaughter. But now... I drag my hands away from my face and force myself to look at them. They're weapons now. Dark strings of fur sprout through my bloodied clothes. Fangs sink into my tight lips. The blood they spill smells like sulfur. Even my pounding heartbeat is somehow different, slower and heavier, like a march. The beast is dead, but a new beast was born tonight, too. No, I'm not like her. I won't be like her. I won't take away Edward's hope. I linger a while longer while the fire carries her ashes into the sky, trying and failing to hide my beastly features the way she so often had. My body is still pulsing, electric, refusing to honor its old shape. With time, I hope I'll be able to pass as human and look in the mirror again. I'll start anew, somewhere where nobody knows me, where I can keep the old Amy alive in my memories and live in a way that would make the people we were proud. I turn and leave my home as the clouds turn orange. My body shudders with each step, more fur aching to sprout from my pores, my fangs aching to tear, my claws aching to kill. No! My tongue demands blood. My mind yearns for power. My soul screams for freedom. No, this isn't freedom. I can't stop the smile from forming on my face. That's only another lie. I let my body go. Let my muscles ripple and burn and carry me into the forest on all fours. My mind manages to hang on to my memories. Amy's soft smiles during our nights together. My friends' hopes and happiness. The Gévaudan I loved. I hope those memories will shield my soul, keep me strong, keep a part of me human. I won't be another beast. But I will leave France. Gévaudan doesn't deserve more fear. Let them celebrate the beast's death. I'll sing for the moon. Bound with Love by Ron Ripley. It is called anthropodermic bibliophagy. The bookseller pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose, smiled, and put on a pair of white cotton gloves. Elizabeth Shaw looked at him, not bothering to hide her bored expression. She glanced around the long, thin bookstore and decided it was perhaps the most hideous shop she had ever suffered to walk into. She sat in a comfortable wing chair, facing the bookseller, as did her father's attorney, who occupied the wing chair opposite her. The lawyer, Jacob Lovecraft, was a man with a stern appearance and an equally fierce demeanor. Elizabeth wasn't exactly sure what the executor of her father's estate wanted by bringing her to the bookstore, but accompanying him had been a stipulation of the will. If she didn't go, she didn't get anything. Not a single cent of her father's impressive fortune, or access to any portion of his estate. She wouldn't even be allowed to retrieve anything which rightfully belonged to her. "Miss Shaw," Jacob's voice brought her attention back to the bookseller. That august gentleman was everything she expected to find in a bookseller. He was angular, thin, and wore glasses. His dark hair was trimmed too short, and the pallor of his skin reminded her of a corpse. She smiled at the idea of the bookseller and Jacob Lovecraft dead together on the floor, and the bookseller smiled with the mistaken belief that she was interested in what was going on. "Mr. Bergen was about to show you the book you were brought here to see." Jacob turned in his chair as he spoke to her, the light of the shop glistening off his bald head. "I suggest you pay attention, young lady." At 31, Elizabeth wasn't young, and she knew Jacob didn't mean it as a compliment. During their previous meetings, prior to and directly after her father's passing, Jacob Lovecraft had made his dislike for her perfectly clear. "Now, if you will look here, Mr. Lovecraft and Ms. Shaw, you will see a truly rare item." The man reached into an open drawer and reverently drew out a book. It was small, no larger than her iPhone, and equally as thin. The book looked almost like a movie prop. It was wrapped with leather, and on 3 sides it was covered with polished metal. Elizabeth leaned forward and frowned. "What is it? A diary?" "This, Miss Shaw, is an early translation of the Tibetan Book of the Dead." The excitement in Mr. Bergen's voice was nauseating to her. "It is extremely rare in its own right, but what makes this so special and so rare is what it is bound in." "What? That big fancy word you used a minute ago?" She yawned and shook her head. "I don't care.
Not unless I can sell it.
That's part of the stipulation, Miss Shaw. The grin on Jacob's face infuriated her. Clenching her hands into fists, she waited for the explanation, which came a moment later. You see, your father wants this book to be in the house with you. Whatever house you live in, whether you live in the Boston house, the New York house, or the Chicago house, you will always have this book with you. You will be required to produce it within 30 minutes of any request for it.
That's absurd. She glared at him. You can't do that.
I can, because I am enforcing your father's will. If you like, you can attempt to challenge the will of the estate. But I will remind you that he and I spent an entire month working out the niceties of this last will and testament. Everything is above board and legal. Elizabeth knew the man was right. She had brought her copy of the will to her lawyer, and that esteemed barrister had told her the same thing, only in nicer terms, since she was paying him nearly $1,000 an hour. Fuming, she turned and stared at the bookseller. Mr. Bergen seemed nonplussed and smiled politely.
Fine. Whatever. Go ahead. Let me know what I have to do.
Mr. Bergen nodded. As I was saying, this book is bound in human skin, which makes it exceptionally rare. Elizabeth straightened up.
I'm sorry. Could you say that again?
The bookseller repeated himself. Elizabeth turned slowly and stared at Jacob in disgust.
How can you expect me to keep something like that in my home?
Ms. Shaw, whether you abide by the language of your father's will or whether you do not, does not matter to me. I am here to see that the will is enforced. Nothing more, nothing less.
You're a liar,
she thought, and twisted around to face the bookseller again.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, this book has been positively identified as having a binding of human skin by the Anthropodermic Books Project. Mr. Bergen held up the book. It was, she realized, oddly beautiful. The pages were gilt-edged, and the title of the book was embossed in the same on both the spine and the upper cover. Both the metal and the binding had been polished and seemed to glow in the soft light of the store. Now, considering the rarity of this book, and, well, of any book bound in human skin, we suggest you place the book in the small container your father had built for it. This will ensure that the book remains in excellent condition. The bookseller turned and put the book away below the desk.
Wait, what? I don't get to look inside of it?
Elizabeth looked to Jacob, who nodded toward the bookseller. No, I am afraid that Mr. Shaw was always adamant that the book never be opened. I believe he wished to respect the dead.
My father didn't respect anyone, especially not the dead. Sure, I get it.
She glanced over at Jacob, who was looking at her.
What?
There are a great many papers to sign, young lady. I would like to get it over with sooner rather than later. He stood up, picked up his valise, and walked to the desk. As he reached it, Elizabeth watched as Mr. Bergen lifted a small glass box. The glass revealed the book, resting softly on a velvet lining. Beneath the velvet
was a wooden base which had small vents and controls on one side of it. The bookseller adjusted several of them, and a soft stream of expelled air whistled out of the vents. "There, it is ready for travel. Just be sure to keep it out of the light." Mr. Bergen took off his gloves and looked lovingly at the book. Then, with a sigh, he smiled at Elizabeth. "It has been a distinct pleasure to hold this book for your father. I've truly enjoyed the experience, and I am saddened for your loss. He had exquisite taste in books. You are extremely lucky to have such a treasure bestowed upon you." Elizabeth faked a smile and thought, "You didn't live with the old man. You didn't have to listen to him ramble on constantly about his books. And you didn't have to agree to something stupid just to get what is rightfully yours." "Thank you, Mr. Bergen. Maybe you can help me with my father's collection at some point." "I would be more than happy to, once Mr. Lovecraft has finished with his work." Mr. Bergen turned to face the lawyer and bowed with obvious respect. "Ha, Ivan, I will see you soon." Jacob chuckled and offered his hand, which Mr. Bergen shook enthusiastically. Elizabeth glanced from one to the other with disgust, picked up the box with the book, and stomped out of the room. She heard both men call goodbye to her, but her only response was to wave at them without looking back. Idiots! In a matter of minutes, she was back in the limousine and headed to her penthouse apartment. Lovecraft would have the key sent up to her, and when she had it, she would return to her father's house. Elizabeth lost track of time, and sooner than she had thought possible, she was stepping out of the limousine in front of her apartment building. Holding the troublesome book under one arm, she strode past the doorman and the bellhop, stepping into the elevator and riding it to the top floor. Once there, she entered her apartment and dropped the book unceremoniously onto the table by the front door. For nearly half an hour, she ignored the book and the rest of the world. Elizabeth opened a fresh bottle of wine, changed into comfortable clothes, and found something semi-appealing to watch on the television. Finally, with all the basics taken care of, she went to the table, retrieved the book and its case, and returned with it to her overstuffed couch. She set it down beside her and poked and pushed at various parts of the wooden base, feeling certain her father had hidden something within it. "I know you did something, you old coot," she thought, pushing on a small depression. "You always did something. You never could leave well enough alone. I hate you." She reached for her wine and shifted the hand holding the case, and nearly shouted as a loud click rang out. Forgetting about the wine, she turned the box over, the book thumping against the glass. A small panel had appeared, nothing more than a slight opening in the wood, which almost appeared to be part of the polished pattern of the grain. Laughing, Elizabeth pushed it aside and wasn't surprised when a piece of paper tumbled out of it. Pushing the box off her lap, she opened the small note. The paper was heavy-weight linen, and it bore the calligraphy S her father used as their family crest. Beneath that symbol, standing out boldly on the page, were words written in her father's neat, precise hand. "My dear Elizabeth," the letter began, "I am certain that at this point in time you are positively livid at the stipulations which have been placed upon your receipt of what you undoubtedly consider rightfully yours. Nothing, my dear child, is ever anyone's, either by right or by work. We can lose it all in a heartbeat. This is part of the reason why you have received my book. It was dear and precious to me, and I hope that in time it will be the same to you. As of now, however, you are this book's steward, and as such, there are some important facts about this book which you must know. First, never remove the lead from around the edges of the pages. The consequences would be quite dire, I'm afraid. Second, this book once belonged to a great uncle of mine, a peculiar man who had, I must admit, peculiar notions. It was he who had the book bound in human skin, particularly the skin of a man he had killed in single combat. And, finally, this book is dangerous, far more than you could think a book might be. Please, Elizabeth, heed my warnings. All will work itself out in the end, and if you remember what I have written to you. Love, your father. P.S. One last entreaty, my daughter. Remember your 12th birthday. Holding the letter in her hand, she tried to recall the significance, if any, of her 12th birthday. It came to her in a flash, the memory plowing through the haze the wine was beginning to form in her mind. Over the years, during the many times she and her father had argued, she had often told him that the last time she had liked him was when she turned 12. That had been, as far as she was concerned, the finest birthday of her life, and the last time she wanted to spend time with him. Remember my 12th birthday? Elizabeth scoffed and threw the letter onto the floor. She peered into the small opening where the letter had been hidden, seeking any sort of money or other items her father may have tucked away. What she found was a slim journal. It was held together with rubber bands, the gray cover worn and battered from years of use. Her hands fumbled as she eased off the bands and opened the journal. She felt a sense of excitement race through her as she parted the heavy pages. Then a string of angry invectives spewed from her mouth, and she dropped the journal to the floor in disgust. The small book was nothing more than an abridged photo album. In it were pictures of her at different ages, and the only similarities were the images themselves. Each showed Elizabeth celebrating her birthday. Are you kidding me? She slumped back against the couch and drank her wine. Not a single dollar bill tucked away in all that garbage. Shaking her head, she threw the book across the room, where it struck the wall and landed on the floor with a dull, heavy thunk. Satisfied with the sound, she tried to make herself comfortable and to watch the show. But she was thoroughly disgusted with her father, and so Elizabeth drank 3 glasses of wine. As she finished the final glass, she had begun to feel slightly inebriated when an idea came to her mind. She tried to grasp it, tried to prevent its escape in the alcoholic haze of her mind, and she succeeded. The book. That's it. He wouldn't have gone through all this trouble if it wasn't the book. There's something in it. I know it. She flipped the box over and searched for the latch. Elizabeth couldn't find it. There was fine filigree work done on the metal and parts of the wood, and she couldn't find the place to push to open the glass. It's glass. Just glass. She stood up and walked haphazardly to the room's large fireplace. Elizabeth grabbed hold of the iron poker, set the box down, and used the end of the tool with increasing force until the glass cracked and then broke completely. Laughing, she reached in, brushed the glass off the book, and picked it up. She froze in place. The book was cold, painfully so. Still, her successful extraction of the book left her grinning with pleasure, and she returned to the couch with it. Elizabeth dropped it to the couch and flopped down beside it. Chuckling to herself, she used the edge of her blouse to lessen as much of the cold emanating from the book as she could, while searching out some sort of lock. It took her only a few minutes, the majority of which had been spent shifting the book from hand to hand, to finally open the book. Hope filled her as the metal along the three sides released, and she spread the pages apart. She flipped through them, anger growing as she passed by page after page without a hint of money secreted away. Why didn't he hide money in the book? He was always hiding things in books. Her outrage was dulled as the television flickered and then died, distracting her. A moment later, the lights on either end table went dark, and then lights in the hallway joined them. "This is stupid," she thought. "How the hell can I lose power? There's a generator in the damned building." She shook her head. "Oh, well, at least I have the book and a bottle of wine, not to mention the other bottles if I can navigate through the darkness." Frustrated, anger surged within her, and she staggered to her feet, furious at the power failure and the stupidity of her father's estate. She went in search of her purse, feeling along the furniture and the walls, stumbling and striking her shins against table legs. Her curses filled the air, ringing out until she found the hall table where she had deposited her purse. She groped along the table's top until her fingers came into contact with the bag, and she let out a triumphant shout. "Get the damned phone out of here and use the flashlight app. That'll let me find the breaker once I get to the breaker box." Rummaging through her purse, Elizabeth found her phone, dragged it out, and turned it on. The screen lit up, and then went dark. Blinking away the sharp memory of the light, Elizabeth shook her phone, but still the device remained dark. She slapped it several times against the palm of her hand, and when it didn't respond, she hurled it away from her, grunting with satisfaction as it slammed into a wall and fell to the floor with a dull thud and a crack. "Stupid," she thought. "Now I have to find a damned flashlight." Elizabeth angled herself slowly from the table and walked away from it gingerly, a dull ache pulsating in her legs. It took her nearly a minute to cross the distance from the dining room to the kitchen, and when she did so, she nearly fell on the cold marble tiles of the floor. Her feet threatened to kick out from under her, so she clung to the edge of the counter, stepping gingerly and holding on to the edge of the counter. The kitchen was oddly silent as she made her way toward the refrigerator. There was no ambient noise, nothing to tell her she lived in a well-to-do building with whatever she wanted. It was darker in the house than she had thought it could be. "Maybe I should take down some of the damned curtains later," she thought, as her hand glided to the refrigerator. She let out a pleased and relieved laugh before she ran her hands along the side of the refrigerator, finally putting her hand on the flashlight. The metal was cool and comforting against her flesh, and she plucked it from the refrigerator happily. Sighing, she pressed the button on the flashlight, but nothing happened. Elizabeth tried it several more times, and still it remained dark. Anger tinged with fear seeped into her, and she considered her situation. She didn't know if the rest of the building was without power. "But my penthouse is,"
That's for damn sure, she thought grimly. That's all I can worry about right now.
For a short time, Elizabeth stood where she was, one hand holding the edge of the countertop, while she tried to remember exactly where the circuit breaker box was in the half-bathroom of the penthouse.
The linen closet, she thought, nodding. It's in the linen closet. Top right, I think.
As she prepared to leave the kitchen, Elizabeth paused.
Should I just go out and talk to the damned doorman? What if the power's out in the whole building? I can't get down there. It's 7 flights down.
She took a deep breath and exhaled noisily.
I can at least open the damned door. That way I'll know what's going on out there.
With her hand trailing along the countertop, she took small, careful steps towards the main entrance. It felt as though it took her half an hour to reach the door, but rationally she knew it was an impossibility. As her hands glided over the smooth wood, she sighed with relief. She traced the edge of the door down to the knob, took hold of it, then howled with fear as she was hurled backward. Elizabeth tumbled and then struck the wall. Framed photographs rattled above her, and the temperature plummeted. Shivering, she got to her hands and knees, then pushed herself up to a standing position.
Is someone there?
Fear resounded in her voice, and Elizabeth hated it.
I'm going to call the police.
She listened, dreading and hoping for the sound of another person. A bitter fear wormed its way up through her stomach, nestling in her heart.
You better answer me.
The silence which greeted her should have reassured her, but for an unknown reason it terrified her. She trembled as she breathed, and without waiting any longer, she strode forward in the darkness, her hands outstretched, seeking the cold comfort of the door. Instead, hands grasped her wrists. Her scream was a combination of fear and pain. The hands, she felt, were colder than anything that had touched her before. It felt as though her skin dried and cracked as the unknown assailant held her tightly for a moment. Then, without warning, she was hurled down the hallway. She hit the floor hard, unable to stop herself. Her head struck the wall, and stars exploded in front of her eyes. She tasted blood on her lips as she tried to get up. Her hands were kicked out from under her, and she crashed to the floor again. Elizabeth felt teeth chip and break, her lower jaw driven hard into her upper. She tried to crawl away, but the hands took hold of her ankles, causing her to shriek in pain as she felt herself being dragged along the floor. Elizabeth clawed at the walls and at molding. Panicking, she tried to free herself by kicking her legs, but it was to no avail. The attacker's grip was too tight, and she couldn't twist around to attack with her hands. Suddenly, she was no longer on the cool tile of the hallway. Instead, she felt carpeting beneath her. She pulled on it as she caught handfuls of the fibers, but nothing slowed her progress. Then Elizabeth could smell wine, and she knew she was in the television room. She was lifted up again and thrown, smashing into the unlit fireplace. Elizabeth felt something break in her ribs, and she let out a gasping scream as she lay still upon the floor. She whimpered and tried to gather her thoughts, tried to push through the combined haze of pain and alcohol. Then, faintly, she heard the sound of the front door opening. She heard someone walk in, move along the floor easily, as though it wasn't pitch black from lack of light. Then a soft glow caught her attention. It brightened second by second, and soon Jacob Lovecraft stood in the doorway, holding an old-fashioned lantern above him. The light filled the room. He looked at her with an expression of sadness.
"Help me, Jacob."
Elizabeth hated the sound of her voice, the weakness so apparent in it. She gritted her teeth and added,
"Please."
"I'm afraid I cannot."
Jacob entered the room, set the lantern down on an end table, and took off his coat. He hung it up and rolled up his sleeves. From an inner pocket of the coat, he extracted a small black bag.
"What are you doing?"
Her voice was barely audible. The pain was too intense.
"I am carrying out the last wishes of your father."
She watched as he opened the bag and removed what looked to be a white suit, one she had seen worn by painters. He put on disposable booties, a hood, and then gloves.
"What are you talking about?"
He suspected you might open the case. Foolishly, of course, and despite being warned against it. I trust you found the letter as well."
Elizabeth attempted to push herself up, but a sudden weight pressed down upon her back, shoving her to the floor again.
"Enough!"
The anger in Jacob's voice was clear, and the pressure on her back vanished.
"What I must do is terrible. I will not have her suffer needlessly. Am I understood?"
"Yes." The soft voice, spoken beside her ear, shocked Elizabeth. Jacob shook his head as he tightened the drawstring on the hood.
"The voice you heard, Ms. Shaw, belongs to Thaddeus Shaw, one of your paternal great-great-uncles, the previous owner of the book you so foolishly opened."
She shuddered as an unseen, cold finger was dragged along the line of her jaw.
"Your father and Thaddeus, with myself as the broker, came to an agreement. Should you fail to live up to what your father considered your familial obligations, then I was to enlist the aid of Thaddeus to ensure there was a proper punishment. In return for this, Thaddeus has promised to protect the family's name and fortunes."
Jacob shook his head and sighed.
"It had been your father's hope that you would listen to me and do as you were bidden by the stipulations in his will. It was his fear that you would not, and that you would open the case. The letter he secreted away was his final plea, a desperate gamble that you might be turned away from a foolish act."
"Why?"
Elizabeth gasped with pain.
"He could have just cut me out of the will."
Jacob frowned at her.
"Even now, you lie. You knew you would have dragged it through the courts. You would have wasted your money, what little you have left, and the funds set up to protect the house and the estate, all in an effort to obtain that to which you have no right. He did this in an effort to allow you to redeem yourself, Ms. Shaw. Now, however, you will serve as a cautionary tale, an anecdote of paternal hope wasted upon a spoiled child."
She watched with pain-dulled senses as Jacob strode forward and picked up the photo album she had found. He smiled sadly at it.
"This was a difficult time for your father, selecting these pictures. They were happy memories, times when you still loved him, and when you had yet to sink into an apathetic state of materialism. a state he desperately tried to free you from without cutting you off from him completely.
Jacob looked at her, the smile fading.
He was forever bitter about his failure.
He tucked the book into the bag he had brought and removed a scalpel. The silver gleam of the tool caught her eye and held her attention.
"What are you going to do?"
Her voice was little more than a croak, and Jacob's response was almost lost beneath the laughter of Thaddeus, crouched unseen at her side.
I am going to fulfill your father's wishes.
Jacob's eyes were flat as he gazed upon her.
I am going to wait while Thaddeus strangles you to death. When he is finished, I will cut away your shirt, and from your back I will remove all your skin. When your skin has been cured and prepared, I will take the photo album and have it professionally bound in your hide. Finally, when all is said and done, Miss Elizabeth Shaw, I will bring the book to your father's mausoleum and place it in his sarcophagus on his breast. I do this for the love I have for your father.
"No!"
Elizabeth shook her head, horror creeping over her.
"No! I don't want to die!"
That is, I'm afraid, quite unfortunate.
Jacob nodded, and Elizabeth felt cold hands wrap around her neck. She tried to scream, but she could neither inhale nor could she exhale. All she could do was die. Bring Me Secrets by Bronson Carey. I was the catalyst for knowledge, a guide through which information flows and churns like warm blood in the human brain. I wielded the knowledge as a knight his sword, or an author his pen, waiting in solace for the opportunity to employ my weapon.
"Hey, what's the Wi-Fi password?"
I sighed at the approaching student and scribbled the password on a scrap of paper.
Here, no capitals.
They always put capitals, and I typically end up typing it for them anyway. All right, I wasn't exactly a great keeper of knowledge, though I still managed and maintained the university library, which I considered close enough. While my aide would restock, I'd spend my days reading the accounts of vast archives, undaunted heroes, and unlikely triumphs. Although I'd accepted that my life could never hold such dire significance as the subjects I read about, I found contentment in my position. After all, I only took this job to get paid while reading. I chuckled lightly to myself and stole a glance to my aide, Jackson, before returning to my copy of Divine Comedy. He was a good kid, and part of me felt guilty for leaving him with most of the work, but someone had to stay at the desk and answer the students' questions. Besides, that was the way my supervisor mentored me. Before I could fully return to the blistering inferno dwelling within my pages, the corner of my eye caught a young boy across the desk, far younger than any of the students here. I carefully scanned the library for any potential parents, but as we were nearing closing time, most of the students had already cleared out, and the child looked too old to belong to Jackson.
Hello. Can I help you?" I asked, contemplating if I needed to call someone. The kid didn't look any older than 10, and I wasn't exactly sure what the protocol this situation constituted. He stared up at me with large oval eyes, so dark I couldn't quite make out his pupils. He gawked in blank silence,
enhanced by the natural stillness of a closing library, and I couldn't help but feel a slight unease. It started as a chill that carried along my skin, but soon I felt a rising sense of panic I couldn't explain. Those eyes, those dark eyes, stared into my soul, freezing my muscles in place while I gripped tightly onto my book like a lifeline. My churning heart pounded direly in my chest as some subconscious instinct took control of my body, yet I couldn't pinpoint why. The boy lifted a book, bound in dark leather, and slid it onto my desk. The cover held no images, titles, or reference to an author at first glance, and its width made my book look like a pamphlet. Hesitantly, with that irrational fear stirring through my veins like poison, my muscles began responding again, replacing my book for the new one. My fingers drifted over its smooth cover, and I noted the yellowing pages and the distinct scent of age that it carried. I opened the inside back cover, still checking for a card, though I knew we didn't carry anything like this. When I tried to return my gaze to the boy, I found nothing. Not a trace he'd ever been there, yet the evidence of his presence sat firm in my hands. "All right, I'm heading out. See you tomorrow," Jackson waved as he collected his things. Despite my nerves, I managed a humble smile and a casual farewell. "See you then. Drive safe." "Ha, we'll see," he remarked before taking his leave. I rolled my eyes at his banter and tried to calm down. I didn't know what made me so senselessly anxious, but I felt my nerves slowly return to me with a series of deep breaths. The boy must have run away after he handed me the book. I was just too distracted to notice. Maybe he possessed a fondness for libraries or their keepers and wanted to thank me in some way, but he was too shy to say anything. I grinned at the idea of being appreciated, especially by someone so young. I glanced over the book in my hand. Some kind of gift, if my theory was right. My fingers sifted through the pages as my eager eyes scanned their contents. The volume contained eye-catchingly strange pictures. Ink-blotted sketches dotted the withered pages, representing peculiar rituals, images of people in agony, skulls cut open, what seemed like constellations in images of eyes. One depicted a man on an altar, strewn open, droplets of ink splattered across the page and a wicked smile strewn across his decrepit expression. I stared at page after page, transfixed in ghastly horror, yet coupled with curiosity. Most of the book contained paragraphs or entire essays of a strange dialect I couldn't make out. Foreign words and peculiar symbols, combined with gruesome sketches of agony and submission. Why a child would have something like this in the first place, I had no idea. But my mind ran rampant with more pressing questions. Where did the book truly come from? Who wrote it? What language was it? What was it even about? So much intoxicating curiosity whirled within my mind, it pushed the matter of the boy and his purposes to the back of my focus. That's when I noticed that some of the words seemed to contain Latin roots. Not many, but the ones that I recognized were undeniable. An eagerness came over me, a passion I hadn't felt since I was a child, the desire to learn, the wonder of mystery, the need for impossible answers. That night, I scarcely slept, for every waking thought centered around the book and how I could go about translating and understanding it. By some miracle, I finally dozed off and dreamt of vast libraries protected by ancient seekers. I remember wandering aimlessly through their halls, fascinated and amazed by the sheer span of shelves, all lined with ancient tomes. One of the protectors, clad in robes that covered his face, approached me. It moved low to the ground, resonating a cacophony of cracks and pops as it contorted in ways no human should be able to, the folds of its robe jerking with each movement, and I could just see the glowing orbs that peered from beyond the darkness of his hood. He held a similar robe in his long, clawed fingers and offered it to me, but I woke up before I could accept it or even consider if I wanted to. The dream faded away during the drive to work, and when I arrived at the library, I cleared my desk of any other distractions, including things actually related to my official job. I placed the book to the side and scoured the library for works on Latin, Germanic, even Welsh, with the hopes of finding something I could relate back to the text. Students would approach me, asking for me to find books for them, or demanding passwords, and each request added fuel to my growing irritation as I tried to focus on the task at hand. Thankfully, Jackson clocked in at 12, and I was able to direct most inquiries his way. Meanwhile, progress on the mysterious volume inched along. Fewer words had roots I could work with than I thought. In fact, most of them seemed like nonsense. Nonetheless, my determination, or perhaps my stubbornness, pushed me along. I flipped through the pages, scouring for something I could work with. Then one page in particular caught my eye. There was something familiar about it. I couldn't quite place it, but I began my work regardless. "Okay," I started to myself, shifting from book to book and writing out my results. "So, this word means either speak or chant. This one is probably night, but could also be dark. That one has to be name, and that one—" I focused on the last word of the sentence, trying to relate it to anything in English, but a direct translation evaded me. Eventually, I concluded it meant something along the lines of light, or maybe enlightenment. "So," I started again, trying to write it all together into something legible. "Speak my name in the night." I nodded with a slight grin as I underlined that segment. "Then, is that to receive?" "Speak my name in the night to receive enlightenment." I hoped that my translation was something close to right, but I felt a measure of pride in coming this far anyway. As my mind processed the imperative remark I translated, it began to wonder as to the true author of the work, or at least the name it must be referencing. I spent the rest of the day sifting through pages, trying to find other passages I might have a hope of working through, but mostly paying greater attention to the sketches, especially the one depicted on the page I'd already been working on. For some reason, the image it depicted sent tremors down my spine, which led me to wonder why I'd chosen that page to begin with. The sketch depicted two individuals, one towering over the other one. As I noticed the stout, distorted proportions and the flowing robes that draped across the floor, my heart stopped, and my breath stood still in my throat. A chill rode in on the air, but I couldn't say from where. It caressed my skin in its cold embrace. I even recognized the haunting glare that peered from under its hood, for they were the same orbs that had sunk into my subconscious. It wasn't the robed figure that sent me into a state of unsurpassed terror, however. but the man it faced. Although he was turned away from me, I could still identify his corduroy coat, perfectly matching the one I draped around my shoulders every morning, the glasses that wrapped around the top of his ears just the way mine did, even the digital watch strapped around his wrist, the same watch I'd bought just last week. Suddenly, those hooded orbs seemed to glare directly at me from beyond the ink and paper. My muscles tensed, hands shaking as I struggled to breathe. I stepped back, grabbing onto the wall as spots dotted around my vision and the world faded in and out of focus. How was it possible? Logically, it wasn't. Reason stated that there was no foreseeable way the image in the picture could be me, and the idea that I had translated a page that had appeared exactly in my dream? Ludicrous. And yet, there it was, the evidence, the undeniable evidence. Cautiously, I approached the counter, taking each unsteady step as though the ground might collapse. Finally, my hands rested on the book's cool exterior, and I opened it to the first few pages until I found the first sketch, depicting a man, well dressed in a long coat and vest, kneeling before a void. The artist seemed to have simply scribbled madly until a darkness had coagulated. A few pages deeper, and the sketch showed another man, donning a 20s-era three-piece suit, strewn across an altar. Above him, a tattooed mass of flesh wielded a ceremonial-seeming dagger. I found that each scene seemed to display two people, one human and one less than. The further I progressed, the more modern the human seemed, until I finally arrived at mine. The resemblance between the image and the being in my dream was as undeniable as the similarity between the human and myself. I stared at that page for what seemed like a long time, lost in 1,000 thoughts that failed to come together. Eventually, Jackson bid me another farewell. Only then did I realize we were closing, and the sun had set. I nodded my goodbye and closed the book, a sickening feeling taking root in my gut as I wiped the sweat from my brow. Perhaps that had been enough mystery for one day. For a moment, I reveled in the idea of going home and leaving the book behind, but my heart dropped at the idea of going to sleep and seeing that deformed creature again. I couldn't bear it, not until I fully understood what was going on. Despite my better judgment, I opened the book again, found my page, and began looking for clues as to the author, or whatever sick person gave this book to that kid. Although nothing particularly stood out, I found one word mentioned several times more than any other. "Tlora," I whispered beneath my breath. The moment the sound had passed my lips, every light flickered, and I felt a familiar, chilling sting sink through my chest. I spoke it again, louder, and the lights all went out, drowning the room in a pervasive darkness. Even the computer's indicator lights had been extinguished. I scrambled for my phone in some attempt to create an island of light, but it refused to turn on, and I was stranded in a sea of enduring night. Terror crept into the recesses of my mind like a slithering parasite. A chilling draft carried whispers through the air, beckoning me with their soft promises. I stood, petrified, fear wrapping its claws around my heart as I panicked for a course of action. I couldn't think. I couldn't rationalize. My only options seemed to be either run away from the voice or follow it. Whatever the case, I knew I couldn't deny my curiosity, no matter how hard my instincts fought against it. I followed the voices, their incomprehensible chorus chanting ancient words I had no hope to understand. They led me through the darkness, helping me navigate the obstacles that separated us, growing louder with each step, until finally they all stopped. I was in a dark corner, secluded by walls of books. I tried to squint through the veil of black to make out the scene before me, but another voice stopped me. This one was different, deep and powerful, ancient and soft. It spoke once in a tone too low for me to make out its words, so I leaned nearer and listened again, the fear in my heart giving way to anticipation.
Bring me secrets,
the voice whispered in its menacing tone. With that, all the lights returned to illuminate an empty corner. Finally, I felt the ability to take a breath, as though a massive weight had been lifted from my chest. The surreal experience lingered in my mind all through the drive home, and I dwelled on it long into the daunting night. I brooded over the experience, theories and wild speculation churning through my mind, trying to find any way to reason what had happened. But nothing short of madness would explain what I had witnessed. I couldn't stop mulling over the voice's request. Did it want personal secrets? Historical blunders? My mind raced with possibilities. I found a slight irony in the fact that the creature demanding secrets was itself an enigma. That realization shook me to my core. Whatever this thing was, whatever it wanted, was a complete mystery. I had no idea of its origins or its motivations. I feared to even consider the implications any theory would create. These thoughts plagued me throughout the night, stealing away any chance of rest I could have hoped for. I watched the sun rise, eyes bloodshot and mind racing. My library routine continued, same as before, but with much less energy. Once Jackson came in, I took the opportunity to sift through viable secrets to offer the entity. I considered the ridiculousness of my actions, the idea of communicating with a disembodied voice and offering something to it, but lethargy had stolen away most of the energy I would have used to think of a better idea. Closing time came again. Jackson took his leave, and I found myself once more facing an empty room, anticipation building in my chest at what I was about to do. I glanced at the book, the catalyst of my circumstance, and I didn't know whether to thank or curse it. I supposed I would find out soon enough. It took a while to bring myself to utter the word again, the name of my curiosity. I read over it 100 times, trying to find the right time or the right way to say it. All the while, excitement battled fear in my mind, begging me to leave, yet demanding I stay. Finally, I said it. Just a soft word, yet its power was displayed in the wave of darkness that hit the moment it left my throat. Just like last time, the voices returned and beckoned me toward a dark corner in the recesses of the library. An eerie chill gripped the air, pushing away any confidence I had felt. I thought I'd feel calmer this time, but instead my anxieties only grew. I felt eyes all around me, watching from every angle, staring into my soul. I kneeled in the darkness and retrieved a notepad from my pocket. Flipping through the small pages, I began reciting all the secrets I'd researched that day, starting with lesser-known historical facts, then shifting into royal and political scandals. When there was nothing left to utter, I sat there in crushing silence, so intense I could hear the blood pumping through my head. The suspense clenched my breath tighter with each passing moment when the same ancient voice said, "Come closer." I stared wide-eyed into the dark corner and noticed a void murkier than anywhere else. Within it, I couldn't even see the vague outlines of shelves or books. In that abyss, I only saw vast, consuming darkness. Every fiber of my being begged me against it, but I refused their pleas, leaning into the chasm until something tugged on me, and I fell in completely. Rather than hitting the ground, I kept descending, as though a crater had appeared in the night. The voices returned, chanting louder, screaming their cries into my brain, but I could finally understand them. They told me of infinity, of our ancient universe and our place in it. I finally stopped falling, and instead saw lights in the distance speeding toward me. I tried to move, to run, but I found myself suspended in midair, no ground to press against. The lights whirled past me, stars and nebulas, cosmic wonders, and I suddenly realized the truth of infinity, a truth that's impossible to put into words. And it was beautiful. An instant later, I was back in the library, the lights on and the floor solid beneath me. The void had disappeared, consumed with light to reveal nothing spectacular. And yet, despite the return to this mundane place, my eyes still burned with the weight of the endless celestial firmament. I didn't sleep again that night. I didn't feel a need to. I tried to write down what I saw, to make sense of the experience, but the words evaded me. All I truly knew was that there had to be more, so I spent the night collecting a greater mass of secrets, scouring the web for anything I didn't already know, for betrayals, covert operations, conspiracies. The longer I searched, the more I seemed to stray from concrete facts and into theories. Whether reasonable or outlandish, I somehow knew the entity would accept everything. The next day was a Saturday, which I rejoiced in. No annoying students to distract me, no stupid requests to see to. All along the drive back to the library, I contemplated the best way to bide my time until nightfall, settling on dedicating the day to acquisition of more valuable offerings. I found myself madly fidgeting, pacing, waiting for time to pass and for the night to fall. I spoke the name several times on the off chance of it working, but to no avail. I cursed the sun for its sluggish descent and threw myself once more into the book, further examining the nature of the pages and their words. I noticed that each page seemed to have a word it repeated more than any other, though I decided not to speak these, as I didn't want my current benefactor, whatever it was, to change. As night came all too slowly, I eagerly jumped from my desk and jogged to the corner before even uttering the name. Excitement had taken root in my heart, expanding and seeping throughout my veins. "Delora!" I eagerly called out. My instincts, my pure primal instincts, still told me to walk away, to burn the book and leave the mystery behind me forever. But that little voice of reason was soon drowned beneath the waves of voices promising truth and knowledge. How could I leave now, when I'd already come so far? I offered my secrets almost ceremoniously as I had before to the voice and awaited its response. Each moment of festering silence drew heavier on my soul as anticipation collected in my chest like clots of venom. After what seemed like an eternity of agonizing suspense, the voice beckoned me closer, and I eagerly accepted its ethereal embrace. I fell through the void and witnessed the vastness of human potential. I saw every thought running through my mind, even the ones I wasn't aware of. Then it showed me the thoughts of other people. It showed me every horrible idea that humans have, every impulse they suppress, things they know they would never do in reality. 1,000 corpses rose beneath my feet, hands pulling me deeper into their mass grave, while the grotesque demons of tormented minds materialized, snickering and tearing at my flesh. When I emerged from that darkness, I fell back and stared at the lights, the horrors of the void still fresh in my mind. I couldn't move. I could hardly think. It felt like I didn't exist, or perhaps like nothing did. I didn't know anymore. I didn't stir from that spot until the morning sun assaulted my eyes. The new day had arrived, and another night had passed without rest. I sat up, staring into the corner with innate fascination before returning to my desk and contemplating my next move. My stomach pleaded for some kind of sustenance, and when I thought about it, I couldn't really remember the last time I'd eaten. But it didn't matter. I needed answers. I needed the enlightenment the void had to offer. I had barely scraped the surface of the universe's expanse, the truth of reality itself, and I knew there was so much more to learn. I didn't have time to waste on petty material obligation, not when there was so much more in the universe. I needed more secrets to trade, better secrets. I searched throughout the desolated library, tearing books off of shelves, taking notes that the void may find pleasing. Hours were spent scouring website after website, pages and pages of secrets to sacrifice. I worked tirelessly, my craving for insight replacing the need for sleep or food. When night finally reared its solemn head, I greeted it with the creature's name, welcoming the encompassing veil of darkness that wrapped around my eager spirit. I kneeled to the void and offered my secrets, whole essays of conspiracy and awe, collected from all across the accumulation of trivial human knowledge. I finished and took a deep breath, panting and recounting all I had collected. The void waited for longer than usual before responding. In the agonizing seconds that passed, I couldn't stop my nails from digging deep into my palms so that they began to draw blood. I gritted my teeth with enough pressure to send waves of pain throughout my jaw. Finally, it answered in its low, ancient voice. I promptly leaned in, ready to fall at a moment's notice, but my enthusiasm dropped at its final truth.
You will never be satisfied,
were the last words I heard before the whispers returned, laughing wildly. Their cacophonous symphony pounded in my head as the void siphoned my unwilling spirit, drowning me in a sea of darkness. The next thing I saw wasn't some divine revelation, but a furnished office. Papers and documents littered the desk, while file cabinets and shelves lined the walls. Every inch of free space was occupied. I peered at the scene from high in the shadows behind the desk, so I had a decent view of the young boy who materialized out of nowhere in front of it. I could only watch as he placed the strange book on the desk before fading away as mysteriously as he had appeared. I didn't speak a word when a woman in a lab coat entered the office, nor when she took notice of the strange volume carefully placed on her desk. I only watched as she flipped through the pages in horrified interest, eventually resting on her page, just after mine. The sketch depicted a young woman, strikingly similar to her, covered in ink blots I assumed to be blood, standing before a horrifying, distorted creature, with a number of limbs emerging from its robes. I didn't think to warn her, nor to stop her from pursuing the same knowledge I had. All I felt was vile anticipation for all the secrets she'd bring me. Buried Treasure by Ron Ripley. Ian Slade looked at his brother Todd and asked,
"Are you sure about this?"
"Listen," Todd grunted, putting the shovel down. "I'm just telling you what Uncle Annie told me. He and Dad saw Grandpa in the backyard burying something when they were kids. He didn't know what it was, only that Grandpa caught them looking. Guess he took 'em both upstairs, threatened them with the buckle end of the belt, and told them never to dig the damned thing up."
"Why in hell did Uncle Ernie tell you then?"
Ian asked. "To make sure we didn't let anyone dig in the backyard," Todd answered. Ian chuckled and shook his head.
"Man, you figure they'd learn by now."
"I don't think he knew who he was talking to," Todd grinned. He took off his Boston Red Sox hat, scratched at his thinning brown hair, and added, "If he did, he never would have told me."
"No foolin',"
Ian agreed.
"They haven't trusted us since we took off with the pickup."
"We were 15, Todd told his twin.
"We were drunk,"
Ian added, then laughed as his brother nodded.
"Anyway, did good old Uncle Ernie tell you where we shouldn't dig?"
"Sure as hell did," Todd said. "Told me that they buried it 10 paces from the oak, and that X marks the spot."
"You've got to be kidding me."
Ian shook his head.
"I think he was messing with you."
"Nope," Todd disagreed. "Come on, there's the oak."
"How do you remember the damned thing's an oak?"
He sighed. "The leaves, dummy. The leaves. Anyway, not the point. We need to find the X." Ian rolled his eyes, picked up his shovel, and turned to the tree.
"Did they say what direction to walk in?"
"East," Todd replied.
"Did he really say east?"
"No," Todd answered. "He said toward the rising sun. So, east."
"If he hadn't died,"
Ian grumbled,
"I'd go and kill him. Dad, too."
"Dad's been in the ground for 10 years, Todd reminded him.
"Then I'd dig him up and kill him again."
They walked to the tree in silence, then turned to face east. Ahead of them was a patch of overgrown pumpkin vines, most of which were heavy with bright orange gourds.
"Great. In there."
Todd nodded. Ian sighed.
"So, 10 little kid paces? Or what? How old were they?"
Todd shrugged.
"Didn't ask exactly. Why?"
"Why? Todd, you meathead. Because Dad grew 3 inches from age 12 to 13. So, a bit of a difference in stride there?"
Todd's shoulders sagged.
"Whatever. Let's just walk forward and use the shovels to tap the ground, You know? You really think there's an X marking the spot? Ian asked with disbelief. Why wouldn't there be? Because Uncle Ernie was suffering from dementia before he died of pneumonia. Hey! Todd barked. Do you want to do this with me or not? I don't care either way. Help or don't, but stop complaining. Ian slammed the head of the shovel into the ground and took a step forward, repeating the procedure. Todd gave an exaggerated sigh and did the same. They worked together for several minutes, until they were several feet into the pumpkin patch. Ian thrust the shovel down again, and a jarring sensation traveled up his arm as a loud clank resonated through the backyard. He looked at Todd and saw his brother with a broad smirk. Told you, Todd snickered. X marks the damned spot. Without another word, the twins used the edges of the shovels to cut the pumpkin vines and move them aside. Once they had a large swath cleared, they scraped the dirt away. Large Belgian paving stones were revealed, forming an X just beneath the surface. Damn, Ian whispered. You were right. Of course I was right, Todd said. I told you what I heard. Let's see if there's a treasure under this. Ian sank to his knees and pried up one of the stones, casting it aside. Todd joined him a moment later, and within 5 minutes the brothers had removed all of the stones. Then, getting back to their feet, they began to dig. It took nearly half an hour before Todd's shovel struck something hard, and the two of them abandoned their shovels in order to sweep away the dirt. An old steamer trunk was revealed, the brass a dull green and the steel corrupted after decades beneath the soil. A leather handle, slick with rot and age, fell apart in Ian's hand as he tried to pull the trunk free. Swearing and sweating, the brothers managed to get the trunk on end and heard the rattle of objects within the luggage. Man, Ian grunted, it weighs a ton. They dragged the trunk out of the ground and dropped it unceremoniously onto the ground, one edge of it crushing a small pumpkin. An ancient iron padlock secured the trunk. Ian gave it an experimental tug, and when nothing happened, he looked to Todd and asked, Don't suppose Uncle Ernie gave you a key for it? Todd shook his head. Okay, Ian muttered. Okay. Let's get this bad boy inside and find a hammer. We can get the lock off and see what Grandpa hid 70-odd years ago. Works for me, Todd agreed. They stood and picked up the steamer trunk together, carrying it across the long backyard to the porch. Navigating the stairs, they swore and cursed at one another, playfully, the sweat drying on Ian's back and neck. The weight of the trunk was promising, and for the first time in weeks, Ian felt good. Grandpa was such a pack rat, he thought, as they maneuvered into the kitchen, dropping the filthy piece of luggage on the old farmer's table. He hated the damned books, too. Bet he put silver in here. What do you think? Todd asked. About what? Where a hammer might be, Todd sighed. Check under the sink, Ian answered. If not,
We're going to have to look in the basement.
They both shuddered at the thought of it, and Ian hoped a hammer could be found. Todd crouched down, opened the cupboard, and pawed around for a moment. Tools rattled around, and Todd called out in triumph. He stood up, holding aloft an old craftsman. "Step aside! Step aside!" Todd ordered with mock severity. "Let the man who knows take care of this little issue."
Is he here?
Ian asked. Todd jabbed at him with the hammer, and Ian danced away. He laughed, feeling 15 again, instead of 35. Tom stepped up to the trunk and brought the hammer smashing down on the padlock. The first 2 blows were ineffectual, but the third snapped something within, and the lock sprang open. Using the hammer, Todd pried up the latch, and then the 2 of them opened the trunk. They stood in silence, looking at the contents for a minute. "What the hell is it?" Todd finally asked.
I think it's another damned box,"
Ian muttered. Almost the size of the trunk's interior was a second box, but it was made entirely out of iron, all of which was stained orange with rust. Ropes were wrapped around the box, holding the sides together. A large, misshapen mass ran the entire width of the box and had the appearance of dull white wax. "What the hell could be in there?" Todd asked.
Only one way to find out,
Ian answered. He walked to the silverware drawer, extracted a pair of butter knives, and handed one of them to Todd. Together, they started cutting into the wax, breaking off huge chunks of it. "Is this salt?" Todd asked.
What?
Ian asked in return.
Where?
"Under the wax," Todd answered, holding up a chunk of it. Large clumps of what did indeed look like salt could be seen.
The hell is this?
Ian grumbled, working his way around the edge. Soon they had the strange mixture of wax and salt broken off, only to find there was another padlock. Despite his frustration, Ian felt a growing sense of excitement within himself. A glance at his brother showed him Todd was experiencing the same emotion. When his twin nodded to him, Ian stepped back. Todd smashed the lock apart with as much ease as he had the first. The box's lid popped up 1/4 of an inch, and cold air rushed into the room, causing Ian to shiver. Stepping closer to the box, Ian motioned for the hammer, and Todd placed the handle of the tool into his hand. Ian grasped it, put the nose of the hammer against the opening, and pushed the lid up and open until it rested on part of the trunk. A dull tan bag occupied the interior, a loose bowknot keeping the mouth closed. Todd stepped away, grabbed a pair of oven mitts, and put them on. "Ready?" Todd whispered, his voice shaking with excitement. "Yeah," Ian answered, swallowing nervously. Todd took a deep breath and then opened the bag, wide enough for both of them to peer in. "What the hell?" Todd muttered. Ian could only shake his head. In the confines of the bag were bones, large yellow bones with a matching human skull. Above the skull's left eye socket was a jagged hole. The person in the bag had been murdered.
"Oh, hell, Ian,"
Todd whispered, stepping back and clasping and releasing his hands. He stripped off the oven mitts and tossed them to the counter.
"What are we going to do?"
"Bring the bones to the police,"
Ian started. Then he stopped and leaned closer to the bag. He saw a string of pearls, the glitter of rings, and a purse.
No, we're not going to do that."
"What?"
Todd's voice had risen higher.
"Why not?"
"Look,"
Ian answered, gesturing to the bones.
"I don't want to look."
Todd glared at the bag and asked,
"What is it?"
"There's a pearl necklace, and they look real,"
Ian informed him.
"Then I see rings. They're all gold. Finally, there's a purse. There might be money in it. You want to lose all that because we brought an 80-year-old sack of bones to the police?"
He watched his twin hesitate. Then Todd shook his head.
"No,"
Todd admitted.
"I don't want to lose it at all. Still, I don't want to look in there."
"I got it,"
Ian said. He reached into the bag and chuckled as Todd turned away, his face paling as Ian rummaged around among the bones. Whistling, Ian extracted the rings and the necklace, and, after dumping some of the bones onto the table, he managed to pull the purse out.
"Do you want to wash those off?"
he asked, nodding toward the pile of jewelry. He heard Todd's throat click dryly, but his brother muttered,
"Sure."
While Todd grabbed a sandwich bag from a drawer and used a paper towel to push the jewelry into it, Ian focused his attention on the purse. It was a faded and spotted affair of black leather, with large portions of it flaking away. The steel clasp was pitted, unpleasant to touch. Ian pried the purse open and emptied the contents onto the tabletop. He found an old paper license, which was legible in most places. The woman's name was Phyllis Duncan, and she had been 22 at the time her license was issued to her. There were 75 cents in quarters and $4 bills. Ian found a dull blue enamel compact and a brass lipstick case with bright red lipstick within it.
"Were you out on the town with my grandfather, Phyllis?"
Ian wondered.
"What'd you find?"
Todd asked.
"License and money,"
Ian answered.
"Who for?"
"Someone named Phyllis,"
Ian replied, stretching and wiping his hands on his pants legs. He shivered and asked,
"We supposed to get a frost tonight?"
"Not that I know of."
Todd walked closer to the table.
"Does that say Duncan?"
"Sure,"
Ian yawned.
"Why?"
"Phyllis Duncan?"
Todd looked expectantly at Ian.
"Yeah, so?"
Ian hated it when Todd didn't say what he was thinking. His twin rolled his eyes and sighed.
"Didn't you ever listen to Dad?"
"Not if I could help it,"
Ian admitted.
"Why?"
"Phyllis Duncan."
Todd lowered his voice, as if their father was in the other room.
"Seriously? Nothing?"
"Nothing,"
Ian snapped.
"Get on with it already." Fine, Todd muttered. Phyllis Duncan was Dad's mom.
What?
Ian asked, his irritation vanishing. Todd nodded.
Yeah, gave Dad up to Grandpa and took off.
Ian shook his head. He always forgot about Uncle Ernie's mom being their grandfather's second wife.
What do you think happened?
Ian asked.
Don't know. I mean, look at the hole in her head. He evidently wasn't happy to see her.
No, not by a long shot,
Ian agreed.
Think maybe she came back? Either to talk to Dad or get something out of Grandpa?
Maybe.
Todd rubbed at his chin.
Look at her jewelry, though. Plus, she had some money. None of it was taken. Maybe she was coming back for Dad.
And Grandpa killed her,
Ian whispered.
Damn, that is cold.
Yeah,
Todd murmured in agreement.
Do we bury her?
No,
Ian answered.
Hell no. We need to throw her into the river. It's the closest body of water around here.
Come on.
Todd's discomfort was plain in his voice.
She's had it rough enough.
She's dead,
Ian retorted.
We don't need to worry about it. All we have to do is get rid of her bones. Tonight would be the best time to do it, too. Not supposed to be any sort of moon. We can take the logging road up to Mel's pool and drop her in there. Sound good?
Not really.
Todd frowned. Ian sneered at his brother and threw a hunk of salt at him.
Grow a pair, damn it!
Todd gave him the finger.
I don't think we should toss her in the damned river. Hell, if anything, let's dig a grave and give her a proper funeral or something.
You want to go find someone to say a few words over her, too?
Ian demanded.
You're ridiculous. Seriously. I need a drink.
With the bones still on the table, Ian left the room and went into the bar that Uncle Ernie kept in what had once been the parlor. Walking around to the shelves of liquor, Ian found a decent rum, a clean tumbler, and poured himself a drink. Todd joined him a minute later, his face set in grim expression.
I'm not tossing her in the river,
Todd informed him after Ian had poured a drink for his twin.
Is that right?
Ian asked.
Yeah,
Todd snapped.
I got no problem splitting the take on the jewelry. You're right. She's dead, and she doesn't need it. But I'm not okay with dumping her body like trash.
It's not even her body,
Ian protested.
Bones, Todd. Just bones.
They are our grandmother's bones,
Todd insisted, knocking his drink back.
It's not like we knew her.
Doesn't matter. She's our grandmother. You don't want to bury her? Fine. Don't. I will. I'll take her someplace and bury her.
Damn,
Ian grumbled.
Why don't you just put her back in the damned hole she came out of?
What the hell is the matter with you?
Todd's voice was a combination of disgust and shock.
He put her in there after he killed her and chopped her up. Do you think she wants to be back in that damned hole?
She's not going to care,
Ian sighed.
She's dead, Todd. Dead. You know, not coming back. It's just bones. Put 'em in the ground and throw some dirt back on it.
No. Todd shook his head. Absolutely not. She needs someplace nice. Someplace that isn't here. I'll find a place for her.
You can't do that,
Ian protested.
Why not?
Todd demanded.
because if you get stopped by the cops, then they're going to want to know why you're driving around with a bag of bones.
Ian poured more rum for each of them.
Then I'll lie.
Todd nodded.
I'll lie and tell them I was on my way to see them.
Don't you get it?
Ian sighed.
They're not going to be okay with just taking the bones. They're going to want to know how you found them, how you knew where to find them. Was there anything else with the bones? What were they in? You're not thinking.
You're being miserable,
Todd snapped.
We're not dumping her body.
Ian slammed the bottle of rum onto the bar top, opened his mouth to speak, and then snapped it shut as he shivered.
Did you leave the door open?
Todd asked.
No. Did you?
Before his brother could answer, the lights in the room flickered, as though the power dipped. Ian cocked his head, expecting to hear the generator kick in. When it didn't, he shrugged. Then the light bulb over the bar exploded, raining glass shards down around them. Both Ian and his brother yelled, the two of them making their way to the door. A heartbeat later, it slammed shut, and the lock clicked into place. Ian staggered to a stop and tried to understand what had happened. He could hear Todd beside him, breathing heavily.
What the hell was that?
Ian asked.
I don't know,
his brother hissed. Ian waited for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. The seconds dragged by until he could finally make out the door, his brother's breathing loud beside him.
Is someone in the house with us?
Todd asked.
Can't be,
Ian muttered.
Why not?
We would have had them.
Then how did the door close by itself?
It just did,
Ian hissed.
Now, let's get out of the room and into the kitchen.
Ian,
Todd whispered.
What?
Did you hear the door lock when it closed?
Sure,
Ian acknowledged.
Why?
The lock's on the inside,
his brother stated.
I know it is. Why the hell does that matter?
Did you lock it?
Ian sighed.
No!
I didn't lock it.
Todd hesitated, then added,
Listen, I'm going to try to see if I can unlock it.
Whatever floats your boat,
Ian responded. He wanted to yell at his brother for being a worrier and foolish, but he couldn't. Todd was speaking the truth. Neither of them had locked it, and the door could only be locked from the inside. Ian listened as his brother finished crossing the room. There was the rattle of a doorknob, a grunt, then a curse. Ian heard a final, violent shake of the door, then the sound of Todd returning.
I can't unlock it. It's like the damned thing's been welded. We're not leaving that way. Unless we want to try and destroy the door.
Ian shook his head.
We'll figure it out. The generator should kick in soon. If it doesn't,
we'll take the door off the hinges and work on it from there."
There was another exit, of course, but Ian despised it. He knew they couldn't get out through the windows. Uncle Ernie had put bars on them and screwed the window sashes into each other and the frame. The only option left was through the one place Ian hated, and that was a secret door behind the bar. Because the door led into the basement, and the brothers detested the basement. There was an old bomb shelter in it, one built when the threat of atomic warfare had been extremely real. Deep in the concrete shelter was a collection of old suitcases and discarded steamer trunks, none of which the brothers had ever felt comfortable around, not to mention that haunting, foul odor that always permeated that room.
"Ian," Todd whispered, "is it me, or did it get colder in here?"
"It got colder,"
Ian confirmed.
"Hey, you want to try the door? Or go through the secret passage?"
"Door,"
Todd responded without hesitation. "You?"
"Same. Ready?"
"No," Todd admitted. "But what does that matter, huh?"
Ian took a step forward, his hands outstretched slightly. He thought he heard the rustle of a dress and the click of heels on the old wood floor. His heart thumped against his chest, the sound of his blood pounding loud in his ears. Ian spread his fingers wide, reaching for the door, willing his hand to touch the cool wood long before they should have. Then his hand did encounter something cold, a bitter, biting chill, which caused him to hiss and snap his hand back.
"What?"
Todd's voice was high with fear.
"I touched something cold,"
Ian answered.
"like dry ice cold."
He shook his head.
"Got to be my imagination. Going for the door."
"Ian."
"Don't worry about it,"
Ian snapped.
"I got it."
He took another step forward, and someone caught him by the wrists. Ian yelled out, the pain brutal as he was thrown to one side. He bounced off of a wall and fell back, landing hard on the wood floor.
"Run,"
a woman said.
"I can't,"
Ian snarled, trying to get to his feet. A hand smashed into his face and sent him back to the floor.
"I wasn't talking to you,"
the woman spat.
"Get out. Now."
"My brother,"
Todd whispered. Then Ian heard something crash into his brother. Todd let out a cry of agony, and the door to the parlor was thrown open. Ian had enough time to see his brother dash out of the room before the door was slammed shut.
"Crawl,"
the woman ordered. Ian refused. She kicked him in the side, causing him to vomit. The bile stank of cheap food and cheaper alcohol.
"Crawl,"
the woman commanded again.
"Where to?"
Ian wiped vomit from his mouth.
"Huh? I got nowhere to go. You want me to do laps or something?" "You're going downstairs,"
she hissed. Ian froze.
"No!"
She kicked him again, launching him across the room and breaking his ribs. He screamed in agony, writhing on the floor.
"Downstairs,"
the woman ordered.
"Never!"
he spat. He lost track of the number of kicks he received. His body sank into a numbness, occasionally punctuated by spikes of pain. Ian tried to crawl to the door, to the hallway, but she didn't let him. He could hear his brother yelling, the door trembling in its frame. Ian tried to speak, but he couldn't gather enough breath to do so. Then Todd went silent, and the beating stopped. Shuddering, Ian tried to roll over, but found he couldn't. None of his limbs responded. Every breath was an act of will. He tried to call out to his twin, but the only sound that escaped his lips was a meager whimper. A creak caught his attention, and a moment later his nostrils flared at the unforgettable scent. Uncle Ernie's basement. Phyllis had opened the door behind the bar. A heartbeat after this realization, a cold hand grabbed his and dragged him across the floor. Ian tried to resist, to pull away and to protest, but none of it did any good. He was too weak to free himself, too damaged to speak. And Phyllis was too strong. She dragged him around the bar, and then she tugged him down the stairs. He moaned as his head struck the narrow steps, the stench of the basement clogging his nose and causing him to retch. She dumped him unceremoniously on the floor, without a word. Ian felt the air grow warmer around him, and he managed to push himself into a sitting position. He could feel broken ribs grinding against one another, and he felt certain one had punctured a lung. In the uniform darkness of the unlit basement, Ian panicked. He remembered every incident where he and Todd had been trapped or lost in the warren of old boxes and assorted junk collected by the family over decades. He could smell the fetid stench of a dead mouse and the peculiar scent of mildewing newspapers and magazines.
Do you know why he buried me outside after all those years?
Her voice was a purr, a false invitation to confidence and intimacy.
Because I plagued him. I haunted him. He finally figured out he needed me out of the house. Took him long enough. Figured I would have been out there forever, too, trapped in that damned box.
Her sigh was audible.
Too bad he didn't bury me when the boys weren't home, huh?
Ian stifled a shriek as he heard the grating sound of the bomb shelter door open, understanding immediately where Phyllis wanted to take him. He threw himself forward and clawed at the old concrete floor. His fingernails tore as he sought purchase, dragging his body forward an inch at a time. Ian heard her laughter from behind him, then felt her bitterly cold hands around his ankles.
Where are you going, Ian?
She asked, pulling him backward.
No!
He gasped.
No! Don't you want to see your grandfather's collection?
She asked him. There was no humor in her voice, nothing resembling kindness.
Your brother. He was a sweet boy.
Ian kicked and tried to free his legs. Phyllis only tightened her grip.
He's dead,
she informed him.
just so you know."
"Liar!" Ian winced.
"No."
Her denial was matter of fact.
"He died trying to break the door down."
"You killed him!" Ian sobbed.
"You murdered my brother."
"You did," Phyllis retorted.
"Because of your stupidity. He wanted to rebury me. The boy didn't even know me. And he wanted to give me a proper funeral. That is sweetness and kindness. He must have gotten that from your father. You got your temperament from your grandfather. Selfish, miserable, mean, and a killer. Too bad you can't see what I look like." He took a pickaxe to my forehead.
"Todd?" Ian whispered.
She asked. "Oh, yes, Todd. Well, your brother slipped and hit his head. Just right, evidently. It's like someone blew out a candle. Anyway, in we go."
Ian stiffened as he realized what room they were in. He could smell the mustiness of the old luggage.
"Have you figured it out yet, Ian?"
his dead grandmother asked him.
"No." "Sure you have."
Phyllis laughed.
"Listen."
Ian didn't want to, but he couldn't help it. His ears were tuned into everything around him. Over the thumping of his own heart, he heard them. Soft, tired whispers, feminine voices, questions and answers, dismay and weeping. He tried to claw away at his ankles, to scratch away the flesh so he could free himself of Phyllis's grip. It was no use. His hands passed through hers. With a tired howl of outrage, he collapsed to the floor and listened. Phyllis's voice rose above all the others.
"He wanted to throw my body into the river," she explained. "He's just like his grandfather."
There was a heavy, brutal silence in the air. It was broken by the sound of something metallic scraping across the floor.
"He kept the rest of them down here,"
the ghost whispered, her voice suddenly in his ear.
"Do you know what else he kept down here, Ian?"
Ian refused to answer. She chuckled.
"The pickaxe."
The scraping stopped, and more hands joined Phyllis's. Some pressed down on his legs, others on his arms, and one last pair kept his head straight.
"Stay still,"
Phyllis whispered to him.
"We wouldn't want to have to do this twice."
Ian tried to curse, but the pickaxe silenced him. By the Book by David Longhorn. "Mr. Anson?" he asked, showing his badge. "I'm Detective Palmer. Could I come in and talk to you? I'll just take a few minutes of your time." The door was open just a crack, a chain across the gap around head height. Palmer could make out a diminutive figure inside the dark hallway. A pair of pebble-thick lenses caught the light. Palmer held his badge closer to the gap, wondered if the old man was partially sighted.
"Police?" said a thin, wavery voice. "You're a detective?" Well, he is nearly 80, thought Palmer. We're lucky that he's still alive at all, and a minor miracle that we found him. "Yes, sir," said Palmer, in his most official tone. He introduced himself again and kept holding his ID up to the gap. "I'm with Camford PD, and I've been investigating— well, you can probably guess what I'm investigating." Palmer looked around and saw a white-haired woman peering down at him from the upstairs window of the adjacent house. It was a quiet neighborhood, and Palmer's car was unmarked, but he knew that no matter how they tried to look inconspicuous, police officers often look conspicuous, out of place. "Because we do the things they don't want to do, deal with people they'd never want to meet, or, in this case, follow up a crazy lead that no normal person would take seriously." "Can I come in, sir?" he repeated. "Just for a quick word." The door slammed shut, and for a moment Palmer was afraid that might be it. In theory, Philip Anson was involved in the case, but in practice, no judge in their right mind would issue a warrant on such a strange and flimsy pretext. A judge who did that would become a laughingstock. Nobody could officially subscribe to the notion that precognition was, in some sense, real. But Palmer was prepared to take the idea for a spin, because he was desperate. There was a clicking sound, and Palmer relaxed. The old man had taken off the chain. The door swung open, and Palmer saw Anson more clearly. The old man was dressed in ancient sneakers, baggy brown corduroy pants, and a gray cardigan over a red and white checkered shirt. He was about 5'8", and weighed no more than 120, Palmer estimated. But what really interested him was the alloy cane that Anson was leaning on. It was divided into 4 little feet at the end. "If that's the genuine article, we can cross him off the list," the detective thought. Not that he was a likely suspect anyhow. "The cane? Hip replacement surgery. 8 years ago," said Anson, hobbling back a couple of paces to allow Palmer to enter. "It's not a fake disability, officer, if that's what you're thinking. My doctors can testify to that. If you haven't already checked, that is." "I think the old lady next door could provide chapter and verse on you, Mr. Anson," he said. "She seems to be very watchful." "Oh, her," said the old man dismissively. "She's nosy as hell, but she's never neighborly. I could be lying dead in here, and she'd never come and check. She's just an old bat." Palmer smiled thinly and did not bother to reply. He concluded from that diatribe that the old man was not mentally impaired, or at least not seriously, and he felt sure, 100%, that Anson could not be a serial killer. Which left another possibility, one that he would have liked to dismiss as absurd. But when you're up against it, when you have no other options to take, absurd starts to sound a lot like possible. "Living room is first on the left," added Anson. "I'll put the chain back on. You can never be too careful." There was a distinct smell of cat as Palmer ventured down the dim-lit hallway. A pair of green eyes flickered at the end of the hallway. Then Palmer saw a dark shape vanish around a corner. The living room was sparsely furnished, with just 2 chairs by the fire, a small table between them. There was a TV, a DVD player, and some bookshelves. Looking more closely, Palmer could not see any of Anson's books. He mentioned this in passing, keeping it light,
so as just to make conversation, not because his cop instincts kept him gathering information all the time.
I didn't need the complimentary copies they sent me,
Anson said from behind him.
Gave them away to family, friends. They weren't too impressed, sad to say. Excuse me, I must take the weight off this wretched old body.
Palmer sat down opposite the old man. Outside it was a mild day in August, but the room seemed cold. The detective had already taken in the chaotic shabbiness of the room, the general air of neglect that beset the house. While Anson lived in a nice enough suburb of a pleasant university town, he was clearly short of ready cash. Palmer guessed that the old man was unwilling to sell up and downsize, clinging to the place he knew for fear of the outside world.
I know why you're here, of course, said Anson, staring at the inert gas fire.
He sounded resigned, a man long accustomed to failure, to being subject to the whims of others.
I can't really help you, you know. I don't understand it myself.
Palmer reached into his jacket pocket and took out the book. It was an ancient pulp fiction paperback, its pages yellowed and furrowed at the edges, its covers creased and faded. At some point, a second-hand dealer had scrawled 25C on the top right-hand corner of the front cover.
One of my clever young colleagues found this online, Palmer said. The kid's a bit of a crime buff. I mean, crime fiction, of course. The real thing is just the day job. After a third killing, he said the pattern reminded him of something he'd read about on some website. Sure enough, a synopsis of your book proved very enlightening. And now we've all read the actual story.
Palmer waited for a response. Anson, he knew, had written 6 crime thrillers in the 70s and early 80s. They had been well received by some reviewers, but the author had never made the big time. The old man had kept up his day job at an insurance company, from which he had retired nearly 18 years ago. A deep dive into official data on the guy had found nothing anomalous, no reason to suspect him of anything, not so much as an unpaid parking fine.
And yet, you think I might have an accomplice?
The thought shocked Palmer, but now that Anson had articulated it, it made some kind of sense. It was improbable that a typical serial killer, probably a white male under 30, if all the profiles made sense, would have read the Camford Slasher. The book had been a paperback original and had just had the one print run in 1974. 5,000 copies. That was it. The book was a rarity, a near-forgotten work of pulp fiction, hardly a neglected masterpiece. But was it just barely possible that, for some bizarre reason, a serial killer might have somehow teamed up with a deranged ex-author?
No, I don't believe you're implicated, Mr. Anson, said Palmer decisively, ending his own train of thought. I've spent weeks trying to figure this one out. I've been on this case from the start. I've dealt with dozens of homicides. Even before I came here 3 years ago, I was with the Los Angeles Police Department for nearly 20 years. I saw all kinds of crazy there, as you can imagine, but I can't believe you somehow persuaded some young sociopath to reenact murders from one of your out-of-print books.
The pause that followed became awkward. Neither man wanted to speak. Finally, Palmer sighed.
Look, my captain told me to come and see you, strictly off the record. He can deny all knowledge if a scandal blows up. You know the routine. Officially, I'm not here. we never met. There is no official record, because if you're not an accomplice, the only other explanation is that you foresaw the killings, that you have or had some form of precognition, which, under the rules of the game, is not something I can officially consider. But here I am, breaking the rules, because we're desperate, and the press are crucifying us, and a lot of cops are worried that this will blight their careers. And, of course, we don't want any more innocent people to die, especially not in the sick ways they have been dying.
Anson was still not looking at his visitor. He nodded bleakly, but remained silent.
I need you to tell me, the detective said, where you got the idea for that particular book.
I wrote my stories to be rid of the dreams, Anson said after a pause. That was how it began, you see. I was just a guy who worked in insurance and really loved crime stories. Agatha Christie to Raymond Chandler to the modern masters. I wanted to emulate them in some way. I read about murders in my spare time, followed every major case through the newspapers, TV, and became, I suppose, I became absolutely obsessed with violent death, with murder. And it had consequences.
Palmer did not speak and kept looking steadily at Anson. He had experienced many moments like this in interview rooms and knew that the old man would go on. Anson was in confessional mode.
You see, I had such terrible dreams. For many months. The strangler, the arsonist, the rapist, the child murderer. I dreamed about them all. They haunted my nights, and the dreams returned over and over, no matter what medication I took, no matter how drunk I got. I would wake up screaming. Neighbors complained. My work suffered. So much detail, so much blood, pain, terror. It was awful. As if all the worst human impulses were squatting in my mind, tormenting me.
Anson put his liver-spotted hands up to his face. Wrinkled fingers lifted the glasses, knocking them askew as he covered his eyes.
You wrote them down, Palmer said. You kept a dream journal. Isn't that what it's called?
Anson uncovered his eyes, looked at the detective directly for the first time.
A nightmare journal, Detective Palmer, he said. A book of horrors. But you see, it was a kind of exorcism. I confided in a friend who told me that if you just write down the awful things you dream about, you would not have to endure them again. I was skeptical, but I tried it, and it worked. Soon I had a stack of notebooks replete with foulness, the essence of human evil, albeit fictional, of course. That's what I told myself, anyway.
And then you used your nightmares as ideas for crime novels?
Anson nodded.
I had wanted to be a crime writer for years, but I could never come up with a decent plot. I had made so many false starts. It was frustrating. And now my own subconscious had offered me perfect plots on a plate. After the trauma of all those nightmares, I felt vindicated, I suppose. I was a writer, after all.
My subconscious had been working on plot ideas all along. That's what I told myself, until now. Now I wonder if it was all true, or destined to become true. That I tapped into some source of knowledge we weren't meant to access. And a fat lot of good it's done, for me or anyone else. Palmer shifted in his chair. He had read the Camford slasher quickly, from cover to dog-eared cover, skipping some of the dull parts about weather, settings, and so on. The central idea was simple, but deeply disconcerting. It was that the killer was an embittered ex-cop who had snapped, gone seriously rogue, and used his expert knowledge to evade capture for months while committing horrific and random murders. His motive was to humiliate and undermine the police department, wreaking revenge on the senior officers who had failed to support him when he was falsely accused of corruption. Nobody in the Camford PD wanted to believe any of that. Palmer, least of all. But the real-life killings today were pretty much identical to the ones outlined in the decades-old novel. In every case, the perp had avoided security cameras and extensive nighttime patrols. Each time they had found a perfect victim, a homeless man, a prostitute, or sometimes just a drunk guy waiting for a cab. Once they zeroed in on a solitary man or woman, the killer had rendered them helpless. Then the monster had taken them to some unknown location, maybe a storage unit or condemned building, and perpetrated hideous mutilations, torture of the worst kind. It was the kind of deranged cruelty where you pray the victim was dead when the cutting started, but all your instincts told you that they weren't. There was no rhyme or reason to the victim selection, which must be deliberate. No pattern, no obvious M.O., no hunting ground, no messages taunting the cops. The killer had definitely stunned one young man with a taser, had certainly injected a hooker with a powerful sedative. How they had taken the other 4 was not clear, but it was at least possible that most times the perpetrators simply stuck a gun in their back and forced them into a vehicle. Or, if what Palmer's boss called the Anson theory was correct, the killer had pretended to bust a victim for an offense and then cuffed them. That idea was slowly gaining traction downtown. Each crime scene was different. The hooker had been dismembered, the parts of her body arranged in a roughly star-shaped pattern on a vacant lot right next to a preschool, her intestines interlaced with limbs and torso. The homeless guy had had his eyes gouged out and placed into his hands, his genitals stuffed into his mouth, fingers lopped off and shoved into his nostrils and other orifices. It was almost a work of surrealist art. The worst so far, though, had been the sophomore who never got back to his dorm room after a party. His body had been found across 3 zip codes, much of it so finely diced that about 10% of the poor bastard had been eaten by local wildlife and pets before a Walmart manager, out walking her dog before work, had found her miniature schnauzer choking on a good-sized human toe. Palmer had had the job of informing that victim's mother that her son's body had, in a sense, been found. He had struggled to find the right words and not really succeeded. It was all the work of a homicidal maniac, the press declared, except that it was all done so clinically, and the crimes were clearly designed to produce a sensation of outrage and horror in the small, hitherto tranquil city. And every new atrocity sent the same message to Palmer, that the killer was a monster the cops could not catch.
"Mr. Anson," the detective said patiently,
In your book, the killer finally makes a mistake and is shot trying to escape the police. He's wounded, falls from a rooftop, dies, never explains why he did it. This is after the 9th killing. If you truly had some kind of precognitive experience, that means we face 3 more murders, 3 more lives destroyed, 3 more families left in shock and grief. We want to avert that. So, and I feel I'm going insane just asking this, but is there any way you can help us ID the killer? Anything at all you might be able to tell us, however trivial, so we can nail this bastard?
Anson chuckled, a dry sound like autumn leaves stirred by a gust of wind.
Ah, prepare to be disappointed, said Anson. I had to change key details in all of my books to satisfy my publisher's editor. Some were too improbable, some were too depraved and cruel, others were simply not that exciting. Repetitive acts of extreme cruelty are not in themselves interesting to a normal thriller reader.
Palmer sat upright, heart pounding. Then he rose from his seat and walked over to the window. It looked out onto a yard full of junk, stuff a sick old man couldn't deal with easily, stuff just dumped there.
You mean the story in the book isn't what happened in your nightmare? Or not exactly?
Anson sounded fretful, annoyed by the question.
My publisher said the central premise of the story was unbelievable. They said the whole idea was far too outlandish and insisted I rewrite it. I did, most reluctantly, but I still feel the original concept has a dark brilliance about it. In fact, I think Hollywood might have been interested if...
Can you remember what really happened? In your nightmare, I mean.
Palmer interrupted. Anson stared at the detective, his eyes vague.
It's been so long. I'm not sure of the details.
Then do you still have your original manuscript?
The old man looked startled, then seemed to ponder before brightening.
You know, I think I might have, because I distinctly recall it being returned with various corrections.
Palmer took Anson to the foot of the stairs. They made their way up to the landing, and then the old man led the detective into a bedroom, now obviously used only for storage. It was piled high with cardboard boxes. Apparently, the original manuscript of The Camford Slasher was in here somewhere. Anson was almost certain. Palmer, surveying the chaos, asked if Anson could simply remember how the original story went.
Oh, I suppose so,
Anson replied, leaning against the bedroom door.
Let me think. Ah, yes. You see, this was the idea they hated. It was quite simple.
Palmer listened, and as soon as Anson revealed the plot twist, he realized that it changed everything. He thanked the old man and helped him slowly descend the rickety staircase. All the while, Palmer's mind was whirling, trying to decide how best to play this. It was quite a challenge, even for a hard-bitten cop like him. But by the time they got back into Anson's living room, he had worked out a solution to the problem. A temporary one, perhaps, but it would have to do. The captain called Palmer into his office the following morning. Palmer closed the door behind him, shutting out any casual eavesdropper.
You talked to the old fart?
Palmer nodded.
He was no help, the detective said dismissively. He didn't tell me anything useful.
The captain of detectives, a swag-bellied man in his mid-40s, snorted contemptuously. Palmer wondered for a long moment if the man would buy it. Then the captain spoke again. "So that's another blind alley. Another dumb theory that takes us precisely nowhere. We really are screwed." Palmer stood silently, determined to show no emotion, waiting to be dismissed, but the captain had more to say. "Hey, I want you to coordinate the patrols tonight. Miskowski's old lady had twins this morning, apparently, so you're up." "Of course, no problem," said Palmer, and went back to his desk in the main office. During the course of the day, he made a few minor alterations to the night patrol's routes and timetables, and arranged for a young female officer, a rookie just out of the academy, to pose as a hooker at the corner of 33rd and East. The officer was smart, keen, somewhat petite for a cop. She would be ideal. She already looked up to Palmer as a kind of unofficial mentor. He had her trust. After work, he went straight home and got ready, selecting a few necessary items from his store in the basement, arranging some others for later. It was remarkable how much stuff he had amassed down there. Bolt cutters, electrodes, surgical equipment, and, of course, abundant cleaning materials, plus the customary plastic sheeting, etc. As he prepared for the night's work, he thought back to Anson's revelation. "My publisher rejected the idea, saying it was too much like Jekyll and Hyde," the old man had said. "Nobody would believe an ordinary man, never mind a police detective, could have a split personality, doing all those vile things and then not remembering afterward. The readers would never believe it. That's what they said." Palmer flexed his fingers, snapped his knuckles, remembering how easily the old man had been smothered, how his body had lain limply in his armchair, as if he were asleep. It might well be taken for a natural death, especially if that mangy cat ate enough of the old guy to complicate the post-mortem. Palmer felt a slight pang of guilt at his ingratitude, given the favor Anson had done him. The detective was whole again, no longer two men, one of whom felt compelled to torment the other for his failings, his weaknesses, the blunders that had forced him to relocate to this crummy town from L.A. Now he could just enjoy himself, running rings around the small-town morons in the department until his luck ran out and the inevitable happened. Whistling a jaunty tune, he picked up a bottle of chloroform and a pad of cotton wool, and then went back upstairs to greet the lurid beauty of the sunset.
Carnival of You by Rowan Rook.
I hate you,
Cassie hissed, hatred standing out in her eyes. She glared at her father from the entrance to her bedroom like an animal guarding the mouth of its den, her white knuckles strangling the doorknob. She acted like he'd just threatened to throw her out on the streets when all he'd done was explain that he'd reduce her allowance, something she wasn't even entitled to at her age, if she didn't improve her transcripts.
I'm 18 now. You don't have a right to control me like this.
And you don't have a right to my money anymore either. No,
Steve thought, exhaling a breath.
Best not get worked up.
He tried to steady his voice.
This is your last year of high school, your last chance to get your grades up. If you don't, you'll wish you had when you start looking for a college.
His daughter blew out a breath of her own, her nostrils flaring.
And what if I don't want to go to college? What then?
Lazy bitch.
Steve stopped himself from shouting.
Do you know how hard I've worked, how hard I've held on just to make it a possibility for you? I won't let you ruin it.
He fought back his anger before speaking.
I'm only thinking about your future.
Oh,
Her voice oozed sarcasm.
because I can't think about my future myself?
He forced himself to meet her red-rimmed gaze. The dark circles under her eyes, the clenched jaw, the furrowed brow. Sometimes she reminded him too much of himself.
I just don't want you to end up like me.
Oh,
She chimed again.
I guess you would be the expert on not being you.
His fingers formed fists. He found himself stepping closer to the doorway, but stopped, swaying with the motion. The world blurred through a haze of vodka.
I know what mistakes I've made. Please.
He paused, letting his anger wash through him like flowing water. Desperation hid under the current, and for once he hoped it showed.
It would kill me to watch you make them too.
Her cheeks turned hot, her grimace baring her teeth. Her own hands curled in awkward fists.
If you understand your mistakes, then you're admitting that you know how to fix yourself, that you're a nasty drunk by choice. Don't worry, I'll never be like you.
The bedroom door slammed in his face. The rumble that spread through the house seemed to vibrate in his bones.
Bitch,
Chanted in his mind.
bitch. Teach the ungrateful brat a lesson.
His fingers flexed, tightening and loosening, drawing blood from his palms. He let out another long breath that whistled through his clenched teeth.
No.
He had changed. He'd changed as much as he was capable of. He could keep his temper under control. But the bottle, even if the bottle made him what he was, what he'd been, it also dimmed his memories, dulled the throbbing in his heart, held back the nightmares. If he stopped drinking, images of his dead wife would play in his mind like looped recordings. His wife's eyes bulged in anger, her face flushed, her accusatory finger outstretched toward him. She'd cornered him at the top of the stairs, all bent out of shape about how he'd missed too much work. The hot stink of her furious breath batted at his face. Her shouts hitched, blurring into unintelligible noise in his ears like a cat's yowls. Her skin snapped against his fist when...
No.
He was better now. Even if he couldn't be a good father, he'd at least be a father instead of a monster. It was no wonder Cassie hated him. He couldn't blame her. He relaxed his fists and stomped.
No. Walk.
He reminded himself. Downstairs. Steve's phone pinged with the harsh, high-pitched ringtone reserved for his boss. He rolled over with a groan and checked the screen. 3 a.m. He waited for the voicemail instead of answering, then listened.
Morning, Steve. We're going to need you here early. Turns out our guests are coming today due to a hitch with their flight. And it turns out somebody didn't finish his presentation last night as he promised. Get it done ASAP. I'd better see you soon, Steve.
Shit. Steve rubbed a hand across his clammy face. Lord, he didn't want to go in, didn't want to leave the relative comfort of his dim room and warm blanket, of the half-filled flask on his bedside table. But he didn't have a choice. His boss had warned him that one more missed day and he'd be fired. He skipped his usual shower, slipping his feet into his cold boots, throwing on his last clean suit, and sneaking a sip of vodka. His boss wouldn't notice. As he plodded down the hallway, he stopped, his eyes landing on his daughter's door. It felt wrong to walk away after their fight last night. He'd planned to talk with her again before work in the morning, hoping to make things right. She was probably still awake, chatting away or playing those mindless computer games over the internet. Her late nights were the reason she was missing so much school. Maybe he ought to at least say goodbye before he left. That's what a decent father would do, right? He nodded to himself and opened her door just a crack, peeking in to see if she was asleep. She wasn't. But she wasn't at her computer either. The room was empty. He blinked. "Cassie?" He opened the door wider and stepped inside. The hallway's dim light caught on a letter on her bedside table.
Dad, on the off chance you notice I'm gone, I went to check out the carnival that's set up across the street. Don't go freaking out and firing a missing persons report, okay? I'll be back in time for school.
Maybe she wasn't much of a bitch. Maybe she was simply an idiot. What sort of 18-year-old girl would go out exploring at 3 a.m.? What carnival was she even talking about? Was she asking to get kidnapped, or worse? Steve threw the note to the floor and trudged to her window, lifting her blinds to look outside. He froze. Orange and red bulbs blinked in the dark, wrapping around the silhouettes of towers and terraces. Even a Ferris wheel was strung up like a web of stars. Flags waved in the autumn night air, the warm artificial lights and the colder moon glow caught in their rippling plastic sheens. Human outlines, left vague by darkness and distance, crowded the lot like moths drawn toward the light. What the hell? Maybe he shouldn't have had that last sip of vodka after all. He rubbed his groggy eyes and opened them. The carnival was still there. He bit his tongue, and the sting of pain convinced him he wasn't dreaming. He opened the window. Faint folk music drifted into the room. How? That tangle of metal would have taken at least a couple of days to prepare. How could he not have noticed such a strange project right across the street? Why would anyone set up a carnival there anyway? The space had only ever been an overgrown, overpriced lot in the middle of his dull suburban neighborhood. His stomach churned to the rhythm of the tune. As it reached a crescendo, violins crying out like wolves howling at the full moon, goosebumps tingled up his arms. He slammed the window shut and pulled his phone from his pocket. He'd have to tell his boss he couldn't make it to work after all. Family troubles.
Cassie!
Even as it bled into the folk songs and electric humming of rides and machines, his voice seemed too loud. It took him a while to realize why. Even though the festival was filled with people, no one else spoke. There was no laughing or chatting, no drunken shouts. He stopped in the middle of the main thoroughfare. Bodies passed by. One crashed into him, sending him stumbling on woozy legs. But try as he might, he couldn't see its face through the shadow of its hood. He spun, his gaze flying from person to person. They all wore hoods, every single person. Even the carnies wore the same black uniform, their faces obscured as they stood as still and silent as sentinels. Gravity pooled in his stomach.
"Cassie!"
No answer. He defied the muscles that screamed for him to leave and rushed deeper into the carnival, dodging the blank crowds. Strange smells wafted through his nose as his breaths deepened. Instead of the menagerie he knew from the country fair, popcorn butter, snow cones, funnel cakes, hay, sweat, the air stank of sulfur, rust, and booze. Smoke smeared the blinking lights until their orange and red auras could have been flames. It smelled strange, sharp. He couldn't tell what was burning. There was something else in the breeze, too, something tangy and hot. Blood? He froze, his eyes whirling toward the source of the stink. A human body hung from the roof of a food stall. Steve's shout caught in his lungs.
Not real.
Red rivulets ran from the wire wrapped around the body's neck, tracing the veins bulging across its bare skin and dripping to the grease-stained ground.
Not real.
One of its arms was missing. Bone pierced through the clean-cut, cauterized wound. A few seconds passed before Steve's swimming vision found the arm roasting on a rotisserie. Round and round it went. When the palm faced him, an eagle tattoo still glistened from the crisped skin.
"And miles to go before I sleep,"
claimed the ink. He'd seen that tattoo before. Bile burned in his throat as he forced himself to look up. The side of the man's skull was sunk in, broken, black and blue. He wore a patriot's cap over his blood-stained blonde hair. It was the man he'd beaten in a rage outside a bar after his 22nd birthday.
Not real.
But the pain was real enough when Steve stumbled backward into another stall, bruising his ankle. He ran, shouldering through cloaked strangers. If this wasn't a nightmare, then maybe he'd lost his mind. Was Cassie even here? No, he couldn't leave unless he knew for sure. He had to be a decent father. Whatever this was, it was sick. What if she got strung up like...
Oh, hell. Cassie!
Stalls and rides passed in a blur. He scanned for Cassie's blonde hair, her favorite red jacket. He didn't let himself stop, didn't let himself digest the carnival's sights. The boy he'd bullied in school offered balloon animals in shaking hands. The false creatures whimpered, their limbs bent at odd angles. The girl he'd had a crush on in high school stood on stage, clown makeup smeared across her pretty face. Instead of making others laugh, she laughed at him. Her cackles cut through the music, seeming to hound his steps, the only other human voice. The old dog who'd run from home after he'd struck her howled from the top of the Ferris wheel. In the distance, one song ended. Sour notes hung in the air, making the hair on the back of his neck stand up. The next tune started with drums that beat in time with his heart.
Cassie!
She's safe now.
He swallowed another shout, shuddering. That voice was oddly familiar.
No.
He whirled. Sure enough, his first girlfriend, Susie, stood behind him, minding a kissing booth with its doors locked tight. Hot rage pooled in Steve's cheeks and tightened his fists.
Where is she? Where's my daughter?
She's safe,
Susie insisted.
She doesn't want you. But if you want to try to change her mind, the way you tried to change mine.
She put a hand against a dark bruise on her jaw.
Then you'll find her inside the coaster.
Steve followed Susie's gesture. She pointed at a roller coaster with an opening shaped like the lip of a beer can. He staggered toward it without giving himself time to stop and think. If he had, he might have crumbled. His legs already trembled with dread.
Cassie!
When he reached the ride's platform, one car stood open in wait. He threw himself inside, thudding. Even though he'd barely sipped his vodka before leaving, his head hammered like he'd downed the whole bottle. Instinctively, his shaking hands fumbled in search of a safety belt, but there wasn't one. His heart squeezed, still pleading with him to leave.
No, I'm her father. Still her father, no matter what. I have to protect her from whatever this is.
The ride jerked, then creaked along its rails. His guts twisted when it passed through a sliding glass doorway and into a darkened building.
Cassie?
Dad?
His pulse fluttered.
Cassie, where are you?
As the car crept further along, faint ceiling lights exposed a hallway. A new shudder rippled through him. It looked just like his first house, the first house he'd bought together with his wife. The ride had entered through the balcony, already on the second story. The only difference was that there was no floor. Beneath the thin track was only blank black space. The car turned toward where the stairs would be.
No. Oh, hell, no.
A spotlight flared to life, stinging his eyes. He clenched them shut. He knew what he'd see before he opened them. His wife stood in the air at the edge of the stairs, wearing the dress she'd been buried in. Her head was shattered where it had hit the floor, exposing the pulsing insides of her brain. Torn shreds of skin hung loose. Blood trailed down the steps and pooled at the bottom. Pooled at the place where she'd died after he'd hit her. Tears burned in his wide eyes.
It was an accident.
You still made the choice every time you opened another bottle.
His wife wrapped an arm, strangely bent, around a girl half wreathed in shadows.
Now she's made hers.
Cassie!
Stephen stood up in the car. It rocked under his weight. He ached to leap out, race to her, hold her tight. He couldn't, not over the abyss. He steadied himself with the railing as the tracks creaked.
I'll stop drinking, damn it! I'll do better! Let's go home.
He reached out, but his fingers only touched empty space. Cassie stared back at him, her fingers clinging to her dead mother's dress. Her feet dangled in the air, tears streaked her cheeks. His wife gripped her tighter.
You and I once promised to do everything together, my love.
She sneered, revealing teeth that had broken in her headlong flight down the stairs.
Now it's your turn to take the fall.
She stepped away from the track.
From now on, I'll keep our daughter safe.
The car surged forward. Steve tumbled from his seat as it tilted and threw him to the steps. The coaster shifted, twisting. The staircase spread out below him forever.
Dad!
Cassie's voice echoed after him. He didn't have time to scream before his skull shattered against the stairs.
This has been Short Horror Stories, Volumes 1 through 27. Written by Scare Street, narrated by John Perala, May Shammy, and Tom Bowers. Copyright 2024 by Scare Street. Production copyright by Scare Street.
Coffee Love by Ron Ripley. When Cameron Allen walked into Coffee Love for his first day of work, he took a step back, wincing at the acrid smell in the air. His new boss, Sherry, was standing off to the right, her arms folded over her chest. The muscles of her heavily tattooed forearms twitched and jumped, keeping in rhythm with the muscle on her jaw. Her blue hair was cropped short, and her broad face wore an expression of general dissatisfaction. Sherry's brown eyes were focused on a person behind the coffee bar, an old woman with a bundle of dried plants that appeared to be burning. The old woman waved the bundle back and forth, chanting in a language Cameron couldn't identify. Smoke poured from the plants, and he glanced nervously over to Sherry. His boss noticed him for the first time, rolled her eyes, and motioned for him to follow her. Cameron did so, and she led him into the back where several of his co-workers were huddled at the rear exit. He offered them a hesitant wave, and they returned it with worried smiles. A moment later, he was in Sherry's cramped office. "Just move the stuff off the chair, kid," she sighed, gesturing toward a battered dark brown chair near the door. Papers and a few aprons were stacked haphazardly on the seat, and Cameron did as he was told. He glanced around, saw a clear space on the floor, and set the items down. "You know," she said, "I expected a lot of problems when I moved the business into a refurbished mill." "You did?" Cameron asked, politely. She nodded. "Sure. I mean, this place was built in the 1880s. Over 110 years old. Lots of hard use. I expected maybe some weak floors, some problems with wiring, and, well, you know, lots of stuff. Still, this is crazy, isn't it? I mean, I bet you didn't expect that when you came in, huh?" "No," Cam agreed. What's going on?" "A cleansing," Sherry grimaced. "According to some beliefs, you burn sage to purify and cleanse an enclosed space, like my coffee shop. Some of my employees have been complaining of a malignant spirit." Sherry used finger quotes to emphasize the last two words. The disgust in her voice was plain. "A ghost?" Cameron asked. "You got it." Sherry frowned, her eyes flickering toward the door. "Anyway, I've got a couple of my night shift people who refuse to come back to work. According to them, things were thrown and they were hit and pushed. Personally, I think it's a load of crap. But apparently there's some weird law in town that says I have to make an effort to expel a baleful entity." "What?" Cameron felt confused. She nodded. "Oh, yeah. Evidently, ghosts have always been a problem in Anger, New Hampshire. So they tacked that little law onto the books,
around the time we fought the revolution. So, I went and contacted a woman in Concord who said she could get rid of any unwanted spirits. Now, $500 later, I may or may not be free of ghosts."
Cameron couldn't comprehend the expenditure, and it must have shown on his face.
"I know what you're thinking,"
Sherry said, picking up a pen and tapping it rapidly on her desk.
"Why didn't I just burn the sage myself?"
Cameron nodded.
"Didn't know about it," she sighed. "Well, I've done what the law requires. If all 3 of my disgruntled employees don't come back to work tonight, then I get to fire them. I made an effort to rid the building of the ghost. They have to make an effort to work."
"So strange," Cameron muttered.
"You don't know the half of it. So, Cameron, you gonna be good to work tonight for me?"
"Yeah." He grinned.
"Ghosts don't bother you?" she asked,
peering at him. "I don't believe in them," he answered. "Weird stuff happens, sure, but there's always a reasonable explanation. I'm working until 9, right?"
"You got it,"
Sherry said. "Then I'll be working here until 9, Cameron stated. "You don't have to worry about me." A flicker of relief passed over Sherry's face, and she relaxed in her chair.
"I'm glad to hear that, Cameron. Tonight, you're going to be working with Dylan, Jay, and Angie, if they believed the sage worked. The 3 of them get in at 5, and all of them are supposed to work till closing with you. I'm supposed to allow them the opportunity to make up lost time, too. I'll introduce you to the rest of the overlap crew. Then you'll shadow a couple of people for the next few hours. You should be in pretty decent shape by the time 5 rolls around. It's also Monday, which is our slowest night, so you shouldn't be overwhelmed. What do you say? Are you ready?"
"As I'll ever be," he answered. Sherry grinned at him and stood up.
"Great! Let's have you pick out an apron and get you ready."
Cameron smiled and got to his feet. The hours rushed past as information was crammed into his head. How to use the espresso machine, how to make foam. He learned to clean the nozzle after every use and to make certain a customer got their receipt, whether they wanted it or not. Sherry taught him some of the jargon, and his other co-workers eased him into the business of making coffee just right. Some chatted freely about the sage burning, and while a few said they felt better about it, others didn't mention the incident at all. By the time 5 o'clock rolled around, Cameron was in a good mood and feeling comfortable. He had only made 2 drinks incorrectly, and although he had burned his hand on the steamer, he was surprised to learn that no one escaped their first day without burning themselves on it.
"The machine's temperamental," Sherry explained. "It has it out for everyone on the first day."
Angie, who was the only one of the missing 3 to arrive, came into work 10 minutes late and was taken by Sherry into the office. After a few minutes, everyone, including the customers, could hear Angie yelling at Sherry. The door to the office flew open, bounced off the wall, and Angie stomped to the back of the kitchen. Sherry called Cameron into the office.
"Close the door, please,"
she said in a low voice, her face red. Cameron did so.
"Angie," Sherry began, "is not pleased with the sage. Evidently, she doesn't believe that it's going to be enough. She is of the opinion that burning sage will only make the ghost madder. I gave her the woman's card and told her to ask the woman herself if burning sage would work or not. Angie had a few choice words to say, in case you didn't hear her."
"I think they heard her in Boston," Cameron said, and Sherry winced.
Yeah, they probably did, she sighed. Well, so be it. I've done my part. If she leaves early tonight, call me. I'm trying to get someone else to stay, but everyone's busy. Listen, Cameron, you don't have a key to lock up, but she does. She's supposed to make sure this place is secure before the two of you go home. My number is posted back here near the phone and up front by the register. It doesn't matter if you call me the instant I walk out or 1 minute to 9. I will answer the phone. Okay?
Sure, Cameron said. Sherry ran her fingers through her short hair, smiled at him, and added,
You're doing great, by the way. You're picking it up quick.
Thanks, Cameron grinned. I like it. I wasn't sure I would, but I do. She nodded.
I'm glad. All right, take a quick 15 and then meet me back behind the register. I'll go over the closing stuff one last time and leave you and Ms. Personality to finish out the night.
Cool, Cameron said, and he left her office. He walked to the back, opened the exit, and stepped out into the evening light. There was a cool breeze stirring about the alley, picking up stray bits of paper and sending them spinning into the walls. He ignored the sour odor emanating from the dumpster a few feet away and focused on the way the last light of the day turned the clouds a gentle pink. Cameron found a milk crate, flipped it over, and sat on it. He rested his back and head on the brick of the building and closed his eyes. The light was warm on his face, and he had a sudden memory of childhood, of lying on the driveway and listening to the cicadas sing as August drew to a close. Few more hours, he thought, then I'll be home. Do some more studying for Professor Grant's class, make sure I'm in bed by midnight. Get up early, study a little more. Cameron finished his break in solitude, then met back up with Sherry. He listened closely and took notes. During the short time that there was an overlap with the earlier crew, he heard Angie ask about the sage burning. She didn't seem to believe any of them, and at one point, he overheard her hissing to a customer that she thought her co-workers were lying for Sherry. Shortly after that incident, he was alone with Angie. She was a tall, graceful young woman, perhaps in her early 20s, with multiple piercings in each of her small ears. Her hair was a deep chestnut, and her face was finely chiseled, either by birth or by use of skillful makeup. Cameron felt a slight attraction to her, until he caught a glimpse of her glaring at him. Great, he thought. What did I do wrong? He didn't bother to ask her, but he did focus on cleaning some of the tables and making sure the sugar and sweeteners were well stocked. By 7 o'clock, he and Angie had exchanged only a handful of words.
Hey, Cameron,
she said, her voice catching him off guard.
Yeah,
he asked, looking up from a display of coffee mugs.
Were you here?
Angie asked. He frowned.
For what?
The sage, she sighed, rolling her eyes.
Oh, yeah,
he confirmed, keeping his tone even. Stuff stank. Her shoulders sagged slightly as if she hadn't expected him to answer in the affirmative. After a moment, she asked,
Did you feel any difference when she was done?
Not really, Cameron said. Then again, I've only been here a couple of times before today, and, to be honest, I wasn't paying much attention. I was in the back.
Oh.
Angie scratched at the back of her hand.
I don't feel anything different. In fact, it kind of feels, well, worse. I'm nervous.
What about? He asked her, getting to his feet.
The ghost,
she said, her voice filled with bitterness. "Have you ever dealt with a ghost before?" Cameron kept his voice neutral as he answered, "No, I don't believe that I have." "Well, I can tell you it's not a whole lot of fun." "Have you dealt with a lot of ghosts?" She nodded. "Everywhere I've lived, there's been a ghost. My family moved around a lot while I was growing up, and there was always a ghost in the place we moved into." "What sort of things happened?" Cameron made sure to feign polite interest. No reason to make her dislike me any more than she already does. "Most of the time," she answered, "it was just noise, a creak in a hallway, or the sound of someone on the stairs when no one was around. Every once in a while it was a little more active, things being knocked off shelves or whispers in the dark. Nothing too bad, though." "That doesn't sound terrible," Cameron stated. "No," Angie said, "it wasn't. But there were a couple, just like this one, who were bad. We had one ghost, an old woman who loved to pinch the girls in the family. She left welts on us all the time. At another house, it was an old man. He wasn't a perv or anything, but he would always scare people in the bathroom. My dad thought it was because the bathroom is supposed to be the one room in the house where people shouldn't bother you." "This ghost," Cameron said, "he's as bad as those?" She shook her head. "It is worse. Not he. It's an absolute terror. I don't know how many mugs it's destroyed or how much food the ghosts ruined, but it's a lot. It was bad enough when it was doing it overnight, when no one was around, but it's worse now. The ghost does it when we're here. I don't know why it's angry," Angie whispered, "but it likes to throw things, and it's got really good aim." Cameron nodded. Not to sound stupid, but if you don't think the ghost is gone, why are you back here?" "Because I need the damned job. I have bills and all that stupid stuff." For a moment, Angie looked as though she was on the verge of tears. "I can't just up and quit. People notice that when you go to apply somewhere. They want to know why you left and if they can call your previous employer. You know." Yeah, I know." He scratched the back of his head. "I worked a miserable job at a printing company once. I stayed there 6 months because I didn't want it to show up on my resume looking like I couldn't stick around." "See? That's exactly what I mean." There was silence between them for a moment. "Well, if it's gone, that's great," Angie continued. "I don't think that's going to be the case, though. I think that the ghost found a place to hide, and the sage didn't do anything. Or maybe it did. All I know is that you need to be prepared for whatever might happen. It's crazy." Angie's monologue was disrupted by the arrival of a customer. When she made no effort to go and assist the person, Cameron immediately stepped in. He chatted the gentleman up, managed to get the man a black coffee without any trouble, and bid the man a good evening. Cameron didn't say anything to Angie, nor did he expect her to continue speaking to him. She did. "This is going to be insane tonight," Angie muttered, with an exaggerated shudder. "I can feel it. Can you?" "No," Cameron said. "I don't feel anything, one way or another. All I want to do is work, close up, and go home." She rolled her eyes at him and walked away. Cameron resisted the urge to flip her off. At 10 minutes to 9, Cameron walked around the shop and put the chairs up on the tables, then went through with a push broom, making sure everything was clean. Angie scrolled through Snapchat on her phone and ignored the work that needed to be done. I hope I don't have to close with her every night, he thought, glancing at her. This could get real old, real fast. Cameron walked to the register, opened it, and then stumbled back as something struck him across the face. One of the single-pound bags of coffee struck the floor and split open, spilling the whole beans. Cameron looked over at Angie, ready to snarl at her, when he realized she was nowhere near the display of coffee. Her face had paled by several shades, and she stood perfectly still, as if rooted to the floor. The young woman's eyes were fixed on a spot near the door, and when Cameron followed her line of sight, he, too, felt himself immobilized. A short, gaunt figure lurked to the right of the door. Cameron couldn't tell the gender of the figure or the age. It was clad in rags, and pale, bare limbs protruded from the cloth. The fingers bore a disturbing resemblance to hooks, and there were no teeth in the mouth. Cameron felt a chill race through his brain as he stared at the creature's bloody lips, as it sneered at him.
You're new?
The creature lisped, nodding to Cameron. It looked to Angie and chuckled.
You're not.
Her fear propelled her backward, her hands outstretched and seeking the door to the back. The creature lunged for a chair, snatched it up, and hurled it at her. Angie didn't move in time. The chair caught her in the small of her back and sent her sprawling to the floor. She slid, and her head bounced against the floor, the impact knocking her out and leaving her limp half beneath a table.
You're new,
the creature repeated. Cameron nodded.
Why?
It asked him.
I needed a job, he whispered.
This is my place, the thing hissed. Mine. They spilled their blood for me. I bought it with their flesh. Mine.
Sure, Cameron whispered. Whatever you say. Got no problem with that.
It eyed him. Then a deep red tongue flicked out between its gums and licked its bloody lips.
What the hell are you?
Cameron asked.
Dead,
it answered, then laughed.
You'll be dead soon, too. Stinks of sage. They tried to smoke me out. I'll show them now. I'll show them what happens when they push and pull and push me out. It stinks of sage.
It didn't work.
Cameron didn't mean to speak the sentence out loud.
No. She'll be dead.
The ghost chuckled, nodding at Angie. Cameron shook his head.
Don't.
Why?
It asked.
We didn't do anything, he answered.
I know. That's why you need to die. You didn't do anything.
What do you want us to do?
Cameron asked, fighting back his rising sense of panic.
Die,
it answered.
Just die.
Then the creature chuckled and said,
You can leave.
Cameron started to nod his thanks when all the lights in the room exploded, glass raining down on everything. Cameron shouted with fear and tried to remember where Angie was. He took a step toward her and howled as a bag of coffee struck him in the groin, sending him stumbling and forcing him to kneel. "No!" the creature laughed. "Just you, not her. She must stay. I owe her wages." The air around Cameron became colder, and he wondered if the phone worked still, and if he could even find it in the darkness. What about the office? He wondered, and looked for any sign of light from the back. There was nothing. His shoulders slumped. Maybe the phone will work? I hope it's on a separate system and not tied to the internet. "I can see you," the creature whispered, its voice coming closer. "You can't see me." Cameron fought back the panic rising in him. "No, I can't. Let me get her." "She doesn't like you," the thing observed. "I don't care if she likes me or not. She needs to be saved." "No, nobility," the voice laughed, "is a terrible fault." A hard hand struck Cameron across the face and sent him spinning backward. His ribs caught the end of the counter, and he screamed as one broke and drove inward. He found himself inhaling sharply, his chest screaming with pain. Cameron caught himself on the edge of the bar and held on. Another blow, this one against the rib he had broken, sent him to his knees. The dead thing laughed. "Yo, isn't this fun?" the voice asked cheerfully. "Of course it is. I know how to have fun. All the time. Have fun. So much fun." Every time the dead thing spoke, the word fun was punctuated with a blow. In a matter of seconds, Cameron found himself on the floor. Splinters and shards of broken glass bit into his hands. His body shook with a mixture of adrenaline and a reaction to fear. And he tried to crawl toward the front door. Light from the street lamps filtered in, and Cameron caught sight of Angie lying a few feet away. The dead thing was gone, hidden from him. "Get outside and call for help," he ordered himself. "I can do this. I just need to go." Cameron crawled forward a few feet and paused to listen. He was rewarded with a slap across the back of his head. It drove his forehead down, and he howled at the pain of glass embedding itself in his flesh. His misery elicited a bark of laughter from the dead thing. "Ha ha ha! Fun!" it whispered in his ear. Then Cameron cried as freezing teeth dug into the cartilage of his ear and gnawed upon it. He slapped at the teeth, but his hand encountered only a cold nothingness. The creature let go and laughed. Shuddering, Cameron ignored Angie and scrambled through the glass to the door. Peals of laughter rang out from the creature as Cameron climbed to his feet and grasped the doorknob. The thing struck him a horrific blow that sent him flying backward through the air. His back struck the register, knocked it off, and felt a numbness race through his body, immobilizing him as he pitched forward and fell face first onto the floor. Cameron felt nothing. Neither his arms nor his legs responded to him. He had no sensation anywhere, and every breath he took was a struggle. It felt as though a heavy weight was pressing down upon him, and he suddenly had tunnel vision. He listened to the world as though someone had wrapped a blanket around his head, covering his ears. As he lay on the floor, his head to one side and the door directly in front of him, Cameron tried to will himself to move. He tried to open his mouth to scream, but nothing came out. Every breath was a chore. He couldn't summon enough strength to speak, to beg for his life. An impotent and fearful rage filled him, and then the dead thing stepped into his line of sight. It spoke to him in a maddening gibberish he couldn't understand. He heard a laugh, and then the creature sank in front of him and smiled. Cameron had a long, terrible look at the gums. Beneath the blood dripping from them, Cameron saw the barest hint of shattered teeth.
"Do you know what they did to me?"
The thing asked him. The dead thing's words disturbingly clear. Cameron couldn't respond.
"They tortured me before they killed me," the creature said. "All those years of me giving them work, of giving their families work in my mill. My mill! My brilliance gave them work. I put food on their tables and in their bellies. Made sure they could breed to fill their cribs with children to work in my mill. Oh, the things they did to me."
The creature leaned forward, and a deep, penetrating chill pierced the tender flesh of Cameron's face. Smiling, the thing reached out and grabbed something. A moment later, it brought Cameron's right hand up in front of his face. In the pale light of the street lamps, Cameron saw the flesh on his hand darken, blacken, and then watched, sickened as the skin peeled back.
"Cold," the creature whispered. "I am cold. They made me cold."
It snapped its head to the left, laughed, and dove out of Cameron's line of sight. A heartbeat later, it appeared again, dragging Angie with it.
"This is what they did to me," the creature hissed.
Powerless, Cameron watched the creature pry open Angie's mouth and break off one of her teeth at the gum line. The young woman awoke with the pain and squealed like a stuck pig as she bucked and writhed in an attempt to free herself. The creature laughed and broke off another tooth. Again and again it assaulted her, but after the fourth time, she fainted. Cameron was a captive audience. He could not close his eyes, nor could he look away, a fact which the creature seemed to relish. When he had finished his work, the dead thing dropped her to the floor. It crawled forward and put its face directly in front of Cameron's.
"I know you can hear me, and that is good," it whispered. "I suspect you can see most of what is going on, and that, too, is good. In a few minutes, I am going to kill this girl. I dislike her. I will kill you as well, but that is only because you are here and would not leave when I told you to."
The creature reached back, groped around, and when it found Angie's hair, it dragged her by it until she was only a few inches from Cameron.
When you both die, the creature told him, it will be unpleasant. It will be the way I wanted to kill my tormentors. But they all escaped me. Are you wondering how?
Cameron wanted to scream no, but his body refused to acquiesce to his demands.
Yes, it whispered. I know you do. I will tell you. Fire. I wanted to burn them all alive. Wouldn't that have been a fitting fate for those who betrayed their benevolent master? Yes, I can see you agree. It is a pity you must die. But it is for the best. Death is easier, so much easier than life. Perhaps you will stay here with me. I would like the company, but only if you are dead. The living are boring. Tell me, would you like to see your friend burn, so you know what to expect?
The creature waited politely for a moment. Then it let out a high-pitched laugh.
I knew you would. You are smart.
As Cameron watched helplessly, the creature disappeared, returning a few minutes later with paper and matches. He watched the dead thing pile the paper around Angie, who was stirring. When the creature finished, she was beginning to mumble and turn warily to either side. Cameron watched as it struggled to light the matches. Then, after several tries, it succeeded. The papers went up instantly. Angie's clothes and hair a minute later. As her screams tore through the shop, the creature looked at Cameron, smiled, and whispered,
Now it's your turn.
Dead House by Ron Ripley. Lenny Kopp sat on the back bumper of his Jeep Wrangler, finished a quick text to his girlfriend, then set his phone to vibrate and put it in a secure inside pocket. He adjusted the straps of his backpack and snapped the buckles across his chest. Standing up, he swung his arms back and forth, making sure he had enough range of motion, and grinned with satisfaction. Finally, Lenny took his helmet out of the back, slipped it on, and secured it in place. He stood up, closed the Jeep's hatchback, and glanced at the horizon. The sun hovered just above the tree line, and in less than half an hour it would set completely. Earlier in the week, Lenny had done a practice run from the dead-end street where he had parked the Jeep to the Newcastle train station's fence. 25 minutes on a narrow game trail was all he needed. He resisted the urge to shed his backpack and double-check it. He knew the equipment was all there.
Stay cool, stay calm, stay collected,
he thought, repeating his mantra. Lenny had been in abandoned places all along the eastern seaboard. Some were under active guard, while others, like the Newcastle train station, were not. He took a deep breath and set out at a quick walk, easily climbing the small hill leading into the thick trees. He found the game trail and kept to it, his eyes sweeping left and right for any sign of others. The last thing he wanted was an interruption, or worse, a random rent-a-cop stopping by to check on the property. Lenny rolled his eyes at the thought of it and picked up his pace. Soon he was jogging along, enjoying the cool evening air. Birds and insects sang out around him, and occasionally he heard some animal scurry by in the shadows. When he reached the chain-link fence, he stopped and caught his breath. Through the wire he could see the long, low building. Beyond it was a large shed, and a short distance past that was a third, smaller structure. Multiple sets of train tracks and various switching stations spread out around from the central station, and Lenny could imagine the sights and sounds of the yard when it was once in full operation. As the sun set, he caught sight of the broken glass in the window frames, missing shingles and holes in the roofs. The platform was dark and, to anyone else, uninviting. Not to Lenny. He loved decrepit buildings, abandoned structures. Getting into them, regardless of the legality of the trespassing, was only part of the fun. The rest was in the exploration. Lenny quickly took off his backpack, removed his heavy-gauge wire cutters, and chose a place close to one of the fence posts. He clipped the links until he had enough cut away to roll part of the fence back and allow himself access to the yard. Once he was in, Lenny put away the cutters, returned the pack to his back, and rolled the fence into place again. Lenny walked down a slight incline toward the tracks, rocks and pebbles skittering down to clank and clang against the rails. When he reached the bottom, he paused to get his bearings and frowned. Something was wrong. He cocked his head to one side, listening, and then realized what was bothering him.
Nothing,
he thought.
I can't hear a thing. It's like all the birds vanished.
Lenny started to shrug, but stopped.
No insects either,
he thought. Silently, he turned and faced the fence. Faintly, from the other side, he heard a raven call out. For some unknown reason, the noise caused the hackles on the back of his neck to rise, and he swallowed dryly.
Weird,
he thought, and faced the station once more. Unbuttoning a breast pocket, Lenny took out his small digital camera, checked the battery life, and nodded with satisfaction. He had a full charge and a large memory card. He walked forward, his feet loud on the gravel, until he reached the first of the railroad ties. Then Lenny stepped from tie to tie, his feet only occasionally making noise. The silence weighed on him, and he felt an increasing sense of discomfort as he advanced.
What the hell is wrong with me tonight?
He thought angrily.
It's like I've never gone into a place after dark before.
He shook his head in disgust and tried to focus on the building. Lenny wanted to take pictures of every inch of each building. He knew he wouldn't be able to, but it was nice to imagine. Lenny snickered. It was a thrill to post the pictures online and have hundreds of people tell him what a great job he was doing.
Beats the UPS store any day of the week,
he thought. His thoughts faded as he came to a stop near the station. Old white paint, gray with age, flaked off the ancient siding. The boards of the platform curled up in some places, the ends split as if they were beseeching the sky. Shards of glass clung to some of the window frames, and a rank, fetid odor filled the air. Lenny flinched at the scent. He had been to enough abandoned places to know the smell of a dead animal. He shuddered and reached into his back pocket. From it, he removed a small container of Vaseline laced with cinnamon. He took a large scoop out and dabbed it freely on his upper lip, directly beneath his nostrils. Instantly, the odor vanished, and Lenny relaxed. Putting the container away, he wiped his hands on his pants and climbed up the broken steps leading to the platform. Beneath his feet, the boards complained, and he stepped with caution. Breaking an ankle would make getting back to his vehicle extremely painful, and it would destroy the goal of the evening.
Document the station,
Lenny thought.
Get it all down so people can tell me how great the pictures are.
It took him almost a minute to successfully cross the distance to the main doors. The door latches were missing, as were the locks, and the doors opened easily when Lenny pushed on them. He almost gagged at the foul odor that swept over him despite the scented Vaseline, and he staggered back. He desperately tried to get fresh air, but the stench was everywhere. Covering his mouth and nose with his hand, Lenny took his LED flashlight out of a pocket and turned it on. The beam penetrated the darkness, showing mildewed walls and crumbling plaster. He was surprised to see the decorative woodwork and elaborate sconces were still intact. Most buildings he visited, especially those built during the Victorian period, as the Newcastle station was, were stripped of their finer details. As the beam moved through the darkness, Lenny found the source of the stench. What had once been a large dog was laid on its side, its body writhing with maggots. A bedroll, backpack, and food were scattered around the animal. Lenny stared in horror at all of it, wondering where the owner of the dog was, when he saw something strange. Breathing as shallowly as he could, he kept the beam fixed on the food and the bags. When he drew close enough, he stopped, his head pounding from the odor. Lenny ignored his body's protests, staring with a lack of understanding of what lay before him. The food and the bags were covered with flies. Hundreds of dead flies. As he watched, maggots squirmed, fell from the dog's corpse, and landed on the floorboards. For a moment they floundered in the seepage from the body, then laid still. The sight shook him deeply, and Lenny nearly fell over himself, hurrying out of the building. He managed to make it down the stairs and onto the ground before he bent over and threw up his dinner of steak and eggs. When his stomach could produce no more, he spat repeatedly, trying to rid his mouth of the taste of vomit.
What the hell was that?
Lenny wondered, straightening up and looking at the building with a growing sense of disgust and fear.
Am I going to get sick from it? Why the hell were the flies dead? Why were the maggots dying?
He shuddered and spat again.
Okay,
he thought.
What now? Do I call it a night?
Beneath the fear, his curiosity raised its head. He looked at the train station, then back up to the place where he had cut through the fence.
No,
he thought, shaking his head.
Nope. 2 more buildings I can check out. Can't be any bodies in them.
Some of the horror of what he had witnessed faded away. He laughed, nervously at first, then easier. With a sigh, he took his backpack off, got a bottle of water, and carefully poured some into his mouth. He rinsed and spit, repeating the process several times to rid his mouth of bile. Only when he was certain the bitter flavor was gone did he risk a cautious sip. His stomach clenched, but kept the water down. Lenny put it all away, shouldered his backpack, and focused his attention on the next building. It looked like a large storage shed for trains, and a small hope was awakened within him.
Maybe I can get something out of that one,
he thought. Hooking his thumbs through the backpack's straps, Lenny walked at a leisurely pace to the next building, consciously keeping his distance from the station. With the gravel crunching loudly underfoot, he found himself pleased and comforted with the sound. He still couldn't hear any insect or animals, and the lack of ambient noise reminded him of the dead flies and dying maggots. Lenny shuddered and hastened to the storage shed. When he reached it, he found a side door propped open with a large rock. Wary after what he had encountered in the station, Lenny leaned forward and cautiously sniffed the air.
Nothing,
he thought with relief. Pushing the door open a little further, he took out his flashlight and shined it around. Steel and iron odds and ends littered the floor. They leaned against the walls and were stacked upon heavy tables. Chains hung from the rafters, great hooks and eyelets motionless in the darkness. Lenny could smell oil and coal. He stepped further into the room, took out his camera, and snapped a few pictures. Moving forward, his flashlight caught the corner of a ledger book. Curious, Lenny walked to the table, pushed a piece of oilcloth off of the book, and was pleased to see the date on the cover. 1 January to 5 April, 1898.
Damn,
he thought cheerfully.
This is great.
Whistling to himself, Lenny snapped a few pictures before opening the book. He took several more photographs, the pages filled with mundane information regarding the number of supplies used to fix various engines. When he reached the last entry, 5 April 1898, all of the redundant information was missing. Instead, he read a chilling report.
Accident with the Boston and Main line from Portland. Pullman sleeper. Passengers overcome with unknown gas. All 23 dead, stored in dead house.
Lenny reread the entry several times, scratched the back of his head, and thought,
What the hell is the dead house?
He flipped through the ledger and, at the end of it, found a rough sketch of the train yard and station. Berths for different engines were identified, as were accommodations for the engineers and firemen who rested. Notations regarding different station masters were included, with one being referred to as Nose Picker Bill Tebbets. The train repair garage was identified as such, and the last building of the three was named as well.
The dead house,
Lenny read. He lifted his camera, took a picture of the page, and closed the ledger. Lenny started to cover it with the oilcloth, but he stopped and wrapped the book in it instead. He slipped the book into his backpack, the added weight a comfort. Lenny didn't take many trophies, but the ledger was an exceptional find, and he wanted to have more than pictures to look at.
Maybe I'll even take a few snapshots of myself with it,
he thought, leaving the building and turning off his light.
Pour myself a big old snifter of brandy and smile at the camera.
Lenny laughed and shook his head at the idea. He came to a stop and glanced at the building that had been labeled Dead House. For a second, he considered not bothering with it. He had the ledger and the miserable experience of the dead dog.
Hell,
he thought.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Feeling better about the entire evening, Lenny walked at an easy pace. The dead house was at least twice the distance from the garage as the garage was from the station. With every step, the silence's oppression grew. The pleasant sensation faded, and Lenny glanced back at the fence. He could barely see it in the darkness. There was no moon, and the stars had yet to populate the sky.
Why am I being such a baby?
He thought angrily.
Hell, I've climbed through morgues before. The Medfield State Sanitarium wasn't easy either.
Despite his self-deprecation, a small part of him knew there was no comparison between the Newcastle train station and the others.
There's something bad here.
The thought struck him with enough force to make him stop. He shivered and considered it. At the morgues and the sanitarium, he had sensed people. They were dead and they were insane, but that was it. Nothing about them had made him feel more than uncomfortable. The Newcastle train station was different. Whatever was at the station didn't want him there.
Stop it,
he snapped.
I'm telling myself ghost stories now? Stupid. No such thing as ghosts. I didn't experience anything anywhere. Too many horror movies. I need to get my head on straight before anything else.
Lenny's mouth was dry, and he took his water out, sipped it, then swore and spat the mouthful out. The water tasted stale and leaden, leaving his tongue feeling shriveled and desiccated. Disgusted, he held the bottle up and shined the light into it. There was nothing in the bottle except for water. Carefully, Lenny sniffed at it, then swore again, wrinkling his nose at the stench. He capped the bottle and dropped it to the ground, wiping his hands on his pants and feeling as if he had somehow been sullied by the act of drinking.
What the hell is going on here?
He thought nervously. Without intending to, he looked at the station. For a moment, he thought he saw a flicker of light. Then it was gone.
Was there something in the air in there?
He had read stories about mildew and mold spores in old buildings. His heart fluttered anxiously, but he pushed his fear aside.
If I don't go to the dead house, I won't be able to post any pictures. No one will respect me. I'll lose all my damned followers.
His followers were everything. Life without the adoration of the unknown and the obscure would be bland and uninteresting.
I have to do this,
he thought.
No choice.
He squared his shoulders and walked forward. He didn't look to either side or risk another glance back. But the desire to run to the fence and escape to the safety of the forest, where the birds and insects had the good sense to sing their night songs, was a temptation he could not resist. Every step took him closer to the dead house, and each heartbeat was accompanied by a drop of cold sweat on his brow. His breath came in shuddering, shallow gasps, and his palms became damp with fear. Lenny's stomach tightened and rumbled, despite being empty. His hand shook as he reached into his front pocket, retrieved his flashlight, and managed to turn it on 20 feet from the dead house. As he drew nearer, he saw the side door was closed, as was the large front door. There were no windows, no sign of a chimney. The paint had completely faded from the boards, leaving the building with the appearance of having been constructed out of driftwood. Yet there was no pleasant, overwhelming scent of the Atlantic Ocean. Instead, All Lenny could smell was the same leaden odor which had escaped from his bottle of water.
I don't really need to go in there,
he thought. Aloud he whispered,
Not at all. No one will know. I don't have to show the picture of the ledger.
But the ledger was his crown jewel. He could already picture it in his apartment, resting on a stand atop his mantelpiece. It was a given, a certainty, like the rising and setting of the sun. Lenny knew he needed to go into the dead house. There was no real choice, not at all. For the first time in his life, he felt the pressure of the reality he had built for himself.
Oh, hell,
he thought.
I'm addicted to them.
His hands trembled as he advanced once more. He stopped at the side door and felt a strange urge to knock on it. A giggle, high and unnatural, escaped his lips, and he had to press them firmly together to stop the sound from turning into a squeal of fear. The tremors of his hands transformed into shakes as he reached out, grasped the cold metal doorknob, and twisted it. He found himself praying it would stick or be locked, but the knob turned easily, soundlessly, and the door opened on hinges which were equally silent. A cold wave of air rolled out over him, causing his neck to stiffen as he stood in the doorway, shaking. He took his flashlight out, turned it on, and walked into the building. It was small, perhaps only a little over 20 feet by 20 feet. As he turned around, his flashlight's beam fell upon a pair of old boots. Lenny couldn't stop his hand from moving, allowing the flashlight to travel up the boots and illuminate a pair of frayed jeans. Then a leather belt. A worn flannel shirt followed, topped by the head of a dead man. The eyes were rolled up, and his black tongue protruded from between his blue lips. The sight of his sickly yellow skin turned Lenny's stomach. Lenny knew the man in front of him had been the owner of the dog. The food and the belongings had been the property of the dead man. Lenny stared at the corpse's face, the shallow cheeks and the thin growth of yellow beard. Part of him expected the dead man to grin at him, to wink one of the sightless eyes and laugh. Then the flashlight flickered and went out. He dropped it to the floor, turned, but couldn't find the door. He couldn't even see where the door was supposed to be, or where it might have been. He fumbled for his phone to try to access the flashlight feature on it, but as he took it out of his pocket, he dropped it. Letting out a moan, he sank to his knees and patted down the ground, jerking his right hand back as a splinter drove deep into his palm. Sucking at the injury, he continued to search with his uninjured left hand. His fingers found nothing but old wood. Panicking, he crawled toward the wall. After nearly a minute, he still hadn't found the wall, or the door, or even the dead body. Lenny was alone, and there was something wrong with the building. Hanging his head, he tried to take in several breaths, attempted to regain control of himself. But as he stilled himself, someone whispered. His eyes widened in the darkness, and he forced himself not to move. A laugh followed, then a cough, and then the sound of someone vomiting. Another person began to throw up as well, A child screamed out in the night, and the sound of a third individual violently puking followed. Lenny couldn't move. He was on his hands and knees, listening to more and more people get sick. Someone complained they couldn't breathe. The air was too heavy, a great weight pressing upon them. An invisible hand was strangling them. The air filled with the sound of people shrieking and begging one another. Hands pounded on windows and doors. Bodies landed on the floor with enough force to send a shock wave rippling through the old wood and shaking Lenny where he knelt. A woman begged her husband to help her. A man cried hoarsely, and the sound of steel on steel filled the storage room. Silence fell over the building, and then there came the sound of a bell ringing. Lenny could hear footsteps thundering on the ground. It was followed by the crash of doors being torn open. A man whispered a horrified prayer, and from a short distance away another man asked what was wrong.
"Dead,"
a voice said behind Lenny.
"They're all dead."
Lenny shrieked and jerked to his feet. He staggered away from the voice, struck a wall head first, then fell to the floor. Lenny lay there, screaming, and a man's voice filled the dead house. "Shh," the stranger said in a comforting tone.
"It's almost done. Rest now."
"I won't rest!" Lenny screamed, getting back to his feet. He twisted and turned, trying to see who had spoken. But he couldn't. The dark was too complete. His fear too great.
"Come now, young man,"
the stranger said.
"Please listen. Rest. It is nearly done. All of it."
"What is?" Lenny bawled. "What's almost done?"
"The pain,"
the stranger said soothingly.
"You won't have to worry about a thing. Not at all. We don't know what the poison was, but it moves slow. It's a terrible, terrible death."
"No, no, no!" Lenny screamed, his voice suddenly raw. "I'm not dying. I'm not."
"We all die,"
the stranger continued.
"You've no need to fear what's coming."
"No," Lenny whimpered.
"It was the gas, you know,"
the stranger said.
"We won't let you suffer, though. I won't let you suffer."
"Open the door," Lenny whispered. "Please."
"I will,"
the stranger said softly.
"Yes, I will do that for you."
Lenny felt cold hands grasp his arms and ease him to the floor. He tried to struggle, but the hands kept him in place. Panting, Lenny kicked and twisted, writhing on the floor and trying to get away from the unseen man.
"I did my best,"
the stranger continued.
"We all did. There's only so much a man can do, though. But we know what we have to do now. We know how to help."
"Just open the door!" Lenny shrieked.
"I can,"
the stranger whispered, and Lenny could tell by the man's voice that he was crying.
"It's something I've learned to do after all these years. I couldn't before. It was too hard, but I know how to do it now."
Lenny prepared to run, waiting for the unseen stranger to let go of him and open the door. Instead, a heavy weight pressed down on his chest, pinning him to the floor. The hands moved cautiously, almost tenderly up his arms, and circled his neck. Lenny felt the thumbs settle in on either side of his larynx, and a split second too late, he understood what was going to happen. Whipping his head from side to side, Lenny swung at the man on his chest, but his hands encountered nothing. Try as he might, he couldn't dislodge the unseen man's hands. The stranger's thumbs pressed down, cutting off Lenny's air. As stars exploded around the edges of his vision, he heard the stranger's voice above the thundering roar of his own heart.
"No,"
the stranger said sadly.
"You're not the first person I've had to open the door for, and I doubt you'll be the last."
Lenny didn't have enough breath to answer or to fight any longer.
Do You Hear What I Hear? By Sara Clancy. Janine had set the Christmas carols to play at a low whisper, barely loud enough to cover the crackle and spit of the fire she had started solely for the ambiance. The oven had worked overtime to bake the mounds of sugar cookies needed for the church's Christmas carnival. In the process, it had effectively turned the inside of her house into a sauna, but the Christmas tree lights just couldn't make the glass baubles glow the same way an open flame could. Lounging on her couch, Janine looked up every so often to admire the view. It had taken an entire day to get the tree just right. Time well spent, in her opinion. Nothing could make or break the season like aesthetics. Drawing in a deep breath, she stretched out over the sofa until the muscles of her aching back trembled. When she slumped back down, a small silver parcel caught her eyes. Frowning slightly, she sat up for a better look. A couple of years had passed since her family took up the eco-friendly tradition of wrapping gifts in cloth rather than paper. There shouldn't be anything amongst the clustered boxes to catch the light, but there it was, tucked behind a present she had ready for her cousin. Silver wrapping paper so polished that it took on the colors of the slowly flashing Christmas tree lights. Placing her cell phone on the coffee table, Janine lazily got up. A few generous glasses of eggnog admittedly slowed her thought process down a bit, but she knew she should be able to remember where the present had come from. She couldn't. The small bells attached to her elf slippers jingled as she crossed the living room. She had to get onto her knees and stretch out to finally grab the box. The paper was smooth and cold against her fingertips. It looked like her handiwork. Each fold was precise, fixed into place by tape so neatly positioned that they were almost invisible. A heartbeat later, it occurred to her to check for a tag. Objects shifted around its innards as she carefully tipped the box from side to side. Nothing. No card. No writing. Nothing to give a sign of either the sender or the intended recipient. Curiosity grew inside her as she studied the box once again. She lifted it to her ear and gave it a soft rattle, listening to the resulting series of dull thumps. Recounting the last few days in detail didn't offer up any idea of a solution. Janine tended to be the one to travel to everyone else rather than having visitors. Maybe Mom left it behind. A few days ago they got word that a lot of the usual relatives had decided to bring guests along for the holiday celebrations. It had taken Janine a few hours, a lot of coffee, and a half a dozen called-in favors to get them all squared away. It was the kind of thing her mother would give her an extra little gift for, but that was generally something along the lines of small marshmallows or a new tree ornament, nothing that would need wrapping. Chewing on her bottom lip, she rattled the box again, her curiosity growing into a hungry beast in her stomach. You know, she thought aloud, if I open it, I might get a better idea of who it's from. Her fingers twitched along the seams of the perfectly folded wrapping paper. With a growing smile, she pulled at the top carefully, working it in little bits at a time to ensure that it didn't tear. At last, the edges pulled away and she could peek inside. The side of the plain cardboard box gave nothing away. Placing it on the carpet, she peeled the last of the paper back. The box lid was a little larger than the width of her hand. With delicate fingertips, she pried the lid up. A sharp gust of wind swooped down the chimney. Scattering soot created a dark cloud. The fire spit and flared, and the Christmas tree shivered and rocked. Dropping the lid, Janine leaped to her feet and braced the tree. Some of the ornaments shook loose, and the colored lights sputtered. The walls shuddered as something heavy dropped upon the rooftop. She snapped up just in time to see the overhead lights die. A golden hue lingered around the fireplace, while the opposite wall became drenched in shadows. It took little effort for the transitioning lights to push back the shadows with their ever-changing hues. By the time she had righted the Christmas tree, she still had no idea what had happened. There were a few trees around her house that could have been taken out by a particularly strong wind, but even if they did, none of them were large enough to strike the roof. Thinking about it only gave her fewer options as to what it could have been. Crouching down, she started to collect the fallen decorations and resolved to check the power breaker. The next crash made the dark light fixtures rattle. Janine stared at the ceiling, her eyes tracking the heavy thumps that seemed to trail across the rooftop. Her brows furrowed. A possum, maybe? If it was, it would have to be huge. Something you don't want getting in the attic. The thought came to her in a voice suspiciously like her mother's, and it worked to get her paranoia rolling. Carefully dumping her armload of decorations onto the sofa, she got to her feet and started for the staircase. She got halfway up before remembering that the power was out. After running back downstairs to retrieve her phone, she turned on the flashlight app and hurried up to the second floor. The opening to the attic was a trap door in the hallway ceiling, the kind that needed a long, hooked pole to open. Pausing for a moment, she listened, trying to catch a trace of the thumping again. Everything had gone silent. She trained the beam on the opening and waited a heartbeat longer. The silence that followed wasn't as reassuring as she had hoped for. After a moment of hesitation, she retrieved the pole and used it to batter at the latch. It held solid enough. Why didn't I ever put a lock on this thing? With nothing stirring above, her rational mind had a chance to voice its opinion. It wasn't in favor of going into the attic tipsy and in the dark. Since this coincided with her sudden desire to be anywhere but the attic, she reluctantly kept her visual for a minute longer before heading back to the living room. Fumbling with her phone to turn the flashlight off, she didn't see the orb until she stepped on it. Small shards of splintered glass ripped through the thin material of her slippers. Throwing herself backward onto the stairs saved her from the worst of the damage. Carefully, she worked her slipper off, feeling the shards slip dangerously along the side of her foot. It was a small victory that she succeeded to get the slipper off without cutting herself. I thought I got them all. Did one really roll this far? She turned to look toward the living room, but a small gleam drew her attention to the opposite direction. In the threshold of the dining room, just where the firelight bled into the shadows, sat another bauble. Plucking the shards of colored glass out of her slipper and leaving it piled in a step corner, she retrieved a ruby orb. Now how did I miss you? Studying it by the distant firelight, she started back toward the living room. A gold glint struck the corner of her eyes just before she could cross the threshold. Trailing the beam of her light over the floor, she discovered another ornament, this one a few feet deeper into the dining room. Crossing the distance, she crouched down to collect it, only to have another glint catch her eye. The bells of her slippers jingled as she shuffled through the silent house, slowly tracking the trail of Christmas tree ornaments. Her fingers twitched against the polished glass that she cradled to her chest. Anxiety skittered across the back of her skull. The sensation increased with every hesitant step. Still, she continued on. The The single trail led across the dining room and into the kitchen, from the kitchen to the breakfast nook, and back around to the living room. A fine tremble shook her hands as she realized that it was one singular loop around the ground floor, trailing back to the box that sat upon the wrapping paper. She stood there, watching the shadows and light dance across the hard cardboard of the box and shine over the surrounding baubles. Eggnog made her brain feel soggy. No matter how long she stood there, she couldn't understand. With a singular flare of the fire, the overhead lights clicked back on, returning a cozy charm to the house. After a low whirl, the CD player started up again. The whispered carols broke the silence that had pressed against her chest like a lead weight. Janine's heaved sigh ended with a burst of nervous chuckling. Her moment of relief dwindled rapidly. The seeming return of normalcy let her breathe a little easier, but traces of dread remained. She looked down at the baubles in her hand. It wasn't the first time the thought had tickled her brain, though now the implications of it settled into the forefront of her mind. Someone set this up. Someone was inside my house? A part of her brain tried to reject the thought instantly, because it sounded ridiculous. Who breaks into someone's home just to do something like this? The overhead lights and carols worked to ease her nerves. Soon enough, she heaved a sigh and headed into the kitchen. Putting the kettle on to make some hot apple cider, she retrieved a plastic bag from under the sink and set about collecting up the ring of ornaments, deciding that she'd sort it all out later. The questions still nagged on the edges of her mind, growing stronger with each item she added to the bag. By the time she finished, the water had boiled, and she believed she had an answer to her mystery. Her mother would never do something like this, lacking both the physical ability to move that swiftly and the sense of humor to find it funny. Her nephew, however, was a different story. He was supposed to arrive late tomorrow and let himself in with her mother's extra key. Little brat probably arrived early. She left the bag in one corner of the couch and shuffled into the kitchen, her head flopping back so she could more dramatically groan out her frustration. "I can just hear the little twerp now," she muttered to no one in particular, before kicking her voice into a nasal pitch. "You should have seen your face. Epic!" Snorting out a mockery of his laugh, she mixed up a packet of instant cider, dropping in some cranberries, one by one. The process was oddly soothing. By the time she added a stick of cinnamon, her annoyance had dwindled into mild irritation. Janine cupped the steaming mug between both hands and happily lumbered her way back into the living room. One of her favorite carols began to play, sweet and slow, and she hummed along while settling back onto the couch. The addition of a thick blanket across her lap and a nearby book made life near perfect. Then she noticed it again. The box. It still sat in the middle of a perfect square of wrapping paper. The flashing Christmas tree lights painted long streaks of color over the dull surface. Both suspicion and curiosity trickled into her stomach. If it was from her mother, the potential was high for something warm or cute, but if her nephew left it, which is a legitimate threat, it was more likely something was going to jump out at her. Ugh, or it'll be another glitter bomb. Last Janine heard, her aunt's vacuum cleanings were still rainbow-colored. Decisions. Staring at the box, she tapped one finger against the side of her mug, absently, in rhythm with the carol. I should make him open it, Janine contemplated. It didn't diminish her curiosity. She tried to ignore it by reading, but after a few chapters she couldn't stand it any longer. Putting the cider aside, she wiggled out from under the thick blanket and sunk onto the floor. The bells on her slippers chimed happily with the song's tune. I could just open it outside? A quick glance was enough to rule out that idea. Snow swirled and danced through the glow of the streetlights, propelled on by the constant breeze. It served as enough of a deterrent for her to forget the idea of opening the box altogether, at least until she finished her cider. Then she felt the pull of the mystery box once more. Maybe if I peek through the corner, it won't trip anything. Saying it out loud made it seem far more reasonable, something almost adjacent to a good idea. Pushing up onto her knees, Janine fluttered her fingers around the edges of the box lid. Carefully, as if the slightest pressure would set it off, she settled her fingers against the hardened cardboard. A booming thud caught her off guard. She startled back, her gaze snapping up to the ceiling. It was the same sound as before, a heavy, solid thud that threatened to break a few roof tiles. Janine got to her feet and hurried to the window, pressing herself against the cool glass and twisting her body in an attempt to see the roof. The garlands of Christmas lights that swung from the gutters did little to improve her view. The night was too thick, the lights too bright. It must be the snow. Wait, snow doesn't make noise, Janine. Her eyes closed as the horrible realization hit her. Not unless it built up on a soft spot and broke through. Visions of bills and insurance claims danced in her head as she trudged up the staircase. She made a quick stop in her bedroom to grab her dressing gown, in case the frigid night air had made it inside, and headed to the attic door. Standing under the hatch again, all the feelings she had dismissed crawled back into her mind like spiders. Hesitation, anxiety, and a growing sense of dread. It was different now. With the house filled with music and light, she felt stronger, safer. Still, the echoed emotions pulsated through her. Her mind searched for an escape and quickly found an excuse that would do well enough. What if the break is over the door? Well then, opening it is just asking for an injury, she whispered to herself. So desperate to be convinced, she took the excuses and ran with it. Maybe it was avoiding her responsibilities, but she was okay to live in denial, at least until morning. That will be when I can actually see the damage, she reasoned while descending the stairs. Really, this is the adult thing to do. Her thoughts and words both came to an abrupt end when she reached the last stair and spotted it. A snowman, round and fat and just starting to melt, stood in the middle of her living room. Its fixed coal smile greeted her as she crept closer. Its twig arms were opened wide, as if proudly displaying the box that sat just before its bulbous body. It has to be my nephew. Thomas! Janine rushed to the front door and checked the lock. It was still in place. I hadn't left it open. Pressing her back against the wood, she took a sobering breath. He has a key. Even hearing her own voice couldn't make the words reassuring. There were too many questions. How did he get the snowman in so quickly? How come I didn't hear him? Why isn't he jumping out of his hiding place to laugh at me? But there was no other explanation she could find, at least not one she wanted to entertain. Thomas, I swear if you so much as utter the word pranked, I am smashing your presents. Her threat was answered only by the hum of the CD player. All of them, Thomas. Don't test me. Her words slightly echoed within the empty house, and she decided that he must have scurried off somewhere, probably back to her mother's house so he can plead his innocence later on. Re-entering the living room, she huffed a sigh. The spike of adrenaline-laced surprise had kept her brain from contemplating the actuality of the situation, mostly how she was going to clean up the mess. Of course, he's probably waiting for me outside. Janine couldn't decide if it was more likely that he'd be aiming to laugh and record her, or if opening the door was only going to result in a snowball attack. I'll just put it down the sink. With a burst of new conviction, she stalked up to the snowman. It had already begun to form a puddle, and the chilled water sunk through the tips of her elf slippers. Scrunching up her mouth, she shook the excess water from her feet and wrenched off the head of the snowman. By the time she made it to the kitchen, her fingers were numb, and she really regretted her decision. Running her hands under warm water worked both to get her blood flowing again and melt the lump. It also gave her time to think of a better way to do this, a knife to cut it into manageable chunks, and a handful of tea towels to mop up the mess. She dumped the items into her deepest pot and headed back into the living room. The pot slipped from her hands and clattered against the floorboards. Every living room window was open to the bitter cold. Curling trails of flurry-drenched wind spiraled inside. The powdery flakes took on the hue of the Christmas lights as they coated every surface, including the half-dozen snowmen that filled the place. They were all positioned to face her, clustered in a half-circle, the box set in pride of place before them. Her hands trembled all the harder when a new sound rose up through the carols. Tracking down the source, she spotted a silver bauble rolling across the floor. It batted against her foot, the touch making one of the elf bells chime. Shock had numbed her, allowing her body to work on impulse. She crouched down to pick up the shiny orb. Just before she could touch it, something dark streaked across the curved surface. It swiftly took the shape of a man and pressed up against the inside of the orb, clawing and scraping and raging to get out. Janine screamed. A thunderous crash slammed against the roof as she staggered back. The violent vibrations coursed through the chimney, making the mortar crack and the bricks clink together. The whole house trembled as a cloud of soot billowed out like the breath of an angry dragon. Blinded and choking on the airborne dust, Janine staggered for the back door. She had no other thought than to escape, to leave behind the house and whatever had crept inside it. The first breath of outside air froze her lungs. She staggered across the patio, a thin sheet of ice crackling under her feet, and jumped down onto the snow-covered yard. Instantly she was left shivering, but she surged on. It wasn't until she reached her back fence and tears had cleared her vision that she realized she hadn't thought beyond that. Panting to catch her breath, she turned back to her house. Her Christmas decorations were simple. A few hanging lights, and a small nativity scene set up out front. It offered little to see by. Detail was lost to her, but the shadows weren't. Something large and solid balanced upon her peaked rooftop. Before it, a cluster of colossal deer stomped and thrashed, their heated breath coursing out to be swept away by the wind. Janine threw herself into the nearest bush, crouching low and scurrying under the thickest of the branches. The clustered leaves blocked the most minimal amount of the wind and cut off her view entirely. Shrouded within the darkness, she clamped her frozen fingers across her mouth, trying to stifle even the smallest sound. The reindeer snorted gruffly. The wind whistled through the leaves. Her music whispered almost tauntingly to her. It was the slow creak of the back door opening that made her heart lodge within her throat. Prying one trembling hand from her mouth, she reached out carefully, unable to suppress her need to know, see it for herself. A few leaves hooked under her nails, and she very gently, very slowly pushed them aside. Her house stood before her, warm and inviting, the back door swaying softly in the passing breeze. Janine leaned forward, trying to better peer through the evergreen. She pushed too hard, and a clump of loose gathered snow dropped upon her head. Desperately, she bit her lips to keep in her scream and froze in place. "Did they see me? Did they notice?" Silence pressed down upon her, as cold as the snow she sunk into. Her heart almost burst out of her chest when the Carols CD began to play again. Ice flooded her veins as her hair shifted. She froze in place, too terrified to move as pointed nails scratched against her scalp. The fingers curled around a lock of her hair and dragged it slowly back over her shoulder. "Thomas." The voice was raspy and stale, broken from years of neglect. Janine felt it like a physical force upon her skin, like the glide of a knife blade that just didn't have enough pressure to cut skin. The touch ghosted down the side of her neck. she still couldn't bring herself to look. "Thomas." "I don't know." The sounds that left her were closer to smothered sobs than words. "I don't know." "Thomas." Desperation shattered her. "He's not here." She twisted around, but the hand clamped upon her skull and forcibly slammed her against the snow. Frozen dirt and muck ground against her cheek like sandpaper. The fleeting glimpse of a solid white trim and grimy red suit lodged in the forefront of her mind. "You have his box." "The silver present? It just showed up," she stammered. "I don't know how I got it. I don't. I swear." "You opened it." The hand kept her locked in place, the pressure and pain making tears well in her eyes. "I could take you instead." "No one opened it. I never lifted the lid. Go and check. It's still closed, unwrapped, but closed." The hand pushed down until talking ground her teeth into the frozen earth. "I never opened it." Humid air ghosted across the back of her neck. The clawed nails trailed over her skin. The rotten lips curled around her ear. "You will." The hand clenched with a bone-crushing force. Her scream ripped her throat raw, and she pushed up. Nothing was there to keep her down anymore. She scrambled back, deeper into the bush, moving until her back was pressed hard against the fence. Voices rose over her panted breaths. Neighbors clicked on the lights, the warm glow cutting into the shadows that clustered across her yard. Her name was called repeatedly, but she couldn't answer. Gathering what remained of her courage, she lifted her gaze to her rooftop. By the accumulated light, she could see the indentations in the snow, sled marks and hoof prints. "Janine!" She frantically fled from the voice before she realized it belonged to her neighbor. Mr. Potius was older, but still impressively fit, a retired Marine who still took pride in his sharpshooting skills. "It's okay, sweetheart. It's just me." Mr. Potius soothed her, even as he held his gun at the ready. "What happened?" "There was someone in my house." Instantly, she regretted the words passing her lips. The older man didn't waste a second. After telling her to stay put, he moved toward the house, his gun clasped between both hands. The tangled mass of branches shackled her. By the time she broke free, he had already entered into her house, his barked words cracking out like cannon fire. Janine sprinted after him, desperate to get him out of the house and away from that thing. The snow that covered her slippers left her skidding across the kitchen and into the wall of the living room. The world stopped in that instant. It was just too much for her brain to understand. Everything was warm and bright. The fire crackled. Perfectly wrapped presents were gathered under a tree that glistened with flashing lights and shiny ornaments. A hot cup of cider cooled on the small table by the sofa, adding its delicious scent to the room. Everything was as it had been, all except for her mother. "Mom? I brought those extra Tupperware containers you asked for." At Janine's silence, she elaborated. "You asked me to bring them over for the cookies." "You said you'd do that tomorrow." "I had some free time. Honey, you look a fright. What's happened?" Janine couldn't answer her. Mr. Potius took the situation into hand, and between the two of them, they soon had the situation cleared up to their liking without Janine's input. Then she noticed the silver-wrapped box. Her mother held it with both hands, tipping it from side to side with growing curiosity. Janine burst forwards, snatching it out of her mother's hands and hurled it into the fire. Ghostly gasps escaped the package as it began to burn. "What was that about?" her mother asked. "It's best you don't know." "Something spooked her bad," Mr. Potius said in a hushed tone. "Don't take the abruptness personally." Janine kept her visual, refusing to look away until the flames had completely destroyed the box. Her focus left her startled when her mother gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Whatever conversation had happened before the touch was lost to Janine, and she wasn't inclined to listen to what followed. Nothing mattered but making sure only Ash remained. One sentence, however, cut clean through her narrowed determination. "It's okay, dear," her mother said softly. "You can open the box Thomas gave us." "What?" Her mother stammered at the sudden intense interest. "Well, he came a bit earlier than he said he would, and he gave us this beautiful silver box, just like the one he gave you, I suppose." "Did you open it?" "No." She lowered her voice as if she didn't want Mr. Proteus to hear. "He was so nervous about it, kept insisting that someone open it before Christmas, but not while he was still around. Now, I think he's just a little worried that we won't like his gift enough, but you know your father. He keeps saying that Thomas must be in some kind of trouble again, and sooner or later someone will show up looking for it. Really," the older woman huffed, "who would come looking for a little silver box? Your father is so suspicious sometimes." The words echoed in Janine's head as she watched the flames devour the shining wrapping paper. Who would come looking for a little silver box? Whatever trouble Thomas had gotten himself into this time, it wasn't a who that was looking for him. It was a what. "It's drawn to the boxes. How many are still out there? And who else did he give them to?" Her mother cleared her throat to regain Janine's full attention. Almost tentatively, she asked again, "You don't think anyone will come looking, do you?" As a child, you learned to fear the monster in the closet and be wary of the creatures hiding under your bed. But somehow, as the years went by, you forgot those simple lessons in survival. Now the monsters are back to remind you.